One day at the Tang estate, a voice filled with suspicion and fury, so startling it made birds in flight tumble from the sky, declared, "The engagement is off." Inside the lavish main hall of the Tang estate, the man seated in the position of authority was in a fit of rage. He raised his voice at those seated on either side of him. "Elder Ou Yang, niece Na Lan, Yu." Those seated remained silent, offering no response. The one whose engagement had been broken off seemed to be this young man named Xiao Miao. He angrily stood up and shouted, "I won't agree." Perhaps this was the protagonist in some story about a broken engagement and a 3-year promise. But truly, the protagonist of this story is me, Lin Bei. A man with silver hair and a scholarly appearance. Lin Bei placed his teacup on the table, closed his eyes, and questioned, "Won't agree? Xiao Miao, did you think we came here to negotiate with you?" Contrary to his gentle appearance, his words were sharp and cold. He continued to taunt Xiao Miao, "Take a look at your pathetic state. After 3 years, you're still only at the 3rd level of qi refining, not a single bit of progress. Even the dog I raise at Ling Ti Peak has a higher cultivation level than you. Calling you trash is already an overstatement." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Miao gritted his teeth in resentment, lowered his head, and clenched his fists, yet he had no words to refute. He looked towards Na Lan Ziyan and continued, "While my junior sister possesses the aptitude of a great emperor, her future is destined for the 9 heavens." Na Lan Ziyan sat to the side, her large, round eyes and long, curved lashes framing her delicate eyebrows, which were slightly furrowed, perhaps out of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed pink, and her lips were pressed tightly together. She remained silent, seemingly agreeing with Lin Bei's sentiments. Lin Bei raised his pinky finger, and, with an expression of utter disdain, continued, "Trash like you think you're worthy of her? Tell me, in what way are you worthy of my junior sister?" After he finished speaking, a purple system panel appeared before him, displaying the words, "Host has successfully performed villainous act, gaining 1,000 villain points." Naturally, only Lin Bei could see this system panel. After reading the words, he thought to himself, "Oh ho, quite a lot of villain points this time." As expected, stepping on the destined child is the right path. Having considered his next move, after the system automatically disappeared, Lin Bei stood up. He slowly walked towards Xiao Miao, introducing himself in his mind, "I, Lin Bei, 20 years old, a model youth from the 21st century, aspired to be a good person. Unfortunately, before I could realize my ambitions, I was bewildered to find myself transported to a world called the 9 continents." Lin Bei recalled his identity since transmigrating. He became the senior disciple of the Qingyun Sex Ling Feng Peak, surrounded by countless beautiful women, all his junior sisters. He thought such a life would be blissful, but reality exceeded Lin Bei's expectations. The person he transmigrated into had the villain setting. After learning this, it was like a bolt from the blue. He clutched his head in anguish, lamenting inwardly, "This guy is a complete villain." This Lin Bei had committed countless misdeeds in the past. As a child, he lifted the skirts of his junior sisters. As a young man, he stole the socks of his senior sisters. He bullied his fellow disciples, causing them to scream, "Master, there's a monster." He widened his eyes in fear, sweat dripping down his face as he thought, "Based on my experience reading thousands of web novels, this guy won't survive past 3 chapters. He had once resolved, "No. I must adjust my settings, become a good person. Survive." But the moment he made this decision, the system notification sounded, "Congratulations to the host for activating the villain system, the system is connecting." This unwanted cheat turned out to be the villain system. Before he could even begin to implement his virtuous life, he had failed at the first step. He held his face in his hands, tears welling up in his eyes. "This is really trying to kill me." He continued to organize his thoughts. "Through the system, I learned that I am destined to be a stepping stone for the destined children. Destined child's luck. Villain stepping stones luck is 1, destined child's luck, villain value 10,000. But as long as I complete the system's villainous missions, I can change the outcome, that's right. All of this is just to survive. Ending his recollection, Lin Bei had reached Xiao Miao and let out a cold snort. Xiao Miao raised his head to look at Lin Bei. Lin Bei took out a precious-looking box containing a round, golden object radiating a 7-colored light. Opening the box, he held it towards Xiao Miao and said, "Don't say I'm bullying you. I have a nascent soul formation pill that can help cultivators condense their nascent soul. Consider it an apology for my junior sister breaking off the engagement." He put on a disdainful smirk and taunted, "Of course, with your trashy aptitude, you'll probably never use it, but the Xiao family still can." The two white-haired elders seated, Elder Oyu Yang and Xiao Zhanhua, were surprised by these words and began to murmur among themselves, "It's actually a nascent soul formation pill. With a nascent soul formation pill, our Xiao family will have a nascent soul expert to protect us." Suddenly, Xiao Miao slammed his fist on the table in anger, causing the teacup to jump and spill its contents. Even Lin Bei flinched. Xiao Miao roared, "Enough. Even though I'm just trash now, I reached the foundation establishment stage at 16. Lin Bei feigned indifference, thinking to himself, "That startled me. Turns out it's just big talk. I thought he was going to perform a breakthrough right here, followed by some legendary martial arts move on me." Xiao Miao continued in a loud voice, pointing at the crowd and questioning, "And what were your cultivation levels at 16? Lin Bei turned and walked back to his seat, saying sarcastically, "TSK, so arrogant. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were at the peak of the world at 16. He turned to Na Lan Ziyan, "Junior sister, tell him how old you were when you reached foundation establishment." Na Lan Ziyan, who had been silently observing, was suddenly addressed and obediently stood up as instructed by Lin Bei. Na Lan Ziyan placed her hand on her chest and declared proudly, "Before the age of 13, I was accepted as a disciple by Fairy Bai Yan, becoming senior brother Lin Bei's junior sister. I was 5 years old that year, and senior brother was 8. 5 years later, senior brother reached the foundation establishment stage. I was only 13, and with senior brother's help, I reached the foundation establishment stage at 15. Pride was evident in Na Lan Ziyan's words. Xiao Miao looked as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. His eyes widened, his mouth agape, and he stammered, this. At this moment, the system in Lin Bei's head announced, "The confidence of the destined child Xiao Miao has been struck, his Dao heart is about to be broken, luck deducted by 500, Xiao Miao's current luck is 9,500. Another system notification appeared. Host successfully suppressed the destined child who wanted to break off the engagement, luck increased by 100, reward 10,000 villain points." After reading the notification, Lin Bei maintained a calm exterior, but inwardly, he was ecstatic, "Woohoo, soaring high. After so many years, I've finally taken the first step." Lin Bei devised another wicked plan to accelerate his luck gain, a sinister expression on his face, chuckling inwardly, "Let's add fuel to the fire." He moved closer to Na Lan Ziyan, reaching out towards her as he said, "Xiao Miao, if I were you, I would have lost all face and wouldn't be able to live in this world anymore. As for the engagement between you and my junior sister." Lin Bei then took Na Lan Ziyan's hand, pulling her close to him, his other hand supporting her back. Looking at her with deep affection, he uttered sweet nothings. "My junior sister's husband must be a reborn hero like me." Na Lan Ziyan blushed shyly and responded softly, "Senior brother." Lin Bei's tone shifted from gentle to cold and disdainful, as he glanced at Xiao Miao and finished his sentence, "And not a piece of trash like you." Seeing this entire scene, Xiao Miao furrowed his brows in anger, his heart ablaze with resentment. So that's it. This slut Na Lan Ziyan, she likes this bastard Lin Bei. That's why she wants to break off the engagement. These two sluts. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. With that thought, Xiao Miao could no longer restrain himself. He furiously charged towards Lin Bei and Na Lan Ziyun, who were standing shoulder to shoulder. His hand releasing a blue stream of power as he roared, "You two dogs, die." The elder named Xiao Zhanhua hurriedly reached out his hand, trying to stop Xiao Miao. "Stop. Miao." But before he could finish his worried plea, before Xiao Miao could even get close, Na Lan Ziyun kicked him in the face. Xiao Miao cried out in pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The force of the kick sent Xiao Miao flying backward, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. He clutched his face and groaned in pain. Na Lan Ziyun showed no remorse for her former fiancé. She retracted her foot, frowned, and coldly questioned, "How dare you touch my senior brother?" Xiao Miao didn't answer Na Lan Ziyun. He rubbed the injury on his face, his features contorted in anger, as he gritted out each word, "Damn it. Lin Bei. Are you only capable of hiding behind a woman?" Lin Bei put on a provocative expression and taunted Xiao Miao. "I have my junior sister to protect me, can you even touch me? If I were to strike, you would already be a corpse." Na Lan Ziyun added sarcastically, "If I had used my full strength, you would have been dead a long time ago." Humiliated, Xiao Miao flew into a rage, his eyes bloodshot. His face ashen as he screamed, "You." Xiao Miao propped himself up with his hands, his mouth still muttering, "Good, very good." Lin Bei and Na Lan Ziyun simply stood by, watching Xiao Miao's performance. After successfully standing up, Xiao Miao pointed his index finger at Lin Bei and Na Lan Ziyun, and roared hatefully, "Lin Bei, Na Lan Ziyun, listen carefully. 3 years. In exactly 3 years, I will ascend Qingyun sect and make you two pay for today's humiliation." Lin Bei crossed his arms and glanced at the ceiling, muttering, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. His aim was to provoke Xiao Miao. Xiao Miao, successfully provoked, roared once again, "Don't bully." But before he could finish his sentence, a familiar sound echoed this time. It was Lin Bei's black shoe. Xiao Miao was once again kicked in the face, the impact seemingly quite painful. Xiao Miao, having just gotten back on his feet, was once again sent sprawling to the floor, his legs in the air, crashing down with a thud that nearly shook the building. Lin Bei crossed his arms, his foot propped on the table, and disdainfully uttered, "Why are these destined children so stupid?" At this moment, the system notification rang out. Host successfully prevented the destined child's departure after the broken engagement. Reward 1,000 villain points. Xiao Miao's luck deducted by 250. Host's luck increased by 50. Xiao Zhanhua gritted his teeth, seeing his junior being humiliated like this, and shouted, "You." He was about to charge forward, but was stopped by Elder Ouyang Yang beside him. The white-robed elder said, "Xiao Zhanhua, don't forget you are the patriarch of the Xiao family. What would the consequences be if you damaged the relationship with the Qingyun sect?" Xiao Zhanhua said nothing more, silently pondering for a moment. Then, he reluctantly closed his eyes and said to Elder Ouyang Yang, "I understand." Suddenly, a sweet voice called out, "Xiao Miao, brother Xiao Miao." This was Jiu, here for Xiao Miao. With silver hair half tied up with a silver hairpin. The rest cascading down, adding to her delicate charm, she wore a jade-green outfit, strategically cut to reveal her alluring figure. Black stockings accentuated her long legs. Her beautiful, flower-like face was filled with worry. Jiu reached Xiao Miao, knelt beside him, and gently stroked his chest, asking solicitously, "Brother Xiao Miao, are you all right?" Xiao Miao replied, "I'm fine." The system notification sounded. Displaying, destined child Jiu appears to help Xiao Miao, their luck intertwined, Xiao Miao's luck increased by 200. Lin Bei immediately fell into deep thought, a destined female. As expected, the luck of this destined child Xiao Miao isn't so easily crushed. It seems I need to sever the connection between him and the destined female. After finishing his calculations, Lin Bei turned and gave a sinister smile, stroking his chin, as he continued to provoke Xiao Miao, I thought you had some backbone. Xiao Miao, but it turns out you can only hide behind women. Xiao Miao's eyes filled with bloodshot fury, his eyebrows knitting together tightly, but he couldn't retort, only able to vent by shouting, you. Lin Bei continued to agitate him, sowing discord, you what? My junior sister just broke off the engagement with you, and you immediately found a replacement. With your trashy talent and cultivation, how are you not embarrassed? Oh right, I forgot you have no face and no skin. Otherwise you wouldn't jump into the arms of a woman who doesn't refuse you the moment after breaking off the engagement. Lin Bei spoke with a mocking laugh. Lin Bei put on a pained expression, wiping away fake tears with a handkerchief, and said sympathetically, such a pity, a jasmine flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. Lin Bei's act made Na Len Ziyun cover her mouth to stifle her laughter. Xiao Miao gritted his teeth furiously. Ji Yu anxiously grabbed his arm and gently persuaded, Brother Xiao Miao, don't fall for his divisive tactics. She immediately stood up, her expression changing. Pointing at Lin Bei and Na Len Ziyun, she said loudly, Lin Bei, don't think that just because you reached foundation establishment at 13 makes you some kind of genius. I see, your talent is just average. Hearing these words from Ji Yu, Xiao Miao was dumbfounded, speechless. Xiao Miao, having been struck at his weak point, was rendered speechless and collapsed to the ground. Ji Yu, realizing her slip of the tongue, panicked and tearfully explained. Ah! Brother Xiao Miao, I didn't mean it that way. The system displayed a new notification. The destined child Xiao Miao's self-esteem has suffered a serious blow. Luck deducted by 100, Xiao Miao's current luck is 9,350. Lin Bei and Na Len Ziyun, standing aside, were speechless at the actions of the two before them. Lin Bei was stunned, having achieved success without even trying. He exclaimed inwardly, holy crap. Nice assist. If the system hadn't told me Ji Yu was the destined female, I would have thought she was on my side. Lin Bei cupped his hands and said to Ji Yu, Miss Ji Yu is right, my talent is indeed average. I hope to have the opportunity to learn from you. Ji Yu was angry but could do nothing. Only stammering, you. Xiao Miao crawled up, his face ashen, his teeth gritted with hatred. Ji Yu patted his shoulder and asked, Brother Xiao Miao, are you all right? He pushed Ji Yu away in shame and anger, shouting, get off me. The force caused Ji Yu to fall backward, crying out. Lin Bei seized the opportunity to catch the falling beauty, gently asking, are you all right, Miss Ji Yu? Ji Yu was surprised to be caught by Lin Bei, and the physical contact caused her face to flush. Without a word, Xiao Miao suddenly rushed out of the hall. Ji Yu, startled, cried out, Brother Xiao Miao. Ji Yu freed herself from Xiao Miao and hurriedly chased after him, calling out as she ran, Brother Xiao Miao, wait for me. Seeing everyone gone, Lin Bei said to Elder Ouyang Yang and Na Len Ziyun, since the matter is settled, Elder Ouyang Yang, junior sister, let's go too. Stepping out of the Tang Estate's main gate, Na Len Ziyun noticed the bird with the broken wing from earlier, and said to Lin Bei, senior brother, look at the bird on the ground. The day's events concluded, and night fell. The moon hung high above the rooftops, a full, bright circle illuminating the night sky. Lin Bei used his light body skill to leap onto the roof, thinking to himself, spending 3,000 villain points. The system calculated that Xiao Miao's next opportunity lies on the mountain behind the Xiao family tonight. Moreover, tonight's opportunity will be the key to Xiao Miao's rise. Lin Bei continued to move swiftly using his light body skill. Reaching the roof of the Xiao family residence, Lin Bei stopped, his hands clasped behind his back, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he thought. No way, you won't get this opportunity, Xiao Miao. It's better off in the hands of Lin Bei. Night had fallen, and the moon hung high, illuminating the sky. Behind Xiao family's mountain, a lake shimmered under the moonlight, appearing mystical and enchanting. Xiao Miao had been submerged in the water for a while. Unable to bear it any longer, he surfaced, gasping for air, water droplets spraying everywhere. Xiao Miao rubbed his jade pendant, summoning Old Fan, and questioned loudly. Old Fan, you didn't trick me, did you? Is the opportunity you mentioned really at the bottom of Yinyu Lake behind Xiao family's mountain? It's all just ordinary rocks. The jade pendant hanging from Xiao Miao's clothes emitted a blue light, and Old Fan immediately appeared with a contemplative expression. He stroked his beard and said with certainty, "How could this be? My calculations have never been wrong." At the same time, deep in the forest, Lin Bei held a small, sturdy-looking box in his hand. The system displayed, "Host has successfully seized Xiao Miao's important opportunity, the 4 Directions Spirit Box. Xiao Miao's luck deducted by 2,000, host's luck increased by 400. Reward 20,000 villain points." He stared at the box in his palm and chuckled, "Hee, so what if you have an old grandpa? I have the author's system backing me up. I wonder what Xiao Miao's expression will be when he discovers there's nothing at the bottom of the lake." The system continued to display information about the 4 Directions Spirit Box. 4 Directions Spirit Box. A spiritual treasure that fell from the immortal realm to the 9 continents. It can absorb all the essence of spiritual objects placed inside, then condense it into origin stones. Currently sealed, the host can only absorb spiritual objects below the nascent soul stage, and refine pills and artifacts up to the nascent soul realm. While Lin Bei was muttering in admiration, TSK, as expected of a destined child, casually obtaining immortal artifacts. A female figure appeared from behind him. It was Ji Yu. She asked, "Lin Bei?" Lin Bei, caught in the act, jumped in surprise. In less than 5 seconds, he expertly hid the box and flipped gracefully to land before Ji Yu, startling her with his agility. Ji Yu quickly regained her composure and questioned Lin Bei, "Why are you here behind Xiao family's mountain?" Lin Bei immediately replied smoothly, taking the opportunity to flirt with Ji Yu, "The night is long, and sleep evades me. After meeting Miss Ji Yu today, your beautiful image lingered in my mind. Unable to dissipate." Lin Bei placed his hand on his chest, gazing at Ji Yu with flirtatious eyes as he said, "Unconsciously, I found myself here, finally meeting you, Miss Ji Yu, once more." Of course, Ji Yu didn't believe Lin Bei's words. She frowned and angrily scolded him, "Smooth talker. I think you're here to cause harm to brother Xiao Miao." With that, Ji Yu immediately took a fighting stance, winding up for a palm strike, her expression serious as she declared, "Take this." Lin Bei swiftly dodged to the side, causing Ji Yu to overextend. As Ji Yu was about to fall to the ground, Lin Bei smiled. He reached out and caught Ji Yu's hand, causing her to blush in surprise. Without hesitation, Lin Bei pulled Ji Yu into his arms. Under the hazy moonlight, the man and woman appeared to be embracing. Lin Bei produced a rose from seemingly nowhere, holding it between his teeth, as he flirted with Ji Yu, "If you ask how deep my love for you is, let the moonlight speak for my heart." Ji Yu angrily exclaimed, "You." Lin Bei maintained his love-struck facade, but inwardly, he chuckled, "Hee, it's not a loss to have read so many cheesy novels. With this combination, I don't believe I can't win this girl over." The system displayed a notification, teasing the destined female Ji Yu, "Reward 1,000 villain points." Suddenly, a cold, hoarse voice rang out, "Release the young mistress." Lin Bei looked up, stunned, at the speaker. Before him stood Ji Yu's protector, Ji Yu, radiating fury. A blue aura flickered around him, intensifying with his anger. His gaze was fixed on Lin Bei, causing him to shiver. Seeing Ji Yu's arrival, Ji Yu cried out in relief, as if she had grasped a lifeline, "Elder Tu." Ji Yu replied to Ji Yu, "This old man arrived late, please forgive me, young mistress." Lin Bei fearfully backed away, trembling inwardly, such a terrifying pressure. "I can't even move. To think that such a powerful expert was hiding beside Gu. Lin Bei panicked, his mind racing, sweat drenching his body. I said I wanted to be a good person. This damn system keeps forcing me to be the villain. If you don't save me, I'm finished. The system detected that the host is in life-threatening danger. Do you want to spend 10,000 villain points for a self-preservation method? Lin Bei immediately nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. Hurry up. After Lin Bei finished speaking, the system displayed information about Gu, identity, destined female, daughter of the Gu clan's patriarch. Abilities. Gu clan sealing technique, beginner, Golden Dragon King Flame, beginner, Daotai Water Seed, dormant for 3 years. Below was the self-preservation method. The host can escape danger by pointing out the Daotai Water Seed within Gu. The Daotai Water Seed can secretly absorb the host's spiritual energy and unknowingly transform the host into a dedicated cauldron for the master of the Daotai water. It was implanted into Gu 3 years ago by the former alchemy god. Suddenly, Gu turned to Gu and asked, "Young mistress, how should we deal with this brat?" Lin Bei flinched at these words, fearfully retreating. Gu exhaled, "Who?" She coldly said to Gu beside her, "Kill him. We absolutely cannot allow him to interfere with Brother Xiaomiao." Gu immediately acknowledged the order, replying, "Understood." With that, Gu immediately made his move. A dark aura emanated from him. He extended his hand, and a fiery hand shot out, grabbing Lin Bei by the throat and lifting him into the air. Lin Bei cried out in pain, unable to resist. The fiery hand tightened its grip on Lin Bei's throat. He struggled desperately, trying to pry the hand away, but to no avail. He gritted his teeth and tried to speak. But the words were choked out. "Wait, wait. I still have something to say to Miss Gu. Gu looked to Gu for instructions. Gu stood with her arms crossed, her eyes closed, and coldly replied, "There's nothing left to say." Gu understood and showed no further hesitation. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness, burning with fiery intensity, as he tightened his grip even further. Seeing that negotiation was impossible, Lin Bei shouted out the key to his survival in fear: "She has the Daotai water seed implanted in her." Both Gu and Gu were taken aback by these words. Gu paused, releasing Lin Bei. Lin Bei collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing repeatedly. Before he could catch his breath, Gu roared, "Brat, say that again." Cough, cough, cough. After regaining his composure, Lin Bei cleared his throat, and, with a serious expression, stated firmly, "Daotai water seed, one of the 10 great divine waters. Its seed is currently within your young mistress's dantian." Gu, who had been standing to the side, asked with a cold and skeptical expression, "In my dantian?" Lin Bei replied with absolute certainty, "If you don't believe me, you can have the old man check." Gu and Gu exchanged glances without a word, each lost in their own thoughts. Finally, they decided to let Gu examine her. Gu softly said to Gu, "Young mistress, please excuse me." Gu sat down in meditation, closing her eyes. Gu stood behind her with a serious expression, raising his hand to channel his energy into Gu for examination. Purple lines of light, resembling a constellation, appeared within Gu, surrounded by Gu2's spiritual energy as he probed. Suddenly, Gu2's eyebrows furrowed, his eyes widening. He withdrew his technique and roared in anger, "Damn it. There really is a Daotai water seed. Which bastard dared to turn the young mistress into a cauldron?" Lin Bei, standing to the side, stroked his chin, smirking playfully, and teased, "I know who it is tilde. Night fell, and the moonlight bathed the sky. Lin Bei, tied up, sat beside Gu2 and Gu on the roof of the Shao residence, waiting for Gu2 to perform his technique. Lin Bei couldn't help but ask Gu2, "Old man, are you sure your concealment technique won't be detected? There's a nascent soul old ghost beside Xiao Miao. Gu2, focused on his technique, replied disdainfully, you brat, this old man is at the soul formation stage. How could a mere nascent soul detect us? Gu2's technique projected an image, as if connected to the inside of the Xiao residence. Xiao Miao appeared, sitting opposite a white tiger, seemingly preparing to perform some kind of technique. Gu watched intently and said to the two beside her, be quiet, brother Xiao Miao is making his move. At this moment, Xiao Miao recited aloud, Daotai water seed. Immediately, two crimson streams of energy appeared, enveloping him. Xiao Miao continued to shout, appear. The crimson energy seemed to be released from a seal, surging powerfully, with two bright eyes appearing on either side, resembling a fiery monster. Xiao Miao looked at the flames before him and let out an evil chuckle, excitedly saying, success. He looked at the white tiger lying opposite him and commanded, demon refining technique. Devour it. The tiger obediently absorbed the immense flames into its body, so much so that it seemed to be devoured by them. It closed its eyes and disappeared along with the sparks. The tiger vanished within the red smoke. Gu covered her mouth in shock, her eyes filled with sorrow, her heart despairing, brother Xiao Miao, he really is the master of the Daotai water seed. At that moment, thunder rumbled, and rain poured down as if the heavens were weeping. The sudden downpour seemed to mirror Gu's emotions. Gu, heartbroken by her lover's betrayal, stood dazed in the pouring rain, her eyes vacant. Lin Bei sighed, why is it always raining during these scenes? Lin Bei and Gu too had already taken shelter from the rain. Lin Bei turned to Gu too and said, old man, can you untie me now? Gu too, preoccupied with Gu's distress, ignored him, simply saying, shut up. Lin Bei lifted his chin, raising an eyebrow indifferently, and retorted, HMPH, fine, don't untie me. Lin Bei wasn't bothered to argue with him, as he was already ecstatic inwardly, a wide grin spreading across his face. He thought to himself, unexpectedly, there are other gains tonight. The system displayed a notification, relationship between Gu and Xiao Miao temporarily fractured, Xiao Miao's luck deducted by 100. Host's luck increased by 20, reward 1000 villain points. In the chilly night, raindrops continued to fall steadily on the eaves of the Xiao residence. Na Lan Ziyun's voice called out, senior brother. She carried a plate of freshly grilled meat into the residence, smiling as she said, come and try the meat I just grilled. The meat Na Lan Ziyun brought was from the bird that had flown past the Xiao residence earlier. But upon arriving, she found no one there. Na Lan Ziyun muttered unhappily, no one here. Where did senior brother go? Meanwhile, Lin Bei was in a room within the inner city. Lin Bei's hands were tied behind his back. He seemed to be hungry, his expression bored, as he waited, thinking to himself, are these two not planning to let me go today? Gu emerged from the bath, her ample bosom exposed and dripping wet. She glanced down at her chest, blushing deeply, perhaps its size exceeding her expectations. Gu, seemingly uncomfortable, said, Elder two, something feels wrong. She had just finished bathing and changing her clothes. Lin Bei, witnessing this, couldn't help but think to himself, TSK, can't deny, this girl is truly beautiful. It's really a benefit for that Xiao Miao brat. Suddenly, the system appeared before Lin Bei, displaying, for love, bravely charge forward. There's no wall that can't be scaled with the right tools. Host is requested to conquer Gu within 3 months. Mission completion reward, 50,000 villain points. Lin Bei thought disdainfully, damn system, don't think I'll fall for a few villain points. But before he could finish his thought, the system displayed another line of text, failure will result in death. This immediately changed Lin Bei's expression. He exclaimed in disbelief, huh? Lin Bei's mind reeled in shock, his inner thoughts a frantic scream, no way. How can I suddenly be facing death? Damn system, explain yourself. After delivering the notification, the system disappeared, not forgetting to add a message. Host is requested to complete the mission quickly. Lin Bei was both annoyed and helpless. Is a destined female so easy to conquer? You're basically sending me to my death. Damn it. Don't run away. Now forced to accept the mission, Lin Bei suddenly thought of Xiao Miao. With Xiao Miao's current strength, if he comes into contact with the Daotai water seed, he'll probably be devoured instantly. However, that nascent soul beside him is highly suspicious. Lin Bei carefully analyzed the situation. At this moment, Ji Yu spoke up in Xiao Miao's defense. Even if the Daotai water seed is related to the nascent soul, brother Xiao Miao is unaware of it. Ji Yu too, standing beside her, added, the young mistress's words are not without reason. Lin Bei gritted his teeth, thinking, fine, I'll gamble. Lin Bei, slightly angered, stood up abruptly, breaking the ropes binding him, and shouted, absurd. The truth is right in front of you, are you all blind? This startled Ji Yu. He continued, tell me, how can someone so beautiful be so blind in love? Just based on a single thought, you dismiss all suspicions about Xiao Miao. Are you stupid or foolish? What's going on in that head of yours? Ji Yu remained motionless, silently listening to Lin Bei's scolding. After finishing with Ji Yu, Lin Bei turned his attention to Ji Yu too, and you, high cultivation, low wisdom. Your young mistress has been turned into a cauldron. And you say it's not unreasonable. Are you sure you're not a spy sent by the enemy? Lin Bei gestured emphatically, explaining in a forceful and detailed manner, so what if the Daotai water seed is related to that nascent soul? Xiao Miao now controls the Daotai water seed. And the seed is within your body. You are Xiao Miao's cauldron, this is an undeniable fact. Moreover, mid-sentence, Lin Bei suddenly asked, why would a nascent soul need a cauldron? Ji Yu too could only sigh helplessly, aye. Lin Bei noticed Ji Yu's downcast face, her silence. He thought, oh no, did I go too far? She wouldn't want to chop my head off, would she? Lin Bei's expression softened somewhat, as if he intended to backtrack a bit, well, actually, I. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu raised her head and burst into tears, speaking with unwavering faith in Xiao Miao. I grew up with brother Xiao Miao. I know him, I don't believe he's that kind of person. But immediately after speaking, Ji Yu clutched her stomach in pain, or. Ji Yu coughed up blood. Ji Yu too looked at her with concern, asking, young mistress. What's wrong? She collapsed from her chair, unable to sit upright. Ji Yu struggled to speak. After learning about the water seed, I've been using my family's strange fire, trying to burn it. Ji Yu too's face was filled with worry, this is bad. The young mistress using strange fire to burn the Daotai water seed has triggered its backlash. If this continues, I fear. Lin Bei, observing the scene before him, was puzzled, what's going on? Why the sudden backlash? But another thought flashed through his mind, wait, if Ji Yu dies, then the mission that damn system issued will be void, won't it? Lin Bei's heart leaped with joy, I'm the villain anyway. It's fine if I don't save her, and she even wanted to kill me. On the other side, Ji Yu too was still extremely worried, saying, damn it, it's too late to ask the clan for help now. Lin Bei frowned, seemingly annoyed by Ji Yu's continuous cries of pain, you are. Lin Bei snapped, TSK, so annoying. System, open the shop, list the items that conceal the Daotai water seed. The system's villain shop appeared, and indeed there were items capable of sealing the Daotai water seed, but they were all exorbitantly priced. Lin Bei was infuriated by the system, his hands clenching into fists. His current villain point balance was only 30,000, not even a fraction of the cost of the items in the shop. Lin Bei asked the system, do you think I can afford any of this? The system then suggested dual cultivation, explaining, during the dual cultivation process, the man and woman will plant pure yang and pure yin seals within each other's bodies. The seals formed from this technique can not only combine yin and yang power to suppress foreign objects within the body, but can also be used to refine spiritual energy, increasing the chances of breaking through cultivation realms. The system explained the dual cultivation technique in detail to Lin Bei, but to implement it, he needed to purchase the yin-yang dual extremity origin circulation technique for 30,000 villain points. Lin Bei looked at the price and said to the system, "This price, you're targeting my balance, aren't you?" The system prompted, "Will you buy it or not?" Although feeling extremely resentful, Lin Bei gritted his teeth, "Buy it. I'll endure." Immediately, a purple energy enveloped him. Simultaneously, the system announced, "Transaction successful. Villain point balance, 0. Elder 2 thought of another method, suggesting, "We can only try to force the water seed out with my true qi. Even if it costs this old life, I will not allow the young mistress to be harmed." But just as Elder 2 was about to act, Lin Bei quickly stopped him. Suddenly interrupted, Elder 2 asked in confusion, "Brat, what are you doing?" Lin Bei's expression was filled with confidence, calmly stating, "Old man, if you don't want the young mistress to be harmed, then obediently go outside and guard. This young master has a way to save her." Elder 2 jumped up, his face full of anger, his voice stern, "Brat, I don't have time to play games with you. If you don't want to die, get lost." Jiuyu's condition worsened, she coughed and vomited more blood, causing Elder 2 to cry out in alarm, "Young mistress." Lin Bei said seriously, "Old man, right now, you can only trust me in this room." Jiu-2's expression was still filled with suspicion, "You." He then turned to look at the frail Jiu and said, "Brat, I'll trust you this once. If anything happens to the young mistress." Elder 2 turned to Lin Bei with eyes full of killing intent, warning, "I will grind you to dust." After entrusting Jiu to Lin Bei and delivering his warning, Elder 2 immediately disappeared. Facing Elder 2's threat, Lin Bei wasn't particularly scared. He muttered, "That old man's harsh words are so cliché." After Elder 2 left, Lin Bei looked at Jiu and complained to the system, "Damn system, why didn't you stop me this time, when I wanted to save this girl?" The system calmly replied, "The host's actions fall within the established parameters." Lin Bei wasn't curious anymore, "Fine, I'll do it." The next morning, the sky was clear and sunny. Lin Bei and Jiu were in the room, performing dual cultivation to seal the Daotai water seed within Jiu's body. Suddenly, Jiu opened her eyes, her lips moving slightly, "So cold. Am I dead?" Seeing that Jiu had awakened, Lin Bei smiled happily and said, "You're finally awake. It seems the Daotai water seed has been sealed." Jiu's face flushed red. She looked at Lin Bei's body in front of her, "You." Then she looked down at her own body in a daze, "I." Jiu seemed to realize the situation, her already red face turning even redder. She hurriedly covered herself with her hands. From outside, Jiu's shouts could be heard echoing, "Pervert. Die." Lin Bei retorted in confusion and exasperation, "Holy crap. I saved you, and you're hitting me." As for Na Lan Ziyun, she was resting her head on the table, seemingly having fallen asleep there for the entire night. Nalan Ziyun laughed alone, "Ha ha ha ha," as if she had no patience left to wait even a single moment longer. Suddenly, Nalan Ziyun stood up. Her entire face darkened, emitting a murderous aura, her eyes becoming sharp. She drew her sword and muttered to herself, "He's been gone all night with no news. Seems like someone's been having too much fun and forgotten about their little junior sister." Lin Bei clenched his fists, trembling slightly. Lin Bei's face was swollen from being beaten. At this moment, he felt not only wronged, but also incredibly angry. Without Jiu present, he cursed under his breath, "Jiu, just you wait." Lin Bei not only cursed, but also imagined himself sitting high and mighty on a grand chair, after successfully conquering Jiu. 3 months later, let's see how you submit at my feet. Lin Bei thought smugly, picturing Yu respectfully addressing him, "Please assign me a task, senior brother Lin Bei." Although his face was currently bruised and swollen, Lin Bei paid no mind. He laughed triumphantly in the middle of the street, causing a little boy being led by his mother to point at him. "Mommy, look. It's Pigsy." The boy's mother said with disgust, "Don't look at him. He's an idiot." Back at the Shao residence, Lin Bei smiled cheerfully, pushing open the doors to his room with both hands. "Ha ha. Just like when I left." At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed from inside the room, "It seems no one noticed I spent the entire night at the Shao residence." Right behind Lin Bei, Nalan Ziyuan appeared unexpectedly, making his hair stand on end. His face turned pale with shock. Ziyuan whispered, "Senior brother, can you tell me how you enjoyed last night?" Following that was a sky-splitting scream emanating from Lin Bei's room, echoing throughout the entire Shao residence. Within a lush green forest, the bright sunlight shone, making everything seem warm. Yu, with an indifferent gaze, asked with her arms crossed, "So, you betrayed us?" Yu too, standing right beside her, cast his spell and said, "With one more person." The concealment spell's range needs to be wider. Lin Bei, his body bruised and bandaged from Ziyuan's beating, looking like a mummy, said, "One more person means one more share of strength." Nalan Ziyuan stood behind them, covering her mouth and giggling, while Yu looked at Lin Bei, speechless. In a cool wooden house, a young man was slowly entering. The man opened the door with both hands, his face bright with concern. He asked, "Brother Shao, how's your injury? Are you feeling better?" But his expression immediately changed to one of surprise at what was happening before his eyes. Xiao Miao sat on the bed, smiling cheerfully, his hands manipulating the Daotai water to devour the corpse of some beast. The man asked in alarm, "What are you doing?" Xiao Miao replied with a smile, "I'm refining the corpse of the withered wolf to treat my injuries. I have to say, this withered wolf from third brother Zhong is quite something." The man drew his sword, his demeanor furious, and told Xiao Miao, "Stop. Stop right now. You bastard, this is the medicine money for my mother." He swung his sword down hard. Xiao Miao raised his hand to block the sword and said, "It's just a withered wolf. Can't you guys hunt another one?" Zhong-san had no intention of stopping. He said angrily, "My mother needs medicine every day. This withered wolf could have sustained her illness until my sister and my injuries healed. Then we could have hunted another one." He was filled with regret for his decision to save Xiao Miao. "But now you've ruined everything, you heartless, ungrateful wretch. I truly regret saving you." Xiao Miao stepped back to dodge his attacks, lowering his head slightly and saying, "I originally intended to thank you, but now you want to kill me over such a small matter." A sinister smile appeared on Xiao Miao's lips, cruelty rising within him. "Then I'll show no mercy." Xiao Miao shouted an order, "Daotai water, devour him." The Daotai water quickly obeyed, and a strange flame surged forth. The flame got closer and closer to Zhong-san. He couldn't believe that he had saved someone so ungrateful. He could only curse, "Xiao Miao, you bastard." Outside the house, Zhong-san's mother and sister slowly walked over, disturbed by the commotion inside. The mother asked, "What's all that noise?" The sister slowly helped her mother walk. "Mother, slow down." When the mother and daughter entered the house and opened the door, the sight before them left them both horrified. On the floor lay Zhong-san's dried corpse. It seemed as if neither of them could believe what had happened before their eyes, covering their faces in shock. The sister cried out in anguish, "Brother," while the mother looked at her son's body with sorrow. "Sana, my Sana." At this moment, the sister turned to look at Xiao Miao accusingly. "You killed my brother. My brother saved you, why did you?" Xiao Miao didn't turn around, only replying indifferently, "I didn't kill him. He brought this upon himself." Both mother and daughter were in tears. The sister not only mourned for her brother, but also felt intense resentment towards Xiao Miao. She cursed, "You ungrateful wretch! I'll kill you." The mother, fearing her daughter's impulsiveness, quickly stopped her. "Sire, don't be rash. Your brother couldn't defeat him, and you're certainly no match for him." Only then did Xiao Miao turn to look at them. He smiled and said, "Old woman, don't be afraid. I, Xiao Miao, distinguish between gratitude and resentment. I absolutely won't harm the innocent." In the forest from earlier, Lin Bei's group had secretly observed all of Xiao Miao's wicked deeds. Nalan Ziyuan said furiously, "Damn it. That's absolutely despicable. The Zhong siblings saved you when you were almost killed by demonic beasts, and you swallowed the beast corpse they were going to exchange for medicine to save their mother. And you even killed them. Xiao Miao is truly a beast. No, that's an insult to beasts." Meanwhile, Lin Bei silently pondered Xiao Miao's earlier words. "I distinguish between gratitude and resentment. I absolutely won't harm the innocent." After learning about these events, Jiyu too reminded Jiyu, "Miss, after we return to the Xiao residence, try not to interact with him anymore to avoid getting hurt." Jiyu could only reply, "I understand." Fearing they would waste time continuing to observe Xiao Miao's actions, Jiyu said, "No need to watch anymore." Jiyu too obeyed. Yes, young Miss Lin Bei's expression remained unchanged. He wasn't too surprised by Xiao Miao's true nature. But deep down, Lin Bei was extremely delighted. Just then, the system displayed a notification, "Jiyu is disappointed in Xiao Miao. Xiao Miao's luck decreased by 3000. Host's luck increased by 600. Villain value reward, 30,000. Lin Bei laughed triumphantly, exclaiming joyfully, "Complete disappointment is good. It seems my spending so much villain value to save this girl wasn't in vain." The boat floated in the quiet night sky. Lin Bei sat by the window on the boat, rubbing his chin in troubled thought. Xiao Miao, at this point, I can't squeeze any more luck out of him. So, after returning to the sect, where should I go to harvest luck? Suddenly, his gaze shifted. Lin Bei stopped looking out the window, a hint of confusion in his eyes. But then again, Lin Bei suddenly realized something was amiss in the room and shouted in alarm, pointing at Jiyu, who was calmly sitting on the bed. "Why are you here too?" Jiyu replied calmly, "To return to the sect with you." Lin Bei quickly activated his villain mode, his face revealing an irresistible charm. He propped his chin on one hand, a smirk playing on his lips, and asked Jiyu, "Miss Jiyu, you're not a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Moreover, you left the Xiao residence." Jiyu suddenly fell into deep thought, her beautiful face tinged with sadness, holding an unspoken sorrow. Lin Bei silently observed Jiyu's expression, and made his own assumptions. It seems Jiyu still has deep feelings for Xiao Miao. However, her following me is also convenient for me to complete the Systems Conquest mission. Lin Bei approached the melancholic Jiyu. She darkened her face and said, "I know you're laughing at me, but..." Her words were cut short, and she bit her lip to conceal her sadness. However, the tears that involuntarily streamed down her beautiful face betrayed her sorrow. A hand reached out. Lin Bei's hand gently lifted Jiyu's chin. He said, "So, Miss Jiyu is the type to cry like this. I didn't mean to mock you, just to remind you that in my territory, aren't you afraid?" Lin Bei deliberately left the sentence unfinished, hesitating to add to the villainous expression on his face. "That I'll eat you." This method of conquest made Lin Bei incredibly satisfied, earning him an increase of 500 villain value. Faced with Lin Bei's relentless teasing, Jiyu could only stammer incoherently, you dare." Seeing how effective this method was at earning him villain value, Lin Bei pressed his advantage, pushing Jiyu down onto the bed. He propped himself up beside her, a roguish look on his handsome face. Tell me, do I dare? Immediately, a notification popped up, villain value increased by 500. Jiyu suddenly became shy and embarrassed, unable to look Lin Bei in the eye. She blushed and looked away, stammering, even if you've already seen all of me. Another notification rang. Out, conquest progress 35%. Despite his outwardly cold demeanor, Lin Bei was inwardly surprised by his rapid progress. Huh? It's already 35% like this. A crashing sound outside the door broke the ambiguous atmosphere. A plate shattered at their feet. Ziyuan, hearing Jiyu's words, couldn't help but be shocked. Her sentence was incomplete. Senior brother, you. Lin Bei, still on top of Jiyu's voluptuous body, heard the voice and the murderous aura behind him, preventing him from enjoying his triumph. He could only lament. It's over, followed by a surge of coldness and fear. Ziyuan decisively grasped her sword and quickly drew it from its sheath. Ziyuan's powerful voice echoed throughout the boat. What do you mean, you've already seen all of her? This was followed by Lin Bei's panicked, jumbled cries. Junior sister, listen to hear my explanation. The boat rocked violently due to Ziyuan's fury. No matter how he tried to explain, it seemed ineffective, as Lin Bei's face was already swollen, the wound still red. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the boat. Along with a bright red light growing larger outside. Lin Bei approached the window to observe and ease the tense atmosphere. He said, "This flame, it's stone fire." Ziyuan, still fuming behind him, seemed unconcerned, but Jiyu looked out curiously. Shoulders, claws, and other body parts began to appear, seemingly from nowhere. A super Thulong, a peak foundation establishment realm demonic beast that enjoys swallowing minerals. Within its body reside stone fire seeds, only one rank below a different fire. Its natural talent is its hard armor, which can convert swallowed minerals onto its skin surface, forming a solid armor. Flames were still in its mouth, though the area behind it had already been burned into a sea of fire. The Super Thulong furiously spewed flames towards a large tree. Behind the tree, a strange creature, with a pure white body and complete limbs, with a touch of brown on its head and a small tree growing there, hid in terror, crying out, "NHA, NHA, NHA, NHA." The creature's eyes squeezed shut in fear, thinking it would become ashes to fertilize the tree from the giant beast's flames. Then, a majestic voice suddenly rang out, "Take my sword." The heat and terrifying sounds disappeared. The little creature, with the tiny tree on its head cautiously opened one eye. When it looked behind the tree, it saw Lin Bei standing triumphantly on the unconscious Super Thulong. Lin Bei, triumphant from defeating the giant beast, said, "As expected of a Super Thulong, master loves eating these. Perfect timing to bring one back as a gift." The little creature softly cried, "NHA, NHA." Its round eyes looked at Lin Bei with admiration, "NHA." The boat remained motionless in the air, surrounded by lush greenery. However, Ziyuan's shouts from inside shattered the tranquility. "Why are you here? Get out!" Ziyuan frowned and shouted, wanting to drive Jiyu away, her tone merciless. "Go back to that bastard Xiao Miao." Jiyu wasn't a meek and submissive girl who would tolerate being bullied. She retorted loudly, "I'll stay wherever I like. It's none of your business." Unable to determine a victor through words, the two immediately engaged in a proper fight. They began to fight fiercely, neither yielding. Ziyuan swung her sword at Jiyu while saying, her voice laced with annoyance, "HMPH, I think you like my senior brother." Jiyu, parrying the blows, retorted angrily at the baseless accusation, "You're talking nonsense. I don't like him." The space was filled with the constant sounds of their clashing weapons. Ziyuan continued to attack, aiming to shatter Jiyu's supposed illusions. "You're dreaming. My senior brother will never like you." Jiyu's face darkened further, continuing to deny, I told you I don't like him. A sudden noise outside the door caused both of them to pause their fight and look towards the door. Lin Bei, having made a good harvest and accompanied by the small white creature, returned happily, carrying a large bag on his shoulder. He smiled brightly, I'm back. The adorable little creature also chimed in, NHA NHA. Lin Bei looked at the two who were guiltily hiding their weapons behind their backs, and couldn't help but feel curious. He asked, what are you doing? The rare harmony between Ziyuan and Jiyu emerged. At this moment as they answered in unison, no, nothing. Lin Bei didn't pay much attention and pulled up a chair, sighing slightly. I'm exhausted. I'll have some water first. Before he could touch the water jug, the small figure quickly ran over, grabbed the jug, and poured a large amount of water into the cup in front of him. Lin Bei comfortably picked up the filled cup, took a sip, and thanked the little creature. The little creature, sitting next to the water jug, calmly poured itself a cup and chirped, NHA NHA. Suddenly realizing something unusual in the chirp, Lin Bei was startled and spat out the water, accidentally drenching the small, pristine white creature, which was now soaking wet. Lin Bei panicked and exclaimed, what is this thing? The cup in his hand wobbled precariously, nearly spilling the remaining water. The harmony between the two girls before him reappeared. Jiyu and Ziyuan, naturally unaware of where the little creature had come from, said in unison, it came back with you. We were just about to ask you. Unable to accept this harmony, the two immediately launched into another heated argument. Ziyuan scolded first, don't copy me. Jiyu refused to back down, retorting. You're the one copying me. Their glares at each other were fierce enough to frighten any onlookers. Ignoring their quarrel, Lin Bei gently leaned closer to the little creature sitting on the table, shaking its head to dry the water on its body. Little one, where did you come from? Lin Bei asked curiously. The little creature jumped up and chirped, NHA NHA. It seemed to be frantically describing a situation, but it only made a few NHA NHA sounds. Yet, Lin Bei seemed to understand what NHA NHA meant, calmly confirming. You're saying you were just attacked by a super N-Thulong. The little creature continued to mimic the super N-Thulong, bringing its hands forward and then fearfully clutching its head. From beginning to end, it only made a few NHA NHA sounds. But Lin Bei seemed to understand everything, calmly retelling the situation accurately. It breathed fire at you, and you cleverly hid behind a tree. Continuing its pantomime, the little creature dramatically concluded its performance with punches and then quickly collapsed, feigning death. Lin Bei seemed quite satisfied and said, then I appeared and killed the super N-Thulong in a very cool way, saving you. Jiyu looked at Lin Bei incredulously and asked, you can understand the language of other races? Lin Bei, still cheerful, explained, because I was there. Ziyuan curiously approached the little creature, her playful eyes wide with inquiry. Senior brother, what's this little one's name? She pinched the little creature's chubby cheeks affectionately. Lin Bei hesitated slightly. A name? He didn't even know who this adorable little creature was, so he resorted to asking for help from the system. Damn system, what's this thing's background? The system immediately appeared, but it didn't show any specific information about the little creature. Instead, a prominent line of text appeared, to access basic information about this creature's name and race, 10,000 villain value is required. Lin Bei, receiving such useless information, became irritable and slapped the system interface, cursing, damn it. Why don't you just rob me directly? Lin Bei looked at the little creature, which was happily playing and chirping NHA NHA next to Ziyuan, and suddenly fell silent, as if in thought. Let's call it NHA NHA, Lin Bei quickly named the little creature. Seeing its cheerful face and enthusiastic demeanor, Ziyuan couldn't help but laugh. NHA NHA. It seems this little one really likes that name. Lin Bei pondered, just checking the basic information requires so much villain value. This little guy's background must be significant. Since his current balance wasn't enough to investigate further, he decided to let it go. Forget it, I'll research it slowly later. Lin Bei stood excitedly at the bow of the boat, pointing forward. His enthusiasm was like seeing surging waves. NHA, standing beside him, imitated his gesture, pointing forward with an adorable, excited face. At the Qingyun sect, the sharp mountain peaks, sparsely vegetated and shrouded in clouds, made the place seem even more mystical. The boat landed safely and peacefully. Lin Bei, with NHA perched on his head, walked forward cheerfully. Qingyun sect, I'm back. Behind them, Ziyuan glared at Jiuyu, who was trailing behind, and said, Why are you following us? Go somewhere else. Jiuyu, unreasonably being shooed away, retorted irritably, I'm just going the same way. I'm going to pay my respects to immortal Bichuan. What's it to you? Ziyuan, unable to argue back, only widened her eyes and stammered, You. Ahead, a white duck was waddling around, the sunlight casting its plump shadow. Suddenly, another shadow appeared, accompanied by a voice, Big Goose, let's make a heart shape. The duck, seemingly arrogant due to its beauty, turned its head away haughtily and quacked, implying, Sorry, we don't know each other. Lin Bei became angry, his face showing malicious intent. He exhaled and reached out with both hands, preparing to grab the duck. The duck, seemingly realizing its mistake, trembled all over. The unlucky duck was roasted by Lin Bei, who couldn't resist a triumphant grin. HMPH, now do we know each other? Suddenly, the system notified him, host successfully roasted the sect master's goose, completing a villainous act. Villain value obtained, 2000. With a delicious duck leg in hand, Lin Bei savored the roasted duck while taking in the panoramic view of the Qingyun sect. He sighed, so many people on Purple Cloud Peak. Lin Bei put his hand on his chin, pondering, the timing is just right. It's so nostalgic. There were still traces of duck meat left on his lips after his satisfying meal. Looking at the bustling crowd below, Lin Bei smiled and muttered to himself, It's the once-a-decade disciple recruitment ceremony again. Standing tall and looking down, Lin Bei grinned and put his hands on his hips excitedly. I wonder how many people will become my junior brothers and sisters this year. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, Child of Destiny detected. Lin Bei, who was in high spirits, suddenly froze, puzzled. Could it be Xiao Miao? That thick-skinned guy is preparing to hide his identity and sneak into the Qingyun sect. Elsewhere, beautiful women appeared one after another, each with a brief 3-line introduction. Dan, exotic flower fragrance value, 70. Jun, exotic flower fragrance value, 75. Kun, exotic flower fragrance value, 80. Images of attractive women continuously appeared on a shiny golden card. Xiaofeng, exotic flower fragrance value, 73. Xiaofeng, exotic flower fragrance value, 71. A strange, scruffy-looking man, seemingly the owner of the card, brought the card close to his face and licked it. His face showed excitement as he peeped at the beauties through the card. He praised, as expected of a cultivation sect, even just a disciple recruitment ceremony has so many beautiful women with exotic flower fragrance value exceeding 70. Completely different from my village. He recalled the unattractive women from his village, some with mustaches, some with freckles, and even muscular men who would pounce on him, calling out, Henzong, brother Henzong. The image made him lean against the wall and retch, cursing, Get out of my head. Recovering from his nausea, he wiped his mouth with his hand and talked to the card. Dear Immortal, if I could embrace all the beauties of the entire Qingyun sect, to what realm could my cultivation level rise? He didn't have to wait long. As soon as the question was asked, 3 words appeared on the card, Fusion Stage. Henzong exclaimed in surprise, You're saying Fusion Stage? In the 9 provinces continent, cultivation is divided into 8 realms. The body is purified through meditation, enveloped in qi. This is the qi refining stage. The first step in grasping spiritual energy. Next is the ability to stand firmly on a sword and travel the world. This realm is the foundation establishment stage, where one can fly with a sword. Then comes the ability to fly freely without relying on any object. This is the golden core stage, where one can fly using light. Then, the body becomes like spiritual qi, floating in the air, the lower body connected to the host, forming flying smoke. The fourth realm is the nascent soul stage, where the nascent soul can leave the body. The body splits into 2. The fifth realm is the soul transformation stage, where the nascent soul transforms into a divine soul. The sixth realm is the fusion stage, where the divine soul and the physical body merge back into one, returning to the original state. The body in this realm appears normal. Finally, there are the tribulation transcendent stage and the great circle stage. These 2 high-level realms are truly extraordinary. The tribulation transcendent stage involves the body being struck by lightning, leaving only bones. And the great circle stage involves the body possessing unparalleled power, waiting for the moment to erupt. Hanzong fell silent, seemingly calmly considering everything. Throughout the entire 9 provinces continent, only super sects have fusion stage cultivators. So, doesn't that mean that if I make all the beauties of the Qingyun sect mine? Thinking of this, Hanzong's face revealed a look of lust and greed, as he recalled the attractive women he had just seen on the card. He couldn't hide the disgusting expression on his face any longer. And filthy thoughts emerged. I can do whatever I want with them. From afar, in a corner, a figure dressed entirely in purple sat muttering to themselves. 2 men passed by, one saying, "What's wrong with that person? Are they crazy?" The other replied, "A crazy person still wants to participate in the Qingyun sect's disciple recruitment ceremony." Truly an eye-opener. Looking towards the other side, a figure with snow-white hair looked at the muttering figure without saying a word. It was our protagonist, Lin Bei. Looking at him with a calm expression, he said, "So, a new child of destiny has appeared." Suddenly, his system interface displayed the other's information, name, Hanzong. Realm, Qi refining stage. Alignment, chaotic. Luck, 3000. Trait, child of destiny. Possesses a harem treasure. Characteristics, playboy, rogue, lecherous. So, he's a lecherous playboy. He survived a fall down a cliff, and obtained the harem treasure Kun Phnglc, which allows him to grow stronger, from the bottom of the cliff. Seeing Hanzong's attributes, Lin Bei put his hand on his chin and said, 3000 luck for a child of destiny is too low. But truly, the heavens are blind. This kind of rogue can actually become a child of destiny. The system displayed another notification, this rogue isn't scary. What's scary is that this rogue has the mandate of heaven to protect the safety of the young women in the sect. Host, please seize the Kun Phnglc from Hanzong. Mission reward, 80,000 villain value. Failure, no penalty. Hearing this, Lin Bei asked the system, no penalty. The system replied, that's right. Even if this mission fails, the system won't impose any penalty on the host. Hearing what the system said, Lin Bei became angry, grabbed the system interface, and tore it apart. Damn it. I don't believe your bullshit system. After venting his frustration at the system, he turned and left, saying, it's definitely plotting something. Hanzong was looking around as if searching for something. Where is that beauty with an exotic flower fragrance value above 90? After a while, he held something in his hand and walked around, saying, even among the Qingyun sect fairies, the highest exotic flower fragrance value is only 80 or 90. As he walked up the stairs, he saw the figure of a woman. She wore a pair of water blue shoes, like a descending fairy. Hanzong looked up and saw the young woman's rosy, plump lips. Looking at her from a distance, she was a breathtaking beauty dressed in clothes that matched her blue shoes. Seeing this, Hanzong's eyes lit up, and he blushed shyly. He looked at the golden destiny chart in his hand. It displayed the girl's image. Her name is Dugu Yu, and her exotic flower fragrance value is 99, a beauty that could topple empires. Seeing this, his eyes were filled with lust and greed. He laughed lewdly, Kun PHNGLC, if I make Dugu Yu mine, to what realm can I ascend? As soon as he finished speaking, Golden Core stage appeared on the Kun PHNGLC. He exclaimed in surprise, Golden Core stage. He licked his lips and said, Dugu Yu, wait obediently. Your husband will come to you soon. He let out a perverted, creepy laugh. Suddenly, from afar, a tall male figure flew down from the sky and landed where Dugu Yu was standing. Hanzong clenched his fists in anger and thought, where did this hippopotamus come from? How dare he approach my woman? I'll kill him. Lin Bei was talking to Dugu Yu. He said, Senior sister, why are you here? Where's master? She replied, Master is in seclusion, so she sent me. Hearing the words in seclusion, Lin Bei's face showed surprise and bewilderment. In seclusion? I bet she's gone to pleasure garden to play. He chuckled helplessly. At the Qingyun sex pleasure garden, a soft sneeze echoed. It turned out the sneeze came from a blonde woman. She was the master of Lin Bei and Dugu Yu. She said, that bastard Lin Bei must be talking bad about me. Beside her, a woman held out a pink handkerchief. Sister Bichuan, wipe your nose. Bichuan took the handkerchief and said, Thank you, little lowly. Bichuan wiped her face with the handkerchief, making wiping sounds. At the same time, her small feet were playing with a miniature Sandman she had just created. After wiping her face, she said, After the disciple recruitment ceremony is over, I'll teach that bastard a lesson about respecting his elders. She was Bichuan, the peak master of exquisite peak. Back on the other side, on the stage, there was a large bell, and a person struck it with a long wooden stick, causing the bell's sound to resonate throughout the area. A voice suddenly shouted, The 474th Qingyun sect disciple recruitment ceremony officially begins. He continued, I'm your host, Qing Ding. He had strange hair, wore dark glasses, and was gesticulating wildly. He smiled cheerfully and started to introduce the competition segments. The first stage of this disciple recruitment ceremony is. As he was speaking, a blue teleportation gate suddenly appeared in the middle of the square. Secret Island Realm. Looking through the teleportation gate, one could see an island with a volcano, surrounded by a vast ocean. It seemed that the participants in this competition would have to fight each other or survive within this secret realm. The host, Qing Ding, briefly explained the rules. In the first stage, the secret island realm, there are a total of 10 islands. Each island will accommodate 100 participants. Qing Ding continued to explain, to pass this stage, you must find the yin-yang fish hidden throughout the island and collect a pair from the mechanisms. There are 3 pairs on each island. You can fight over the yin-yang fish. Only 3 people who obtain a complete pair will win, ranked first, second, and third according to the completion time. The host said, grinning mischievously. Qing Ding pointed at all the participants present, smiled confidently, and continued, clarifying to avoid misunderstandings. In other words, there will be 3 winners on each island. Of course, death during the competition on the island isn't real death. After dying on the island, the participant will immediately disappear and return to the square completely unharmed. Just like at the beginning. So, death was fake. The participants, who were initially scared of fighting, felt a bit relieved. The host continued loudly, next, we'll observe each participant's performance in the secret realm through the giant screen in the square. As soon as Qing Ding finished speaking, the large screen in the square lit up. In front of the screen, 5 elders sat on chairs, observing. Lin Bei stood at the far right, near where Du Guyu was sitting. Du Guyu was there to observe and select disciples on behalf of Bichuan. Lin Bei observed with a serious expression. Thinking to himself, the participants have all entered. Usually, in the first stage, everyone fights fiercely. But this guy... The screen showed the shore of the island where all the participants had already set off, leaving only Hanzong standing with two other people. A man and a woman, whom Lin Bei had been observing from the beginning. At the secret island realm, the three of them stood at the shore, their eyes locked in a tense standoff. It seemed a clash was about to erupt. The white-haired young man spoke first, his voice strained. I don't know why, but from the moment I saw you, a desire to kill you has surged within me. His pupils constricted. And the pink-haired girl behind him touched the hilt of her sword, as if preparing to attack. With that, the white-haired young man stomped on the sand, using the momentum to leap towards Hanzong. He roared, "Die!" A white light with a blue tint emanated from his hand as he charged towards Hanzong. Hanzong looked at the white-haired man with a strange smile. Just as the white-haired man's attack was about to connect, a strange seal appeared near Hanzong. A splattering sound echoed as a torrent of blood, seemingly from nowhere, gushed forth like a spring, staining the clothes and the sand beneath someone's feet crimson. It turned out that the white-haired man had been stabbed from behind. He was stunned, unsure who had attacked him. The pain and blood loss made his hands stiff. And he dared not move too much as blood flowed from his mouth. With difficulty, he slightly turned his head to look behind him. It was the person he had always trusted. He cried out in agony, "Yun Yin, you." The pain from the physical wound was compounded by the betrayal from his own sister. Her hand seemed to lose control, gripping the sword tightly as if filled with hatred for the person she had stabbed. Discarding all their past sibling affection, she said, "Brother Ting Lang. I won't allow you to hurt Brother Hanzong." She said with a creepy smile, her face splattered with Ting Lang's blood, her eyes glowing as if her mind was being controlled. The scene on the screen showed Yun Yin hugging the despicable Hanzong, laughing and asking playfully, "Brother Hanzong, wasn't I great?" He replied, "You did beautifully, my dear." From a wider angle, the despicable Hanzong was arm in arm with three beauties simultaneously. The two girls on either side of him said, "Brother Hanzong, you were so cool facing danger without panicking. Brother Hanzong is the coolest." Hearing their praises, he laughed heartily. On this side of the screen, Lin Bei was observing Hanzong's every move, thinking to himself, "This dangerous fellow, perhaps I should find a way to kill him during the disciple recruitment ceremony. No, wait. Why do I suddenly have murderous intent towards this Hanzong?" Lin Bei seemed to be suspicious of himself, frowning. Is it because of the mark on his face that makes all women attracted to him, while men want to kill him? A voice suddenly echoed from the central seat. It was the Xiaozhenren, the peak master of Purple Cloud Peak and sect master of Qingyun sect, who said, "Look at this kid. Why do I suddenly feel this impatience in my heart?" Yu Shuzhenren, the peak master of Jade Peak, also replied, "Sect master, you feel that way too." "Me too." Hearing these two men speak ill of Hanzong, Shang Lian Xianzi, the peak master of Azure Lotus Peak, said, "I find this kid quite pleasing to the eye. I'd like to bring him to Azure Lotus Peak, but unfortunately, we don't recruit male disciples." Dan Hezhenren, peak master of Flying Crane Peak, added, "I feel the same way." Du Guyu, who had been observing Hanzong, also spoke, agreeing with Shang Lian. She expressed her thoughts, "I also feel the same way, but something feels off." As she spoke, Du Guyu showed a suspicious expression, scrutinizing Hanzong's situation. Lin Bei, deep in thought after hearing the sect master's comments about Hanzong, began to suspect his power. Even the sect masters feel this way. However, the pattern on his face didn't appear in the previous episode. Could it be a new ability he acquired? Thinking there was something fishy, Lin Bei immediately used his thoughts to command the system. System, I need to update Hanzong's information. Of course, everything comes at a price. His system interface displayed, villain value deducted, 5,000. Hanzong's information updated. Looking at Hanzong's information, he thought, as expected, a new ability, demonic charm. Moreover, his luck has increased by another 1,000. In a dark and eerie forest one night, the wind howled, accompanied by Hanzong's loud laughter. In front of him and a group of women was a man whose lover had abandoned him for Hanzong. Looking utterly miserable, Hanzong was thoroughly enjoying the ecstatic feeling of being surrounded by beautiful women he had charmed with his ability. They vied for his attention. He laughed incessantly, looking very flirtatious, indulging his carnal desires, his arms around countless beauties. With a lecherous expression, he thought, he, another one charmed. Hearing him, the other beauties expressed their jealousy, saying in a coquettish tone with a hint of reproach, Brother Hanzong, you're so bad. Hearing this, Hanzong's heart was bursting with joy. Just thinking about his special ability made him ecstatic and incredibly smug. His face was slightly flushed from alcohol, and he looked up at the sky with a blissful expression. He thought, with this ability, I can quickly repay the debt I incurred from the Kun PHNGLC when I bought Demonic Charm. Demonic Charm is known as a cursed appearance. Women who see it will feel favorable towards him, while men will intensely dislike him. Hanzong thought about his next step. Scheming, moreover, I can use this power to obtain all the women of the Qingyan sect and rule it. Just the thought of it made him ecstatic and delirious, his eyes gleaming with ambition and a despicable look. In front of Hanzong, a man whose lover had betrayed him for Hanzong knelt down, looking utterly heartbroken and desperate. His trembling, blood-stained hand reached up, and he struggled to use his last bit of strength and breath to call out a name, Suo Yu. His expression was full of pain, blood staining the corner of his mouth, his face covered in dirt. He raised his bloody hand, crawling on the ground with great difficulty, still unable to comprehend why he had to endure this pain. He kept lamenting, Why? Why did you betray me? Didn't we promise to be together until the end? Despite his weakness and lack of strength, his love for Suo Yu was so strong that he used his last ounce of strength to grab her leg, refusing to let her leave, even though his hand was bleeding profusely. Suo Yu, completely controlled by Hanzong's ability, her mind no longer clear, her face dark and expressionless, was enraged by his touch. She turned to him and snapped, You. Suo Yu now looked terrifying and grotesque, no longer the girl he loved but like a demon. She glared at him furiously and said, How dare you touch me with your filthy hand? As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her blade without hesitation, pity, or second thoughts, to the horror and shock of everyone around. The other beauties around her, seemingly also devoid of reason, smiled savagely, their eyes glowing red with a look of satisfaction. The young man, seeing his beloved treat him this way, was heartbroken and devastated. His eyes were lifeless, his face shocked, speechless, and tears streamed down his face. Finishing her sentence, Suo Yu, as if completely losing her mind, went berserk and mercilessly slashed the young man to death in an instant. Her face was terrifyingly gruesome, yet with a hint of satisfaction. As she struck, she uttered chilling and eerie words, I'll kill you. Blood splattered everywhere, the scene horrifying and heartbreaking. Suo Yu held the blood-stained sword of the unfortunate young man, her expression full of contentment and delight. Gone, she said cheerfully. Despite having killed the man, Suo Yu's madness didn't stop after she sat down. It intensified when she saw the leg that the man had grasped, still stained with his blood. She stared at it and said, And this? Without hesitation, Suo Yu gripped the sword tightly, her eyes wild. She raised the sword high and said, This leg was touched by another man. It's dirty. It must go. Suo Yu's face was now savage and terrifying, her eyes wide open, pupils blood red, a satisfied grin on her lips. She raised the sword high and, with a horrifying and painless swing, chopped off her own leg. Her mind was filled with terrifying and obsessive thoughts. It's filthy. Chop it off. Chop it off. Chop it off. It's not worthy of brother Hanzong. Hanzong himself, having witnessed everything from beginning to end, was stunned by Suo Yu's extreme reaction and actions. His face turned pale with fear. Actually, he stammered, it wasn't necessary to go this far. Despite Hanzong's words, Suo Yu remained irrational, staring blankly at him with vacant eyes like a lost soul. She stubbornly replied with illogical words. Her voice chilling, no. It must be chopped off. And its owner must also be killed. The surrounding girls, also seemingly blinded and irrational, applauded her actions, adding cruel words of their own. Right. Kill him. This defiled woman must be killed. Hearing such demonic words, Hanzong was speechless, silently sweating with fear. After watching everything unfold, Lin Bei finally understood why the system had given him this mission. He stood in contemplation, realizing, no wonder there's no penalty for failure. Seeing how the beauties had lost their minds upon seeing Hanzong acting bizarrely and terrifyingly, Lin Bei became deeply worried. His face was serious as he stared straight ahead, thinking, if the Kun PHNGLC isn't destroyed, then forget the female participants on the island, even my junior sister, senior sister, and even master might become these irrational, monstrous beings. At the azure flower garden, the pristine golden sunlight against the clear blue sky created a beautiful and radiant scene. Immortal Bichuan and little Loli were engrossed in building a sandcastle, their eyes wide with excitement and enthusiasm. The final step was to plant little flags with their images on top of the sandcastle. They carefully and painstakingly placed each flag. After completing the castle, Immortal Bichuan admired their creation with pride and satisfaction. After so much effort, she said contentedly, it's finally finished. But her joy was short-lived. As soon as she finished speaking, the sandcastle crumbled before her eyes, destroyed by Lin Bei jumping down from it. Lin Bei rushed out from the ruins of the sandcastle he had just destroyed, quickly reporting, Master, there's an emergency. As he jumped down, the system notified him, villain value increased by 100. Lin Bei was confused and bewildered, not understanding why his villain value had increased. Huh? He said, puzzled. The innocent and clueless Lin Bei was unaware that he had just trampled on Bichuan and little Loli's hard work, causing both of them to become enraged, glaring at him, as if wanting to devour him alive. The scene was terrifying, with thunder and lightning echoing their fury. Bichuan, in her rage, couldn't control her anger and unleashed her fury on Lin Bei. She quickly straddled him to restrain him, grabbing his arm and twisting it with all her might, scolding him angrily, you wretch. Didn't you look where you were landing? You destroyed the sandcastle I worked so hard to build. She ignored Lin Bei's pained cries. Master! My arm's about to break. Fortunately, little Loli, seeing his plight, intervened and pleaded for mercy. Sister Bichuan, she said softly, little Lin Bei looks like he's about to die. As she spoke, she fiddled with her beautiful twin braids. Hearing little Loli's concern for him, Lin Bei quickly cried out for help, his face pale and pitiful, eyes swirling, little Loli, save me. Hearing little Loli's plea, Bichuan's anger subsided, and she calmed down. She slowly released Lin Bei's arm and said reluctantly, HMPH. For little Loli's sake, I'll spare you this time. Bichuan stood up and let go of Lin Bei, who collapsed on the ground, his body sore and weak. He sighed in relief, saying happily, finally, I'm free. However, Bichuan's anger hadn't completely dissipated. She continued to fume and yelled at him, get out. Making him jump. Despite telling him to leave, Bichuan decided to suppress her anger. Her face was still dark with residual fury, but she was composed enough to ask, "Speak. What's the matter?" She looked at him, implying he should tell her everything quickly, and without hiding anything. Lin Bei, lying on the ground, his face bruised and battered, forced a smile and said, "The disciple recruitment ceremony, he's infiltrated the 10,000 disciples. His ability is very strange, and bizarre." He continued with effort, his planning to make all the women in the Qingyun sect his harem. Hearing Lin Bei's words, Bichuan flew into a rage, thundering, "What? That brat dared to target my disciples." Her blood boiled. "I'll beat him to a pulp and feed him to the pigs." With each step, her footfalls echoed loudly. As she spoke, she continued to strike the already injured Lin Bei, who was exhausted and unable to resist. He pleaded, "Master, please give me a break." Blood flowed more freely from his wounds. His eyes rolling back, Bichuan decisively grabbed Lin Bei's hand and exclaimed, "Come on." Dragging him along. "Let's go to Purple Cloud Peak." They decided to leave together, the atmosphere seeming more positive for Lin Bei. Bichuan's power surged, ready to unleash her wrath on whoever had defeated her disciple. Before leaving, Lin Bei didn't forget to say goodbye. They soared into the sky, Bichuan leaping upwards, pulling the unprepared Lin Bei along with her. Unable to bear the sudden acceleration, Lin Bei foamed at the mouth and screamed, "Master, I'm going to throw up." "Slow down." The high speed shocked him, his face pale. "I'm scared of high speeds." A voice echoed back. "Little lowly, I'm leaving now. I'll visit again." The twin-tailed girl waved goodbye, adding, "Come visit when you're free." She watched them depart with a smile. The scene changed to Han Zong indulging in his pleasures, his face flushed with excitement. "Another one charmed," he exclaimed. The girls appeared before him, their eyes full of adoration, their hearts pounding, vying to praise him. "Brother Han Zong, I love you the most." Each tried to express their feelings to Han Zong. Their flattery skills unmatched. "Oppa, Han Zong, you're so handsome." Their minds were deeply captivated by him, trapped in his web of love. In contrast, the young men wept in anguish as their girlfriends abandoned them for Han Zong. One wailed, Why did you leave me?" Another cried out in disbelief. "Even though you betrayed me, you must win." Qing Ding, the host, appeared with a sword in hand, attracting everyone's attention. He enthusiastically rallied the crowd, "Young men, how are we feeling?" He successfully captured their attention. As they responded in unison, extremely frustrated and annoyed. He skillfully manipulated their emotions, and the crowd followed his lead. Qing Ding shouted again, even more forcefully, "What is our goal?" The crowd roared as if they had never roared before. Their unity strengthened as they shared a common goal, chanting, "Down with Han Zong. Destroy the cavity." Qing Ding had successfully ignited their fury. They shouted as loud as they could. The atmosphere intensifying. A streak of light flashed across the sky, splitting the blue canvas, as it shot forward at incredible speed, then descended, aiming straight for Han Zong. The streak of light crashed into the ground, the impact sending dust and debris flying everywhere. A figure slowly emerged from the dust, its shadow growing larger on the ground. The figure became clearer, revealing its identity. It was Bichuan, striking a pose, her hands confidently raised in the air. "Perfect landing," she said, pleased with her entrance. Lin Bei, however, wasn't as fortunate. He landed headfirst, his legs sticking up in the air. Bichuan saw Han Zong inside, enjoying himself, and her eyes narrowed at him with hostility. Han Zong hadn't noticed her yet, still reveling in his self-proclaimed harem. She muttered, "Why did my subconscious have a favorable impression of this villain?" She reproached herself for her mistake, unsure of its cause. As that wretch said, "Something's bizarre." Bichuan found it strange that she had been attracted to him. Bichuan looked at Lin Bei, hoping for some valuable information. "Little Lin," she said, Since you noticed his strangeness, do you know what his ability is? She tried to get information from Lin Bei. To formulate a plan, having never fought Hanzong before and knowing nothing about his abilities. Lin Bei wiped the blood from his cheek from his unsuccessful landing and answered, his ability is called demonic charm. He explained in detail, it makes men want to kill him and women gradually fall in love with him. Lin Bei heard Bichuan repeat the same question, confirming, you said demonic charm. He asked immediately after the confirmation, it is that ability. Why? Bichuan exclaimed, this is troublesome. She looked inside. Fortunately, his cultivation is only at the qi refining stage. If he were 2 realms higher, the entire cultivation world would be in chaos. According to the ancient sect's Great Earth Chronicle, Bichuan began to narrate a story she knew to Lin Bei. In ancient times, there was a man at the soul transformation stage who possessed demonic charm. He basically turned all the female cultivators into his harem. And then started a decades-long war with the other male cultivators. Bichuan's story captivated Lin Bei, who listened attentively, eager to know how they eventually defeated someone with an ability similar to Hanzong's. And then what? He asked curiously. Bichuan's voice became animated as she continued, then, thanks to the awakening roar developed by Buddhism, most of the female cultivators were awakened. After that, everyone joined forces and killed him, scattering his ashes. Bichuan delved into her memories to recount the story for Lin Bei. Hanzong's face appeared on the monitoring screen. He was surrounded by female cultivators he had seduced. Mine, he said with a delighted expression, his nostrils flaring. His smile was perverse, his tongue lolling out to the side, his lips wet as he smirked smugly, all the girls of the Qingyun sect are mine. The female cultivators were completely enthralled by him. A beautiful blonde among them couldn't help, but shout at him on the monitoring screen, Oppa, Hanzong. I love you. The other female cultivators around her echoed her cries. Qingding, standing before the male cultivators, couldn't contain himself. Filled with murderous intent, he yelled, kill Hanzong. Kill Hanzong. Up in the stands. Du Guyu, also affected by the demonic charm, stared at his image with mesmerized eyes, her cheeks flushed, muttering his name, Hanzong. Hanzong, incessantly. Now, only Bichuan and Lin Bei remained unaffected. The situation worsened. Immortal Bichuan stroked her chin, assessing the situation. It seems even Yu and the other peak masters are affected. She began to devise a solution to this troublesome demonic charm. Perhaps we need to seek help from the bald donkeys of the Buddhist sect. Looking down, she continued, going back and forth like this will take several days. Moreover, I don't know if anyone else is still awakened in the mortal world. A countermeasure against the demonic charm. Lin Bei stood beside her, looking at immortal Bichuan, a puzzled expression on his face as he thought, awakening roar. I wonder if the awakening roar is in the system. I could buy it. He glanced at the system and asked, Dog system, does your villain shop have the awakening roar? He calmly waited for the system's response. The system displayed information about the awakening roar. Awakening roar. Awakens those affected by demonic charm. Ordinary Buddhist technique. Cost, 2,100 villain points. Looking at the information, he replied, 2,100 points. Why? The system announced, success. An effect emanated from him. Lin Bei calmly looked at the words that appeared above his head, learned Buddhist technique, awakening roar. Having acquired the skill, he walked towards immortal Bichuan and replied, Master, I know the awakening roar. She looked at her disciple in surprise. I don't recall teaching you this Buddhist technique. With a thoughtful expression, she furrowed her brows and looked at him questioningly. She thought to herself, without letting him know, I don't even know it myself. Lin Bei scratched his head, feigning ignorance, with a smirk. Ha ha ha, it was a bit of serendipitous opportunity. She replied suspiciously, "Is that so? So you encountered quite the opportunity." He immediately responded, "Yes, that's right, that's right." He lied because he didn't want her to know he had obtained it through the system. Understanding his reluctance to reveal the truth, she didn't press the matter, replying, "Well, never mind where you learned it. With your foundation establishment cultivation. You can't awaken everyone." Immortal Bichuan then raised her hand towards the sky, summoning something. Lin Bei looked in surprise at the direction of her summons. A large, cylindrical treasure, like a giant bell, descended. It was golden, with inscriptions carved around its rim, and seemed very heavy. It slammed into the ground with a loud boom, sending dust and debris flying. "Let Master help you," she said. "Little Lin, Master's here." She lifted the heavy object with her small frame, positioning it on her shoulder and facing the crowd, bending down to Lin Bei's level. "Yes, Master," Lin Bei replied. He rushed to the other end of the object, putting his face into the opening. It turned out to be a sound-amplifying treasure, like a giant megaphone. She looked at him and asked, "Ready?" He replied confidently, "Ready." "Then let's begin," she responded. Lin Bei shouted, "Wake up!" into the megaphone, his amplified voice echoing through the air from the stands towards the crowd affected by the demonic charm. Lin Bei's voice instantly shattered the illusion within everyone, the female cultivators, Qing Ding, and the male cultivators. Yu Shuzhenren, Dan Hezhenren, Du Guyu, Zixiaozhenren, they all snapped back to their senses. The atmosphere suddenly shifted, becoming silent. Immortal Bichuan leaped into the air. Looking down at them, she explained loudly and clearly, "Everyone. You were just affected by demonic charm." After her words, the crowd began to realize what had happened. Becoming restless and worried, Yu Shuzhenren opened his eyes wide, surprised and alarmed, bringing a hand to his forehead. "No wonder I felt murderous intent just now. So that's why." Dan Hezhenren's expression remained unchanged, perhaps the calmest one present. He addressed Zixiaozhenren, "Sect Master, we must quickly eliminate this demonic charm. Otherwise, I fear the tragedy of ancient times will repeat itself here in our Qingyun sect." Zixiaozhenren, hearing this, became furious. "This matter concerns the safety of the sect. I will enter the secret island realm." Lin Bei stroked his chin, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he plotted something devious. He interrupted Zixiaozhenren, "Sect Master, wait. There's no need for you to personally handle this." He revealed a cunning look. "Leave it to me." Inside the secret island realm, Lin Bei walked casually with his hands in his pockets, a blade of grass between his teeth. He recalled the system's earlier warning: if Henzong is killed by Zixiaozhenren, the mission to seize the Kun PHNG-LC will fail. At the same time, the sect master had said to him, "This matter concerns the sect's safety. I will enter the secret island realm." Just then, a small foot stomped on the ground, and its owner said, "Sect Master, wait. There's no need for you to personally handle this. Let me do it." It was Immortal Bichuan, her hands on her hips, speaking seriously. "Senior brother, let him go. After all, only he knows the awakening roar, the best countermeasure against the demonic charm." Seeing Immortal Bichuan's intervention, the sect master no longer hesitated. "Then be careful. We'll set up a barrier formation outside, in case that villain has some secret method to escape the realm." Lin Bei accepted the mission, bowing respectfully. "Rest assured, sect master." Finishing his recollection, the present Lin Bei chuckled mischievously. An opportunity to be a good guy and complete the dog system's mission at the same time is rare. As he thought this, 3 figures appeared in the distance, one of them loudly proclaiming, "Let me see, where's the next beauty?" Henzong, in the midst of his revelry, suddenly saw Lin Bei and exclaimed, "You! The one who seduced my wife." Wrongfully accused, Lin Bei was dumbfounded, scratching his head. "Your wife? Who?" Ignoring whether his accusation was justified, Hanzong radiated murderous intent. "It's so good to see you. Any man who dares approach my women must die." Thinking this guy was powerful, he turned out to be a coward, ordering the two beauties beside him to attack. "Kill him for me." The two hypnotized beauties obeyed. "Understood." Seeing this, Lin Bei took a deep breath. Then he shouted, awakening roar. The force of his shout blew away the two girls charging at him. The girls crashed to the ground in pain. Lin Bei, still in a defensive stance, watched as the two girls, freed from Hanzong's hypnosis, cried out, "My head hurts. What happened? Where am I?" Then, to his bewilderment, they muttered guiltily to themselves, "Did I just kick Brother Ting Lang? Why did I betray Bai Hai?" Hanzong, having lost control of the two girls, roared angrily, "What are you whispering about? Hurry up and kill that bastard." Lin Bei sneered, mocking him. "Stop playing the victim. I've already dispelled your demonic charm. Everyone's back to normal." Seeing his scheme foiled, Hanzong gritted his teeth and growled, "You bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the secret realm vanished, startling Hanzong. With everyone gone, Lin Bei freely displayed his power, raising his hand and unleashing a golden wave of energy at Hanzong. "It seems Master has taken everyone out of the island. Now, in this secret realm, it's just the two of us." Hanzong, weak and cowardly, couldn't dodge the attack. A massive explosion erupted from Lin Bei's powerful strike. Hanzong survived the explosion, blood trickling from his lips. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it. This guy is at the foundation establishment stage. And I'm only at chi refining. I can't beat him." Right at this moment, Shuxian appeared and asked him, "Hanzong, need more power?" Hanzong, finding his lifeline, grinned and said, "Shuxian, you're like a timely rain shower. Quickly give me power. After I kill this guy, I'll catch more women and earn even more alluring points." Seeing his request, Shuxian readily replied, "All right." Immediately after, an announcement rang out as a purple aura emanated from his body, deducting 2,000 alluring points. Realm elevated to peak foundation establishment. Current remaining alluring points, negative 10,000. Hanzong cried out from the influx of energy into his body, "Ha!" startling Lin Bei. He looked at Hanzong and wondered, "Ha! What is this?" An astonishing purple power continuously radiated from Hanzong. He laughed, "Ha ha ha. Power. My whole body is overflowing with power." Looking at his transforming body, Hanzong declared, "Prepare to meet your end, you seducer of other men's wives." Lin Bei retorted, "Who's the one going around seducing other people's wives?" Hanzong used his newfound power to create a purple energy ball and told Lin Bei, "This time, you're dead for sure. In the name of Hanzong, die by my power." But Lin Bei easily dodged the energy ball. He quipped, "That's all." The energy ball created a small purple explosion behind him. Hanzong launched another energy ball, but Lin Bei easily dodged it again, even striking a pose to tease him, "I thought it would be stronger." Having his attacks dodged repeatedly infuriated Hanzong. His head swelled as he yelled, "Stop dodging. You bastard." Lin Bei calmly replied with a slap in the face. "Do you think I'd be stupid enough to just stand there and take your attack?" After saying that, he dashed forward, declaring, "My turn." When he reached a sufficient distance from Hanzong, he jumped up and said, "Be careful now." Lin Bei spread his hands, generating immense power, and told him, "This is a palm technique descending from the heavens." At the same time, the system announced, "Consuming 1,000 villain points. Transaction successful." Before the blinding golden light, Hanzong covered his eyes and cried out, "So bright. I can't see anything." Hanzong, with his purple eyes, cried out in terror, "What's happening?" Immediately after, a gigantic golden toad appeared, crushing him. It was the toad sage cannon. Seeing that the toad had crushed his opponent, Lin Bei trotted closer, muttering, "I have to say, that guy's dodging ability is 0. The golden toad disappeared after completing its task. Hanzong's body was severely deformed after being crushed. Lin Bei crouched down and said to him, "Found it, the alluring record." As he pulled the alluring record from Hanzong's body, Hanzong's hand clutched it tightly. Seeing this, Lin Bei let go of his hands and yelled in utter fear, "Holy shit! He's flattened like a rug, and he's still not dead." Hanzong, with blooded, trembling hands, held up the alluring record and said, "I can't die yet. My future is to become a world-ruling grand cultivator. I won't die here." Then he shouted loudly, "Alluring record, I offer everything to you. Give me power." After his shout, Hanzong's body transformed again, emitting an extremely overbearing purple power. Seeing this flamboyant transformation, Lin Bei gaped in astonishment. What the hell is this? He's even transforming to a second stage. From within the purple light, Hanzong's body emerged with a skull-like head, topped by purple flames. Hanzong, with his skull face, exhaled. He had now entered the alluring record crimson skeleton state. At the same time, within the confining formation, a cry rang out as someone saw a golden core within Hanzong's body. A golden core. Zi Xiaofeng frowned at the orb and said to everyone, "It's over. Lin Bei is in danger." But Bai Yanxian Zi quickly stepped forward to reassure everyone, "Senior brother, don't worry." She cheerfully explained the reason for everyone's peace of mind. "Little Lin Zi is very clever. I believe he has other methods." Yu Jingfeng raised a slightly worried point. "Even so, we should be prepared to intervene at any moment." The scene shifted to the island's secret realm. Lin Bei and the transformed Hanzong stood facing each other. He laughed triumphantly, provoking Lin Bei, "Ha ha ha. Now I'm at the golden core stage. You can't defeat me." Yet, Lin Bei smirked and asked back, "Oh. Really?" Seeing his calmness, Hanzong roared in anger, "Still talking big when you're about to die. See how my golden core divine ability kills you." Hanzong's shout echoed through the wilderness, "Witness my golden core divine ability destroy you." Golden core divine ability. But the power he had been boasting about had no effect on Lin Bei, who calmly watched him. Seeing this, Hanzong raised his hands again and shouted, "Golden core divine ability." But life wasn't a dream. Nothing happened. Lin Bei remained unharmed. Witnessing his repeated failed attacks, Lin Bei covered his mouth and chuckled mockingly, "Ha, you fool. It's clear you're not scared." Next came an explanation of Lin Bei's cultivation process. After the peak of foundation establishment, one can try to compress the liquid spiritual energy within their dantian. During this compression process, the owner of the spiritual energy will gradually leave their mark on the surface of the golden core. After successfully ascending to the golden core stage, the marks on the surface of the golden core will form a mysterious illusory image. This image contains a divine ability, which is the golden core divine ability. Your golden core has a smooth surface. I can see clearly. Reaching this point, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, telling Hanzong, "Still talking about golden core divine ability, golden core divine ability, ha 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 ha." Being mocked like this, Hanzong froze, deflated. Hanzong's bony hand clenched tightly. He gritted his teeth, "You." Then Hanzong threw a powerful punch, saying, "Shut up." Of course, with his abilities, Lin Bei easily dodged it and quipped, "In such a hurry." Hanzong's punch wasn't weak. It broke a nearby tree trunk. Hanzong turned to him and said, "Now I'm stronger than you." Then he threw another punch, which hit another tree trunk. He yelled, "You're just a runner." Lin Bei easily dodged and replied, "I'm dodging tilde." This process repeated itself, causing echoes to reverberate through the forest. While the two were fighting, elsewhere, someone holding playing cards said, "I'm the landlord. I'll go first." Qing Lianfeng, focused on his cards, said, "3 with 1. 3 sevens with a 3. Everyone sat in a circle around a table, playing together. Zi Xiaofeng said, higher. 3 9s with a 7. Qing Lian Feng replied, pass. Yu Ding Feng asked. Higher than you. 2 queens. Want it? Bai Yun Xian Zi immediately replied, pass. Pass. Bai Yun Xian Zi picked up her cards and turned to ask, Sectmaster Senior Brother, what's the situation now? Zi Xiaofeng, who was analyzing the orb, replied, what else could it be? It's a chase. Suddenly, he frowned and announced to everyone, wait, something seems to have changed. Zi Xiaofeng looked at the orb and told everyone, they've stopped. Bai Yun Xian Zi, hearing this, peered in and asked, oh. After felling a bunch of trees in the forest, Han Zhong was exhausted. He panted heavily, provoking Lin Bei, not running anymore. Finally ready to die. Not only was Lin Bei not angry, but he calmly crossed his arms and said with a smile, I'm not running, because there's no need to run anymore. Seeing his arrogance, Han Zhong angrily charged forward, saying, HMPH. Putting on airs. A punch was thrown, but Lin Bei easily caught it. He held Han Zhong's trembling hand and explained, actually, my purpose in running was to deplete your spiritual energy. A golden core cultivator like you, if lacking supporting spiritual energy. At this moment, the golden core within Han Zhong's body cracked as Lin Bei finished his sentence, will collapse. Han Zhong was now literally nothing more than a skeleton. After the battle with Lin Bei, he had been beaten beyond recognition and his body had transformed, leaving him as a mere skeleton. A crimson flame burned atop his skull, the hollows of his face glowed with the same firelight, and his body was clad only in tattered clothes. At this moment, Han Zhong tried to use his golden core to target Lin Bei, throwing a punch at him, but it was useless. Lin Bei easily caught his punch in his palm, causing Han Zhong to panic. My golden core. Lin Bei looked at him, his eyes filled with mockery and contempt. He laughed, out of strength already. Lin Bei began to exert force with his hand, gripping Han Zhong's bony hand tightly, causing him to tremble. Then, without another word, though a scornful smile remained on his face, Lin Bei abruptly ripped Han Zhong's arm from his body, causing him to freeze. Only then did Han Zhong feel the pain, or perhaps it was the shame, that made him scream, my arm. Thick pink smoke billowed from the severed limb, like blood gushing from a wound. Lin Bei smirked. He tossed Han Zhong's arm to the ground as if throwing a bone to a dog, and said disdainfully, all right, it took 2 episodes. Then he raised his hand in front of Han Zhong, energy gathering in his palm. He said, let's finish you off. Han Zhong could only stand there, speechless, watching Lin Bei. He gave a wicked smile and gently used his power. Blinding light erupted around him. Han Zhong could only cry out desperately, no. Then, unsurprisingly, a massive explosion occurred, engulfing the forest in smoke and the roar of the blast. After taking the hit, Han Zhong reverted to his original form, but now lay motionless on the ground, showing no signs of life. Lin Bei's system announced, congratulations to the host for eliminating the child of destiny, Han Zhong. Han Zhong's remaining destiny has been completely transferred to the host. Host's destiny increased by 1,000. Host's current destiny is 2,700. And 1. Han Zhong's alluring record flew to Lin Bei's feet. The system continued to announce, obtained the alluring record. Villain value increased by 80,000. Current villain value is 135,000. The system lit up in the space, displaying a notification. Obtained the alluring record. System upgrading. The upgrade will not affect the original functions of the system. New functions will be added after the upgrade. Please wait. The scene changed. Lin Bei discovered something that looked like a chest. He then opened it and jumped inside. The chest unexpectedly contained a vast space within. After entering, Lin Bei knelt down and reported, fortunately, I did not fail my mission. I have dealt with Han Zhong. Bai Yun Xian Zi smiled triumphantly and praised Lin Bei, well done, little Lin Zi. Zishao and Ren agreed, this time, it's fortunate that we had you. Zishao smiled, as a reward, you can enter the scripture pavilion first and choose a secret technique. Lin Bei respectfully bowed his head and expressed his gratitude, thank you, sect master. But inwardly, he was overjoyed, thinking to himself, such good fortune again. Before, they said I had to be at the golden core stage to enter. The scene changed. Elsewhere, to eliminate the negative influence Han Zhong had brought, the Qingyun sect once again held a disciple recruitment conference, and this time it would be even stricter than before. In the end, 20 people passed all the sect's tests and successfully joined the Qingyun sect. The scene changed. 2 days later, at the scripture pavilion, Lin Bei, for some reason, had his hand under his chin, his eyes lost in thought, pondering, It turned out he was trying to choose a secret technique for himself. Lin Bei stood before the rows of cultivation manuals, the body refining section, thought for a moment. And then said, with master around, I probably don't lack anything here. Pass. Moving to the second area, the alchemy and qi techniques section, he dismissed it again, I have the system, I don't lack anything here either. Pass. Arriving at the next area, the formation section, a sign read idiots are not allowed to enter. This time, he was truly speechless. Lin Bei's face stiffened. He thought to himself, Master wrote this sign, didn't she? Only she would do something like this. Suddenly, Lin Bei noticed something. He craned his neck to look. The words unorthodox techniques successfully attracted Lin Bei's attention. He wondered, what's this? And just a moment later, Lin Bei's nose started bleeding profusely, flowing down his mouth and chin. But strangely, this fool just sat there giggling, shaking with laughter as he crouched before a strange door. Lin Bei's nosebleed dripped onto the floor, drop by drop. His hand held a book, his eyes and mouth wide open, his face flushed, blood still flowing from his nose. He muttered, I didn't expect cultivators to be into this kind of thing. But then Lin Bei slammed the book shut and said seriously, these books don't seem very proper. His eyes closed, using a cloth to wipe the blood from his nose. A list of recently read book titles appeared, Phi Hoa Tuong, Feng Bao Jian, Jin Ping Mai. It turned out Lin Bei was reading erotic novels. Yet he lied, saying that if he took these books outside, his master would beat him to death. But then his true nature revealed itself. He gave a lewd smile, looking at the pile of books on the shelf, rubbing his hands as if ready, murmuring, so, what other good stuff is there? Let me see. After quite a while, the sun was about to set. The afternoon light shone on the tiled roof, making the scene somewhat poetic. Lin Bei, after an afternoon of struggling in the scripture pavilion, was now sprawled on the scattered books on the floor, his face clearly bored. His eyes were vacant as he said, these books are either uncensored or uncensored. He angrily got up, scratching his head, feeling so frustrated that it itched. He cursed, absolutely no harvest, wasted a whole day. Suddenly, Lin Bei froze. He felt an itching and slight stinging sensation on his fingertip. He raised his hand to examine it. It turned out his fingertip had a small cut, like a sword wound. But Lin Bei clearly wasn't carrying any weapons. His fingertip felt itchy and a little painful. He couldn't help but wonder, since when? Lin Bei suddenly realized something. He picked up a small, sword-shaped bronze object from under the pile of books. It was quite small, only the size of 2 fingertips, and looked very strange. Lin Bei was surprised. Why is there such a bizarre bronze dagger in the pile of books? Suddenly, the small sword in Lin Bei's hand began to glow. It slowly floated up into the air, strange rays of light emanating from it and filling the room. Lin Bei sat cross-legged on the ground, watching it. This is. A large beam of light suddenly shot up from the room into the sky, illuminating the surrounding area. Although it looked somewhat grotesque, it was also quite exciting. Outside the scripture pavilion, a woman's bare foot hovered in the air, looking towards the light. She said, Is this the purpose you had him enter the scripture pavilion? It was Fairy Bai Yun and true person Zi Xiao, still maintaining the detached demeanor of masters. Bai Yun crossed her arms, standing in the air with bare feet, smiling with a hint of mockery in her words. I just didn't expect him to actually be chosen as the inheritor. Zi Xiao approached, chuckling. Fortunately, I set up the formation beforehand. The phenomenon won't be detected by outsiders. Hearing this, Bai Yun retorted, so what if it's detected? What's there to be afraid of? But the fairy just gently shook her head, saying, he needs time. The fairy clasped her hands behind her back, looking towards the source of the light that lit up a corner of the sky, asserting, but now we can confirm that he is the Green Lotus inheritor of our Qingyun sect. Whether he can receive the Green Lotus sword cannon and become the sole inheritor depends on his destiny. Then, turning to Bai Yun, she said, all right, let's go back. The two of them disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace, as strange as their appearance. At this moment, inside the scripture pavilion, after the small sword's bright display, Lin Bei was a little surprised. He stared at it for a long time, wondering what just happened. The system suddenly appeared, giving Lin Bei information about the small sword, name, Heaven's Other Shore, function, one of the 9 keys to unlock the Green Lotus Sword Immortal's secret realm, and the Green Lotus Sword Cannon. At the same time, Heavens contains cultivation techniques from the Qi refining stage to the golden core stage of the Green Lotus Sword Cannon. Supplement, this is a heaven-sent opportunity belonging to a certain chosen one. Lin Bei didn't seem to care much about this information, simply saying, although I don't understand, it feels like I've accidentally obtained something awesome. Then, Lin Bei suddenly asked the system, does this mean I have the key to open the Green Lotus secret realm? Although it didn't look like a key, the system's reply was a cold no. It explained, you need to collect all 9 keys to enter the secret realm. Lin Bei continued to ask, then can I get the Green Lotus sword cannon? The system displayed a single, cold no on the screen. It explained, you still need to fight against the inheritors of 8 other sects. The final victor becomes the sole inheritor, and receives the Green Lotus sword cannon. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei made a disgusted face. Too troublesome, such a strict selection process. The system offered comfort, but it was insignificant. It's not certain that you have to defeat all 8 inheritors. Using the 9 keys might be enough. Lin Bei clicked his tongue, replying sarcastically, you're talking as if they'd willingly join hands and give it to me. He rubbed his chin, seeming to have remembered something. It's just that I remember the system has a function. The scene changed to a place called the Green Lotus Secret Realm. It looked eerie, yet it was filled with lotus flowers, making it somewhat pleasing to the eye. A strange book floated in mid-air within the secret realm. Then, as if by magic, the book flew away at high speed. Finally, it landed on a table. It turned out it was all Lin Bei's doing. He laughed triumphantly, as expected, I can use the system to change locations. The system announced, consumed 130,000 villain points to exchange for the location of the sealed Green Lotus sword cannon. Lin Bei didn't mind, still rejoicing in his own ingenuity, his face looking a bit like a villain's. Who needs to fight to obtain the Green Lotus sword cannon? I have the system. But the system's next sentence made him collapse. He let out a dissatisfied ha. If you want to break the seal later, please collect all 9 heavens or consume 900,000 villain points. Cultivators in the 9 continents are divided into 2 types, ordinary cultivators and inheritance cultivators. Ordinary cultivators cultivate and level up gradually. For example, cultivators advancing from foundation establishment to golden core condense the spiritual energy in their dantian into a golden core sphere. Obtaining the heavens key allows one to become an inheritance cultivator. However, becoming the Green Lotus Sword Immortal's inheritance cultivator is different. The key, shaped like a small sword, appeared in the description. The Green Lotus Sword Cannon requires inheritance cultivators at the foundation establishment stage to gather 4 to 5 times more spiritual energy than ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Then, while advancing to the golden core stage, they use a secret technique within their dantian to forge 2 golden cores, one spherical and the other sword-shaped. After ascending to the nascent soul stage, in addition to their nascent soul, candidates also possess a powerful nascent soul flying sword. This nascent soul flying sword can be refined into a life-bound flying sword, which will grow with the cultivator and advance together to higher realms. The final inheritor, who obtains the complete Green Lotus Sword Cannon within the Green Lotus secret realm, will become the Soul Green Lotus Inheritor. The Soul Green Lotus Inheritor, a shout interrupted. Wait a minute. Lin Bei, overwhelmed with information, felt his head about to explode. His face darkened as he said, "Don't tell me so much. I used 130,000 villain points to exchange for the sealed Green Lotus Sword Cannon." Suddenly, Lin Bei's face turned purple with anger. His irritated voice boomed, "And now you tell me breaking the seal requires 900,000 villain points." Lin Bei felt cheated. Rage washed over him, and he raised the book, grabbing the system and yelling, "Give it back. Or I'll smash you to death with this book, believe it or not." The system, now in Lin Bei's hand, squeezed its eyes shut, whimpering, "Host, you didn't ask beforehand." Hearing this, Lin Bei's face darkened. He sighed dejectedly, "Forget it, what's the point of reasoning with a bandit?" Thinking it was over, unexpectedly, Lin Bei, who had just regained his composure, lost control and threw the book at the system, angrily shouting, "I should just smash you to death with a book." The system, hit in the face by the flying book, cried out in fear and tried to appease him, "Host, please calm down." The room was now filled with Lin Bei's furious shouts, as he raged over being tricked. Lin Bei pondered, putting his hand to his chin, focusing on analyzing the current situation. 4 to 5 times the spiritual energy, a bit difficult even if you suppress the spiritual energy in your dantian. Somehow, an ordinary person can only output at most double the spiritual energy. If you absorb too much, your dantian will explode. After calculating for a long time without a solution, Lin Bei looked at the system, which had been flattened on the ground, and asked, "Dog system, do you have a way?" The system quickly came to its senses, trembling as it looked at Lin Bei holding the Green Lotus Sword Cannon. It hurriedly replied, "Yes, host. There are 3 ways." The system listed the possible methods for Lin Bei. Method 1, possess special bloodline. Method 2, cultivate special techniques. Method 3, elixirs. After listening, Lin Bei pondered, calculating which of the 3 methods he could achieve. "I don't have a special bloodline, and the sect doesn't have any special techniques to expand the dantian by 4 times. Moreover, I just got scammed out of 130,000 villain points by the dog system." Unable to fulfill the first 2 methods, Lin Bei turned to the third and final option. Now there's only one way left. The system quickly displayed a notification. Ordinary alchemy skills, 2,000 villain points. Lin Bei was a little surprised. Isn't it usually 5,000 villain points? I'm quite surprised this time. Looking at his current villain point balance, Lin Bei only had 5,000 left. Without hesitation, Lin Bei's finger pressed the exchange button. Very quickly, as Lin Bei pressed the button, he unexpectedly stood before the still glowing system, golden light swirling around him like ribbons of gold. All the light converged in his palm, surprising Lin Bei. He exclaimed, "Although the dog system is useless, it's truly powerful, directly turning me into an alchemist." Lin Bei was even more astonished when he looked at his palm. "And it's level 3. Lin Bei's face suddenly turned sly, a cunning smile appearing as he held the 4 directions spirit box. He said excitedly, "A level 3 alchemist, plus this treasure of mine. Extracting the essence of medicinal herbs and refining top-grade elixirs is a piece of cake. The alchemy room glowed brightly with the light produced by the system. Then, just as quickly, it vanished as if nothing had happened, returning to its original state. Lin Bei laughed triumphantly, holding a small bottle in his hand to show off his achievement. His excitement was evident in his words, Ta Da. Successfully refined a top-grade Dantian restoration pill. He explained, Dantian restoration pill, for those before the golden core stage. It can slightly expand the flexibility of the Dantian. The higher the pill's grade, the better the effect. Unwilling to let his efforts go to waste, Lin Bei quickly put the pill in his mouth. Let me see how effective it is. The room lit up with Lin Bei's presence as he sat down, a glimmer of hope in his heart. Quickly absorbed the medicinal power, guided into the Dantian. A poof sound emanated from within Lin Bei's body. Golden eyes opened slightly, observing the current situation. Lin Bei was overjoyed, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. Success. The flexibility of the Dantian has expanded a bit. It can absorb a little more spiritual energy. Then, Lin Bei picked up the bottle of pills with burning determination. His voice rang out, strike while the iron is hot. With that, Lin Bei lifted the small bottle and drank it all, looking incredibly determined. Bottoms up. Cracking sounds continuously emanated from within the alchemy room, crack, 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 crack. It sounded like bones cracking. Inside the alchemy room, the cracking sounds came from Lin Bei. He was lying flat on his back, eyes closed, his face showing satisfied pleasure as he moaned, "Ah tilde tilde tilde." He stretched out his arms comfortably, laughing brightly and exclaiming, "Worthy of a top-grade elixir. After eating a batch of 10, my Dantian can now hold at least 5 times more spiritual energy." He sat up abruptly, rubbing his chest, and continued his monologue. However, this restoration pill can't be taken frequently. I need to rest for a few months. During this time, I'll go to the market and buy some spiritual herbs, refine pills to nourish the Dantian, and nurture it. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Lin Bei said in surprise, "A new mission from the dog system." Outside, the full moon illuminated the path. Nalanzian walked and talked, as expected of senior brother, single-handedly resolving such a great crisis. She put her hand to her mouth, her face full of curiosity as she continued, "I wonder what senior brother received at the scripture pavilion. I must ask him." Walking forward a few steps, Nalanzian suddenly saw a familiar figure standing with their hands against a tree trunk, gazing into the distance. Nalanzian called out, "Jiuyu." Seeing that it was indeed Jiuyu, Nalanzian pointed at her, frowning and questioning loudly, "What are you sneaking around here for? Are you planning to ask my senior brother to finish what you couldn't on the airship earlier?" Jiuyu coldly retorted, "I have no interest in your senior brother. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being unkind." Nalanzian approached Jiuyu, still firmly saying, "I advise you to give up on my senior brother early. He won't like you." Jiuyu closed her eyes and calmly replied, "I said, I'm not interested. Do you not understand?" While Nalanzian and Jiuyu were arguing, a person in black had been standing behind the tree, secretly observing them. Suddenly, the person in black made a slight noise, enough for Nalanzian and Jiuyu to notice. They both turned their heads and asked loudly, "Who's there?" This startled the person in black. Nalanzian yelled angrily, "I've run into 2 sneaky people tonight." Jiuyu, knowing she was referring to her, retorted angrily, "You." The person in black tried to slip away while the two were arguing, but Nalanzian shouted, "Don't run." Jiuyu taunted her, "You think just saying don't run will stop them?" Jiuyu took out her long whip, raising 2 fingers to prepare a spell, and said to Nalanzian beside her, "Watch this." With that, she swung the whip forward. The long whip, as if sentient, directly chased after the person in black. The whip quickly wrapped around his leg. The person in black, his leg entangled, couldn't continue running and immediately fell face down with a loud thud. Nalanzian and Gu walked up to the person in black. They crossed their arms, looking down at him imposingly. Nalanzian asked loudly, "Speak. What were you sneaking around for dressed like that?" Suddenly, the person in black opened his clenched hand. He opened his palm, revealing a white, round object resembling a pearl, but not quite. Nalanzian asked curiously, "What's this?" In an instant, the round object cracked, releasing a white smoke. The smoke spread outwards, obscuring the surrounding scenery, catching Nalanzian and Gu off guard. In a blink of an eye, both of them felt dizzy, a strange sensation enveloping their bodies. Nalanzian realized something was wrong. "Not good this is." Before she could finish her sentence, both of them collapsed. At this moment, the person in black stood up, unharmed. It turned out he had pretended to collapse to lure the two girls closer and then play his trick. Nalanzian and Gu thus fell for the trick, inhaling the scent from the pill and fainting on the spot, at the mercy of the attacker. The person in black turned to look at the two unconscious girls in front of him, removing the whip from his leg. He unexpectedly had the same eyes with two tear moles as Lin Bei. And his hair was white. Nalanzian and Gu were blindfolded and gagged, leaving only their noses exposed to breathe. They were then hung from a tree branch. After finishing, the person in black removed his mask. It was indeed Lin Bei. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. Wearing a mask is too stuffy. The system notification sounded in his head. Mission complete, received 5,000 villain points. Lin Bei recalled what had happened earlier in the alchemy room, when the system notification sounded. He saw a strange mission displayed: hang Gu and Nalanzian on a tree for 6 hours. After completing the mission, you will receive 5,000 villain points. If you fail, you will be forced to run naked around Qingyun sect. Lin Bei let out a helpless ha, but since it wasn't running naked, he still had to comply. After completing the guilt-ridden mission, Lin Bei's tears flowed freely. He clenched his fists before his chest and said guiltily, "Don't blame me, blame the dog system." The next morning at Ling Ti Peak, Lin Bei sprinted under Nalanzian's pursuit. Nalanzian, while launching attacks at Lin Bei, roared furiously, "Bad senior brother, stop right there." She continued to fling a fireball towards Lin Bei, shouting in shame, "You hung me and Gu on a tree all night." Lin Bei, while running, flinched, his mouth agape in astonishment. Panic filled him as he looked back at Nalanzian. "No way, how did they know it was me?" Seeing Lin Bei slow down, Nalanzian seized the opportunity, swinging her hand and casting a spell. Ling Ti fire. When Lin Bei turned his head to look again, he saw the Ling Ti fire heading straight for his face. His eyes widened in surprise as he froze, only managing to let out a yelp, "R.O." Boom! An explosion rocked Ling Ti Peak. Perpetrator, Nalanzian. Victim, dead or alive unknown, Lin Bei. A while later, as Lin Bei was being tormented by Nalanzian and Gu, a voice called out, "All right, stop playing around. I have serious matters to discuss." A woman approached. Nalanzian obediently clasped her hands and said, "Yes, senior sister." Gu released her hold and asked softly, "What is it, Miss Dugu?" Only Lin Bei remained sprawled on the ground. Groaning, "Senior sister, does this look like we are playing around?" Miss Dugu, with one hand on her hip, said seriously, "The 3-sex Grand Assembly is in a month. Master has decided to let junior brother participate." She continued, "And Miss Gu, Master instructed you to go as well." Gu pointed at herself in a daze, asking doubtfully, "Me?" That evening, Nalanzian and senior sister Dugu were bathing together in hot water. Nalanzian closed her eyes in relaxation, saying, "All the fatigue from the day has disappeared." She continued to ask senior sister Dugu, "Senior sister, how long will they be gone for the 3-sex Grand Assembly?" Senior sister Dugu teased her in response, "I don't know." "Why? Will you miss your senior brother? Nalanzian blushed, raising her hands to cover her face and saying, no way. I won't miss that bad senior brother, who does bad things all day. But immediately after, Dugu leaned back against the tub, pondering, and said, although junior brother does bad things all day, I always feel like he's being forced. Dugu turned to Nalanzian. Next time, ask him if there's a specific reason. Nalanzian stood up, wrapping a towel around herself, and asked curiously, a specific reason like being possessed by some spirit, and if he doesn't do bad things, his body will explode and die. Nalanzian reached for her clothes, but then exclaimed in surprise, huh? Hearing this, senior sister Dugu asked, what's wrong? Nalanzian slowly said, our clothes. Then, as if enlightened, she shouted angrily, it must be that damned senior brother again. At this moment, Lin Bei was swimming underwater, carrying 2 sets of women's clothing, murmuring, sorry, you too. The system notification sounded. System mission cowherd and weaver girl. Steal the clothes of senior sister and junior sister. Failure will force the host to run naked around Qingyun sect. Lin Bei frowned, glancing at the system interface, and muttered irritably, dog system, sooner or later, I'll beat you to pieces. The system announced again, mission complete. Reward, 2,000 villain points. A few days later, under the bright moonlight, the melancholic sound of an erhu echoed through the night. A young man sat on a roof, playing the instrument. The musician was Lin Bei. His eyes were closed, his mouth slightly open as he swayed to the music. The melodious sound drifted throughout the quiet capital. The mournful sound in the night reached Master's bedroom, preventing her from sleeping. She angrily clutched the blanket, her face darkening. Lin Bei. Master's face was grim, as she gritted her teeth and angrily called his name. Her eyes were dark circles from lack of sleep. Lin Bei continued playing on the roof, the melancholic sound lingering. As Master angrily flew towards him, ready to settle the score with the tearfully playing Lin Bei, the system announced the mission complete, Midnight Ballad. Sing on Master's roof at midnight. Failure will force the host to run a lap around Qingyun sect. Lin Bei turned around to look at Master, tears in his eyes as he smiled and said, Master. Chrysanthemum remnants, right. Master said, her face dark with anger, her hair floating eerily. In her hand, a golden ball of light emitted dazzling rays. As soon as she finished speaking, the spot exploded, the light illuminating half the capital. Nalanzian yawned in the explosion's light. So bright, is it dawn already? She covered her mouth with her hand, sleepily speaking. As the light from the explosion faded, Nalanzian murmured, time to get up, and turned over, closing her eyes. Disturbing my sleep again, I'll turn you to ashes. Master shouted angrily, as she shot away like a streak of light. Lin Bei lay sprawled on the ground. Mission complete. Reward, 2,000 villain points, the system announced. This dog system, ever since absorbing the Quan Fang Lu, it's been like it's gone crazy. Lin Bei wiped his tears with his sleeve. If I don't complete the mission, it forces me to run a lap around Qingyun sect. I'm so miserable. He propped himself up on the ground, tears streaming down his face. I strongly suspect this system is taking revenge for what happened in the scripture pavilion. Lin Bei thought to himself. Suddenly, a purple screen appeared before him. It read, System Mission King of Pillars, compose poetry, recite poetry and exchange verses with an unfamiliar young woman on the street. Failure will force the host to run a lap around Qingyun sect. The display left Lin Bei speechless. His cries echoed through the capital night. A month later, the group of 4 stood in line before Master in a sunny courtyard. Is everyone here? Master stood above, sternly crossing her arms and looking down at the group below. Qingding, Lu Jia, Lu Yi, Jiuyu, where's Lin Bei? She asked sternly, counting heads. Master, I'm here. Lin Bei, tied up in a sack, wriggled and spoke, squirming like a white worm. What are you mumbling about down there? Master angrily stomped on his head, causing him to yelp in pain. Get lost. She kicked him hard, sending him flying, landing with a thud. If everyone is here, let's depart. Master ordered. Yes. The four below responded in unison. A brown object streaked across the sky at lightning speed amidst the mountain ranges. Finally left Qingyun sect. It's all the system's fault, I've been beaten up these past few days, a voice said amidst the dangling bandages. If I hadn't pretended to be seriously injured, I would have really had to participate in the three sects grand assembly, Lin Bei muttered, sitting shirtless on the bed. Removing the white bandages. The purple mission screen appeared again, less than 2 months until the mission deadline, attack GUU. Completely forgot about this mission, Lin Bei said as he read. She's on the airship, but how should I attack her? No clues at all. He stroked his chin with a mischievous expression, as if not pondering at all. Lin Bei, GUU pushed the door open and entered. Oh, she came to me herself, Lin Bei thought, his eyes widening in surprise. A scream tore through the wooden ship flying at lightning speed. Ah. What are you eyeing about? It's not like you're the one naked. Lin Bei yelled back in embarrassment, covering his bare upper body. Pervert. GUU shrieked, covering her eyes as if not covering them at all. Who's the pervert here? Lin Bei retorted angrily. Speak, what do you want? Lin Bei asked, buttoning his shirt. The system has added a new skill, the purple screen displayed a notification. Io, is it because I absorbed the Quan Fang Lu? Finally, Lin Bei sighed in relief. Thinking to himself as he put on his shirt. Does it cost 1,000 villain points to unlock the new function? The system informed him. Damn traitor. Lin Bei thought angrily, his jaw dropping. Unlock it, he instructed the system. I came to find you because. GUU continued. Recently, during cultivation, I've noticed my spiritual energy has become much purer. I've thought about it carefully, and I haven't made any changes recently. Except for this yin-yang polar locking primordial decree on my forehead, GUU said, looking down sadly, placing her hand on her chest. Besides sealing that, lewdness seal you mentioned, does it have any other effects? She asked Lin Bei shyly, looking down with a slightly melancholic expression. Other effects? Huh? What? Lin Bei thought in surprise as he read the purple screen. GUU wants to know the other effects of the primordial decree. It may be necessary to reenact the situation for a bit. Reward, 1,000 villain points, the system added. All right. Lin Bei thought excitedly. Ahem, well, this is, he feigned a cough, continuing the conversation. To know the other effects of the primordial decree, we might need to reenact the situation for a bit, Lin Bei said slyly, pointing his index finger upwards, his other hand on his hip. Villain points plus 100, the system announced. Reenact the situation. GUU asked doubtfully. She recalled the time she and Lin Bei were shirtless, doing *something star. This realization surprised her greatly. You letcha! GUU exclaimed, embarrassed and angry, raising her hand to slap Lin Bei. GUU wants to. Before the system could finish its notification, Lin Bei quickly grabbed her hand. Help! How could I, with such lewd words, be uttering them? Are you using these tricks just for a level up, dog system? Lin Bei thought furiously, a mixture of anger and shock on his face. His hands still gripping GUU's. Forget it, I knew this dog system had no good intentions. But being sent flying by GUU is still better than running around Qingyun sect, Lin Bei thought to himself. His eyes tearing up with relief. Miss GU, he leaned towards GUU, what were you saying? He held her hand with one hand, while his other hand mischievously reached towards her buttocks. GUU blushed. Unsure what was happening. For cultivators, controlling one's body is paramount, Lin Bei said, his hand now firmly grasping Ji Yu's buttock. At this moment, her chest was pressed against his body. You wouldn't want your body to have problems for no reason, would you? Lin Bei asked with a sly look, moving closer to Ji Yu, thinking to himself, like that lewd seed or something. Villain points. Plus 100, the system announced. You? Ji Yu stammered. I'm about to be sent flying again. I just took off the bandages. Lin Bei sighed, anticipating what was coming. You have a point, Ji Yu said. Eh? Hearing this, Lin Bei was taken aback. He didn't expect her to say that. That works too. Lin Bei's face contorted in surprise, not expecting his random move to succeed. Don't worry, we can close our eyes. No one will see anyone, Lin Bei read from the system screen, sweat beading on his forehead, as Ji Yu leaned into him. Villain points plus 100, the system announced. Ji Yu murmured, her eyes closed, nestled against him. Attack on Ji Yu, 60%, the system continued. Wait, what's with her umming? And what's with this attack progress? Lin Bei worried, seeing Ji Yu's reaction. What? He exclaimed as Ji Yu revealed her ample bosom to him. I told you, you have to cover your eyes too, Ji Yu said, her face flushed, opening her outer robe to expose her large breasts to Lin Bei. Lin Bei lay down, almost asleep, basking in the pleasant, comfortable sensation. So warm, feels like swimming in the sun, he thought blissfully. He continued to revel in the pleasure. So warm. Lin Bei thought happily. While chilling in this wonderful feeling, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Ah! He cried out. Lin Bei couldn't determine his current location. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. This is. His eyes darted around, observing his surroundings. Lin Bei found himself submerged deep underwater, and asked in disbelief, what's going on? Nearby, Ji Yu, also trapped, blushed and exclaimed, weren't we just on the airship? Confused, Ji Yu wondered, how did we suddenly end up in the water? Lin Bei stared at her with wide eyes, as if admiring a beautiful sight. Lin Bei considered the scene before him and said, I feel like we. Looking at the crimson, desolate, and strange environment around them, Lin Bei deduced, it seems we've been accidentally transported to this strange place. Lin Bei tried to recall the moments from a stick of incense ago. A flying ship soared through the air, surrounded by a sturdy shield. A crack appeared out of nowhere on the ship's shield. The crack radiated a bright red energy, widening with each passing second, with Ling-Ti mirror shards appearing within. Suddenly, a red beam of light shot out from the crack, heading straight for the ship. Finally, the energy from the Ling-Ti mirror surged after a loud voice boomed, Ling-Ti mirror. At the heart of the light emanating from the crack, a golden light emerged from within the flying ship. The energy from the crack assaulted the flying ship with increasing intensity, as if trying to devour it whole. Observing the widening fissure, Bai Yun frowned, scrutinizing it for a moment, her hand raised as if preparing for the worst. She wondered, is that a devil abyss crack? How could it appear here? While 1,000 questions raced through Bai Yun's mind as she contemplated the unfolding events, Qing Ding rushed up to her from behind, reporting breathlessly. Senior Sister Bai Yun, it's not good. Qing Ding, panting with exhaustion, cried out, we've searched the entire celestial ship, but we can't find Lin Bei or Miss Ji Yu anywhere. The news struck Bai Yun like a bolt of lightning. What? Back in the present, a frowning figure appeared on a blue screen, saying, they were likely transported by the crack to the Devil Abyss dimension. Before the screen stood Senior Sister Bai Yun, who listened intently to the figure's words. In my opinion, this is serious trouble. Based on the fire patterns when the crack appeared. Maintaining a serious demeanor, Bai Yun clasped her hands together, staring at the screen and continuing, Uncle Shou has likely fallen into the strange fire devil abyss. I will prepare my true body to return to Qingju and rescue them. At that moment, an elderly man within the screen exclaimed in alarm, no, you can't. The heavenly platform 5 viscera formation above Qing-ju requires all 5 of us to maintain it against the outer realm's demonic beings. He continued, if even one person is missing, the formation will collapse. But with a determined look, Bai Yun stood up abruptly, clenching her fists and interrupting. Not even for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Hearing this, the old man responded anxiously, I'm afraid not. If the formation collapses, the outer realm's demonic beings will invade, and disaster will befall all of Qingju. The old man's dissuasion darkened Bai Yun's expression, as she prepared to end the communication. All right, I understand. The man in the screen suddenly exclaimed, Junior sister, wait. What are you going to do? Bai Yun coldly replied before quickly cutting off the connection, Don't worry, I won't harm Qingju. Goodbye. Qing Ding, seeing her worry, hesitantly continued, Martial uncle, what about Lin Bei and them? In the quiet evening, Bai Yun gently turned around and replied to her disciple, I only said I wouldn't use my true body to return to Qingju. I didn't say I wouldn't enter the Devil Abyss. Within the Devil Abyss, the setting sun reflected on the water's surface, creating a romantic scene. A fishing line was gently cast into the water. On the shore sat Lin Bei, relaxing and fishing in the twilight. A bird perched on his thigh, its feathers a striking mix of yellow and red. They seemed quite serious about their fishing. The bird, with a naive expression, remained on Lin Bei's thigh, observing him fish. After a while, the bird flew off, leaving Lin Bei alone, his eyes closed in peaceful relaxation, as he continued to fish. Late at night, a flock of birds, including the one from earlier, flew in from nowhere. They naturally settled on Lin Bei's head and slept soundly. He yawned tiredly, ignoring them. The next morning, Lin Bei woke up exhausted, his face haggard and listless, dark circles under his eyes, and his hair disheveled. Surprisingly, even more birds had gathered. As if they had adopted him as their home. Suddenly, a woman with an alluring figure appeared behind Lin Bei. Her appearance startled the birds, causing them to fly away in a flurry. It was Ji Yu. She asked Lin Bei, How many did you catch? Looking down, Ji Yu saw that his fish bucket was empty, not a single fish inside. Seeing this, Ji Yu covered her mouth and chuckled, a teasing expression on her face that irritated Lin Bei. He angrily snapped his fishing rod, his face dark with frustration as he shouted, Damn it. Ji Yu recalled Lin Bei's boasting, You're coming to Qingyun's sect to investigate. I'm the famous fishing god of the sect. She asked in surprise, Really? Remembering his words, she couldn't help but laugh until tears welled up. Ji Yu taunted, Calling yourself a fishing god, yet you can't even catch a small fish. Ji Yu burst into laughter, Ha ha ha. Lin Bei stood beside her, annoyed. Enough, stop laughing. Suddenly, a loud splash from the water caught their attention. They turned to see a monstrous figure pulling Lin Bei's fishing rod down. Ji Yu looked down at the lake curiously and asked Lin Bei, What is that? The thing that took the fish basket. Lin Bei's face lit up with excitement. Feels like a big one. Without hesitation, Lin Bei jumped into the lake enthusiastically, calling back to Ji Yu, Tonight's dinner has its main course. I'll be back soon. Lin Bei plunged in despite Ji Yu's worried cries, Wait, Lin Bei. Night fell, and a small fire crackled warmly. Ji Yu sat by the fire, wondering, why hasn't he returned? He wouldn't really get eaten, would he? Suddenly, something strange emerged from the water. A gigantic monster appeared, startling Ji Yu. It resembled a colossal serpent, with several golden swords embedded in its body. Seeing the monster before her, Ji Yu froze, her face pale, her mouth agape in shock. The monster glared at her with menacing red eyes, its mouth opening wide to reveal sharp fangs, as if preparing to attack. Suddenly, something flashed past the monster's neck, causing it to roar in pain, hiss. Before it could react, Lin Bei swiftly decapitated it. The monster crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust that forced Ji Yu to shield her face. Jiyu coughed as she struggled to open her eyes. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a foot planted itself triumphantly on the monster's body. Lin Bei, holding a golden sword, 1 foot on the monster, said with satisfaction, "Done." Lin Bei looked at the sword in his hand, praising it. After cultivating the green lotus sword chant, it's so convenient. A flick of the wrist and a light sword appears. A smile spread across Lin Bei's face, as he continued to praise it silently. No need to retrieve a sword from the storage space anymore. The monster's head lay motionless on the ground. Despite being dead, its face still looked terrifying. Lin Bei exerted his power, extracting a core from the monster's head. Looking at the core, enveloped in fiery red light, Lin Bei couldn't help but smile. Another self-proclaimed Python fire core. The system interface appeared, displaying information: Lin Bei, Realm, Peak Foundation Establishment. Fortune, 2,751 years. Villain points, 13,300. Techniques. Ling Ti Dao Technique, Green Lotus Sword Chant, Yin-Yang Polar Locking Primordial Decree. Magical Treasures, 4-Direction Spirit Box, Low-Grade Alchemy Furnace. Ling Xing Sword. Pet, YA, Unknown Spirit Beast. Special Ability, Python Flame, still requires 3 more inner cores to awaken. Seeing this, Lin Bei grinned foolishly. Just 3 more inner cores, and I can obtain this beast fire. Jiyu, sitting behind him roasting the monster, scoffed. A small, nameless beast fire, and look at how smug you are. She looked at Lin Bei and continued, anyone would think you'd obtained one of the top 10 strange fires on the strange fire ranking. Lin Bei adopted a thoughtful expression, remembering something. The Golden Dragon King Flame ranks 7th on the strange fire ranking. Lin Bei placed a yellow pill into a bottle and said to Jiyu, do you think everyone is born with the Golden Dragon King Flame like you? Most cultivators never obtain a single strange fire in their entire lives. He turned to leave, reminding Jiyu, keep roasting. I'll go look around. After hearing Lin Bei's lecture, Jiyu called out thoughtfully, Lin Bei. Lin Bei turned his head curiously and asked, what? Jiyu, looking downcast, held a small skewer of roasted meat. This place is so vast, and besides this lake and the black tree of the Ling Xing, there's nothing here. She lowered her head sadly and said worriedly, it's been almost 30 days since we accidentally arrived here. Are we going to be trapped here forever? Lost in thought, a warm hand suddenly stroked Jiyu's head, causing her to blush. Lin Bei looked at Jiyu, smiling reassuringly. Don't worry, we'll definitely be able to return. After comforting her, Lin Bei continued, all right, I'm going out for a bit. The meat continued to roast over the fire. Lin Bei shot off like a meteor, calling back to Jiyu, wait for my good news. The system displayed a notification, Jiyu's capture progress, 75%. Jiyu sat silently, watching him leave. A shy expression appeared on Jiyu's face, like a young girl comforted by the man she secretly admired. Lin Bei, riding his light sword, soared over the high mountains, like a meteor streaking across the sky. As he flew, he pondered, although it's said that crossing the sea will definitely lead us back, I have no idea how to do that. Lin Bei's face was haggard, devoid of energy. His stomach rumbled. And I'm starving, after fishing all day, he thought to himself. He was so hungry his face was pale, his eyes vacant like a dying man. Drool dripped from his mouth as he berated himself, I should have eaten something before leaving. Suddenly, a delicious aroma wafted towards him, captivating his senses. What is this? He wondered as he inhaled. Then, Lin Bei suddenly realized and shouted, this is the smell of roasted meat. He flew quickly towards the source of the aroma. His eyes gleamed as he flew. In this desolate red wasteland, besides us, there are actually other people. The scent emanated from a cave. Lin Bei landed softly and approached it cautiously. He sheathed his sword and said, the lingering scent is coming from this cave. Lin Bei stared at the cave, puzzled. I didn't see a cave here before. He curiously peered inside. Seeing what was within, a surprised expression crossed his face. Huh? This is a slightly gloomy sky. This startled Lin Bei. The sky? He exclaimed. He looked up, wide-eyed, at what was above him. Then he looked down at what was beneath his feet. Regaining his composure, Lin Bei's eyes widened in alarm, his face paling, his jaw dropping. WTF? He screamed internally. It was night time, and the air was still. A strange hole existed in the ground, resembling a bottomless black void. Beside this large hole sat Lin Bei, seemingly in deep thought. One hand on his thigh, the other manipulating fragments of an unknown object that glowed faintly gold in his palm. This was the only light source in the darkness, amplified by the presence of a massive ancient tree nearby. Lin Bei's expression was focused as he stared at the glowing fragments, seemingly controlling them and pondering something. A moment later, Lin Bei guided the fragments towards the hole's opening. Let's throw some stuff in there and see, he murmured, tossing the fragments into the void. The fragments fell into the hole, revealing a vast, otherworldly space within, a magical blend of purple and blue. The outside world was visible only through the circular opening. The golden fragments floated endlessly, their light illuminating a small portion of the dark void. As the fragments continued their endless descent, fading from Lin Bei's view, he watched intently for a long time. His expression grew impatient, as he saw no result from throwing the fragments into the hole. He leaned forward, abandoning his cross-legged position, trying to peer into the depths and keep the fragments within sight. The sky gradually brightened. Lin Bei seemed to have been sitting there for a very long time, from the darkness of night to the first rays of dawn. He remained cross-legged, silently observing the hole. The space within remained mysterious and lifeless, untouched by the sunlight. The scene was desolate, with only Lin Bei, the hole, and the giant tree present. Having waited all night by the hole, Lin Bei looked exhausted, his sleep-deprived face etched with boredom. He yawned repeatedly, tears welling up. He finally seemed to realize that morning had arrived. A whole night, and no sound of them hitting bottom. It seems this really is a newly unlocked map, he said, yawning. Lin Bei stood up, satisfied, leaving the spot where he had waited all night beside the newly unlocked map. After a long night observing the hole, he seemed to have reached a conclusion to share with Guu. I'll go tell Guu, he said, as if finally having an answer. He rose into the air, leaving a trail of light behind him, as he soared through the branches of the ancient tree. Instead of lush green leaves, blue flames flickered on some of the branches. The surrounding scenery became majestic as the perspective shifted, revealing a vast landscape of mountains and hills. Suddenly, after Lin Bei's departure, the fragments he had thrown into the hole were ejected back out. Their golden glow had vanished, replaced by a dull grayish-black, as if drained of life. This happened without any external force, making it all the more strange. The fragments landed in a heap, like discarded lifeless objects, still emitting a faint golden light that seemed to be fading. It was as if the hole possessed some dangerous power, capable of harming anything that entered. Another pair of feet appeared, following Lin Bei's path. Slender legs in black stockings and blue high heels suggested it was Guu, whom Lin Bei had mentioned while observing the hole. They walked together, approaching the hole, Guu's presence likely due to Lin Bei's report. From Guu's perspective, above her was the vibrant sky of her world, visible only through a circular frame, indicating she was looking down into the hole. It really is the sky, she exclaimed, confirming the existence of a sky within the new map. Then, presumably Lin Bei's voice said, "Didn't lie to you, right?" This confirmed that his previous account to her was based on what he had witnessed, not fabricated. The hole's opening seemed larger than before Guu's arrival, making them appear smaller in comparison. After observing and discussing, Lin Bei asked Jiu. Enter? A single word, yet it conveyed his mix of command, doubt, and hesitation. Responding to Lin Bei's uncertain question, Jiu replied decisively, "Let's go." They plunged into the hole without hesitation. Inside, the scene was dark and ominously gloomy. Filled with dark clouds, lightning, and a pervasive purple haze, characteristic of a mysterious, otherworldly realm. Lin Bei and Jiu descended like a gust of wind amidst a swirling storm. Their rapid descent slowed as they stopped in mid-air, separated by a considerable distance, to observe their surroundings. Not only was the sky dark with menacing lightning and endless clouds obscuring the light, but everything seemed submerged in a gloomy purple hue, like a lifeless, eerie underworld shrouded in purple smoke. Faced with the desolate yet mysterious landscape of the new map within the hole, Lin Bei and Jiu were awestruck. Lin Bei had to admit, the scenery is completely different from above. It was a stark contrast to the world they knew, the circular opening seemingly the only gateway between these two opposing realms. After observing for a while, Jiu suddenly exclaimed, "There are two fortresses ahead." She spoke with uncertainty, her vision hampered by the darkness and thick smoke. To confirm her suspicion, Lin Bei suggested, "Let's go. Let's take a look." He decided to explore with her whether those were indeed fortresses. Suiting action to words, Lin Bei and Jiu moved towards their suspected destination. They were enveloped in a golden glow that stood out against the mysterious surroundings, illuminating their path through the darkness. Below, hidden within the dense forest, as Lin Bei and Jiu approached what they believed to be fortresses, strange lights flickered. A closer look revealed three pairs of eyes, gleaming menacingly in the darkness, watching them. Above, Jiu flew towards the fortresses, seemingly less vigilant of her surroundings, unaware of the three pairs of eyes fixed on her and Lin Bei. And instantly, the presence of three glowing eyes in the night attracted Jiu's attention. She inadvertently looked towards them without any sense of precaution. But fortunately, Lin Bei noticed in time, and pushed her out of the path of a powerful force emanating from those unknown eyes. He saved Jiu's life, as she was distracted and unable to react to the sudden danger approaching. In that critical moment, he only managed to shout, "Careful," and rushed towards her to help her dodge the formidable energy stream that just grazed past them. Immediately afterwards, a loud explosion rang out where the energy made contact, creating a tremendous echo and a terrifying blaze. It shook the earth and sky, illuminating a dark area of the forest within the new map. It goes without saying how severely injured Jiu or Lin Bei would have been if they had been hit by that attack. After their lucky escape from the violent attack, Lin Bei was now more certain about the presence of another creature besides himself and Jiu. He exclaimed in alarm, "There's something in the woods," referring to what he had just detected attacking them. It seemed to be emerging from the shadows and slowly approaching where he and Jiu were standing. Amidst the dense and dark forest, a bit of light filtered through the leaves, gradually revealing the terrifying form of the creature. Its emergence signaled a growing danger to Lin Bei and Jiu. Vaguely visible were three heads on a single body, an extremely strange sight that exuded a frightening sense of threat. Standing amidst the eerie scene made the creature's presence even more dangerous and terrifying. Finally, the creature fully stepped into the light. A terrifying figure with long, sharp teeth, the mouth of one of its three heads was open in a fearsome growl. Its appearance resembled a familiar canine species. Smoke still wafted from its mouth from the previous fierce attack. Faced with the ferocious appearance of the strange creature emerging from the pit, Lin Bei and Jiu couldn't hide their astonishment and shock. Their faces were filled with utter bewilderment, their eyes and mouths wide open at the appearance and powerful attack from the nameless creature they had never encountered before. Lin Bei hesitantly uttered, "This is..." By now, the monster's form was completely revealed. Three heads on a single body, looking incredibly ferocious, all opened their mouths, producing chilling sounds. A mysterious power constantly radiated from it, and the eyes of the three heads shone like headlights in the dark night. It was the first time both Lin Bei and Ji Yu had encountered such a bizarre creature. What the hell is that? Lin Bei's words marked their encounter and confrontation with the three-headed monster. The monster, with a black lion-like head and bright, streaked golden eyes, roared loudly. Below the cliff where Lin Bei and Ji Yu were standing, the monster writhed, electricity and light coursing through its body. It seems we can't defeat this monster and continue on, Lin Bei worriedly said to Ji Yu. Then let's fight it, Ji Yu replied with a serious expression, looking down at the monster from their perch. On the ledge in the cave. Golden flame dragon dance. She shouted. A dazzling golden dragon, looking ferocious, flew out from her position. Azure lotus sword chi. Lin Bei also yelled, firing an arc-shaped beam of light from his bright golden sword. The two-headed jet-black monster also created a glowing red-rimmed sphere from its mouth. The three forces collided, creating a massive explosion that echoed throughout the cave. The jet-black lion-headed monster opened its mouth again, creating another red-rimmed sphere. The sphere, upon being fired, zigzagged erratically. Lin Bei had to run quickly to dodge the ghostly power. Then he jumped high into the air, his body continuously emitting streams of golden light. Holding the sword in his hand, he created a dazzling golden light trail behind him as he ascended. With all his might, he gripped the sword with both hands and plunged down towards the monster, the sword radiating immense energy, releasing a blinding light where it struck. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on Lin Bei's face. Something was wrong. The monster, unfazed, effortlessly kicked him and his bright golden sword into the air, its eyes glowing with golden light. At that moment, a black rope suddenly wrapped around his body. Are you all right? Ji Yu asked, holding the black rope tied to Lin Bei. Couldn't pierce it at all, Lin Bei replied in disappointment. Careful, this monster's power is beyond the golden core stage. Lin Bei warned with wide eyes. Golden core stage. Ji Yu echoed in disbelief. Here it comes again. Lin Bei shouted as he saw the monster charging towards them, its bright red outline highlighting it against the darkness of the cave. Golden flame dragon scales. Ji Yu clasped her hands together, her face serious as she channeled her energy, streams of golden light swirling around her. Azure lotus shield formation. Lin Bei, equally serious, also channeled his energy, golden light enveloping him. Their large lemon-yellow sphere was blocked by the monster's dark, red-rimmed column of power. The monster's eyes shifted from their previous bright yellow to a fierce, blood red. From its mouth, the dark, red-rimmed column of power intensified. This power, Ji Yu gasped in surprise. What's going on? Lin Bei also exclaimed in astonishment while channeling his energy. The monster's power overwhelmed Ji Yu and Lin Bei's sphere, causing their yellow sphere to explode. The monster's previous attack had eroded two sections of the cave walls, creating two parallel paths, with lingering embers still visible. Its cheese no less than our ancestor sand our ancestor, is at the integration stage, Ji Yu said breathlessly, her sleeves torn in several places. Lin Bei stood in the distance, leaning on his hand, panting. Are we going to die here? Ji Yu asked anxiously. No, we won't, Lin Bei reassured her. As they leaned on each other, the monster charged from afar, its claws glowing fiery red. Careful! Lin Bei shouted, warning Ji Yu. He turned, shielding Ji Yu with his back from the monster's crimson claw mark. Lin Bei. Ji Yu rushed over and cried out in anguish. So painful, dizzy, Lin Bei thought in agony. Aren't I supposed to be the main character? Why? He thought in pain as he fell into darkness. That monster is going to attack me again. Can't he move? Lin Bei thought, his eyes slightly open. Before him was Ji Yu, anxiously looking ahead and screaming. Can't make a sound. Can't he see? Lin Bei thought bitterly, as his eyes closed again. Am I going to die? Lin Bei thought sadly in the darkness. An ancient pharaoh statue of a sea blue cat spoke. I have sensed the chi of the Lord of the Four Directions. Around where it lay was a pile of empty hourglasses. But his chi is constantly weakening. The crucial era has arrived. The Lord of the Four Directions of this era cannot die, it declared. I must save him, it said loudly, then lifted an hourglass. A mysterious blue light appeared. Time distorted violently within the mysterious blue light. The mysterious light continued to flow. The hourglass the blue cat pharaoh statue had lifted was inverted. In a dark, dense mountainous forest, a fantastical purple light shone brightly on the horizon. They are in a pocket dimension belonging to the inextinguishable fire devil realm, the cat said. The fate of the border has deviated, it continued, its eyes glowing bright red. The Lord of the Four Directions needs more power to face the suddenly changing unknown dangers. Refine this pocket dimension into a trial ground, offering trials and grace to the Lord of the Four Directions, the statue continued. What are the Supreme One's opinions? Stone tablets, some engraved with crosses, others with Manhwa symbols, floated in the air. In the name of the Lord, agreed, the stone tablet engraved with a cross said. In the name of Buddha, agreed, the stone tablet engraved with Buddha's symbols said. In the name of the Tao, agreed, the stone tablet engraved with the Manhwa symbol concurred. In the forest, Master's group stood in a line behind her, as she shone a beam of light into a reddish-orange rift in the air. Forcibly operating the formation to open the rift takes some time, but it has finally opened again, Master said tiredly, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Behind her was a large, fiery red gate. Wait for me outside. I'll be back soon, she said, turning to her disciples standing behind her. Elder Bai Yun, be careful. One of the disciples said worriedly. Inside the gate, there was some commotion. Moments later, Lin Bei and Ji Yu were suddenly pushed out, falling to the ground. The disciples outside gasped in astonishment. They're alive! They exclaimed in surprise. Ji Yu looked around anxiously and asked, where's Lin Bei? Lin Bei, lying beneath her lower body, his head spinning, replied, I'm under you. Embarrassed, Ji Yu quickly jumped to his side. Master, just about to enter, witnessed the scene. Seeing the scene, her eyes widened, and she was about to go back inside. That's great. We are both alive. Ji Yu joyfully embraced Lin Bei. Alive mission accomplished when TB obliterated enemy wait, didn't I die just now? Lin Bei thought in disbelief. Unable to believe his eyes. The mission screen displayed, Ji Yu's capture progress 100%. Congratulations to the host for completing the Hero Saves the Beauty and Suspension Bridge Effect mission. Villain value reward, 50,000. It's unbelievable that you two managed to escape on your own, the disheveled grey-haired man said. But why are you the only ones here? Where's Master? Lin Bei said modestly. Elder Bai Yun spent a lot of effort to hold the rift open, and was just about to go in and save you. The disciple pointed towards the crimson gate where Master was clinging on, calling for help. Suddenly, they noticed something unusual. Everyone seemed frozen in place. Master! Lin Bei shouted. Elder Bai Yun. The disciple yelled worriedly. After experiencing a near-death experience, things seemed to gradually calm down. The team didn't stay there long, continuing their journey to another location at high speed in their flying boat. Even amidst the darkness of night. Inside his private room, Lin Bei sat cross-legged on his bed, facing the system screen and talking. His voice was thick with suspicion. I clearly remember being killed by that demonic beast. Could it be that the damned system saved me? To find the answer, the only way was to summon the system and interrogate it about the origin. Thinking this, Lin Bei immediately called out, Damn system, come out here. What is this mark? Did you do this? A red Egyptian cat-shaped birthmark suddenly appeared on the back of Lin Bei's hand. The system's icy voice rang out, Please do not blame the system. The system is not responsible. If the host wishes to decipher this mark, please pay 1 million villain points. Lin Bei retorted angrily, 1 million villain points. Why don't you just rob me? Although he truly wanted to know the meaning of the birthmark, spending that many points was something he really didn't want to do. But just then, the system suddenly displayed a notification. Also, due to the host's previous actions, punishment must be imposed. Lin Bei was surprised to see the punishment notification, not understanding where he had gone wrong. But soon after, the system panel gave the reason for the punishment. Lin Bei read it with apprehension and unease. You recklessly and carelessly sought death. This behavior has seriously violated the system's rules. Therefore, the system will punish you with the most severe penalty. This time, only 5,000 villain points will be deducted. If you do not cease this behavior in the future, the severity of the punishment will increase, even leading to obliteration. Hearing that he was being penalized again, Lin Bei flew into a rage and yelled, "Damn it, damn system." But just then, his door was pushed open, and someone gently stepped inside. Yu appeared before Lin Bei in a see-through nightgown, showcasing the curves of her voluptuous figure, revealing forbidden zones that were thankfully covered by the little spirit beast Manhwa. So use your imagination. Her appearance was incredibly alluring and captivating. Lin Bei Yu called out shyly, raising a hand to her shoulder in embarrassment. Lin Bei's face was now redder than a tomato, innocent as a virgin seeing a girl for the first time, his eyes wide with astonishment. His voice became stiff. Yu. Why are you dressed like this? The system immediately issued a warning. Host, please maintain your villain character setting, otherwise. But at this point, Lin Bei couldn't hear what the system was saying anymore. His gaze was completely captivated by her slender waist and the glimpses of fair skin visible through the thin fabric. He then looked at her beautiful face and plump, rosy lips. Lin Bei gave a sly smile, thinking to himself, I understand. Even a fool would understand what he had to do. He spoke in a cold voice, sneaking in here in the middle of the night to seduce me. You. While Lin Bei was putting on a dangerous act, Yu rushed forward and embraced him, planting a passionate kiss on his lips. He seemed quite surprised by this bold move. His face flushed with a shy pink. They kissed for a long time, exchanging their first kiss, separating only when they were almost out of breath. The atmosphere seemed to heat up because of the passionate kiss. Yu gasped for breath, then softly said, "Back in the devil realm, thank you." They looked at each other for a moment. It seemed his lips were also stained with her red lipstick. She pushed him down onto the bed, revealing all the beauty of a young woman before him. Yu's face grew redder and redder, her eyes charming and gentle as she asked, "Why did you shield me?" In her heart, she thought, was it to protect me? Lin Bei smiled and replied casually. Fool. He paused for a moment, as if in thought, then continued, "I don't know why either." His body moved instinctively. "Can I be blamed for this?" Lin Bei looked tenderly into her eyes and reached out to embrace her slender, alluring waist. She also smiled faintly, her red lips full of vitality. Yu's hands, with their slender fingers, rested on his strong shoulders, gently caressing them. She leaned down and whispered in his ear, "I don't blame you." With mutual affection, they proceeded into an endless spring night, under the flickering warm yellow light. That spring night, Lin Bei and Yu's cultivation increased rapidly. Yu was very happy and joyful in the dual cultivation state, her foundation establishment stage peak realm and Danqian capacity increasing by a factor of 3. Lin Bei was gradually becoming exhausted after the NTH dual cultivation session, his foundation establishment stage peak realm and Danqian capacity increasing by a factor of 4. Besides that, his villain points were continuously increasing. Also on that spring night, but somewhere in Dan City, Xiao Miao was meditating in a small room, with Fan Lao standing guard and providing guidance. While he was cultivating and improving his cultivation base, Fan Lao floated in mid-air, stroking his beard and pondering the current situation. Despite encountering some setbacks within the family, Xiao Miao quickly regained his composure. In just a few months, he obtained numerous opportunities, raising his cultivation to the golden core stage. He looked at Xiao Miao's focused expression during cultivation and thought happily to himself. After that, he successfully became a third-grade alchemist, joined the Dan Yuan sect, and even found 2 resurrected spirit herbs for me in Dan City. Such a disciple is truly my obedient disciple. He seemed very proud of his studious and diligent apprentice, a gentle smile constantly on his face. When he remembered his enemies, Fan Lao's expression turned frighteningly cold. Senior brother and that rebellious disciple, just you wait. One day, he would take his revenge with Xiao Miao's help. But at that moment, Xiao Miao suddenly opened one eye in pain, the other squinting in agony. He cried out in surprise, "Oh!" Then, a mouthful of blood spurted from Xiao Miao's mouth. He didn't dare to abruptly stop cultivating for fear of other repercussions, so he maintained his cultivation posture. Slowly recovering from the shock, seeing his beloved disciple suddenly vomit blood, Fan Lao hurriedly flew over, anxiously asking, "Xiao Miao, what's wrong?" He clutched his left chest in unbearable pain as he spoke. "Just now, I suddenly felt my heart race, as if something very important had left me forever." Regret filled his face. Xiao Miao's luck minus 1,000 points. Current luck, 3,250 points. The next morning, as the sun rose high, white clouds drifted in the wind. The flying boat continued to speed forward, tearing through space without hesitation. Lin Bei, after a night of passion and dual cultivation, gaining much experience, was still sleeping soundly in bed. His face appeared peaceful under the morning sunlight streaming through the window. Suddenly, Lin Bei opened his dark, panda-like eyes. He seemed to have woken up after the intense activities, thinking that last night's dream felt very real. He glanced to the side and thought to himself, in the dream, I did all sorts of things with Jiu, both possible and impossible. Recalling her flushed face and the heated atmosphere from last night, he felt it wasn't quite real. But it seemed he hadn't glanced at the other side of the bed, where Jiu was still sleeping soundly beside him. As he became more awake, Lin Bei seemed to realize someone was nearby. He nervously glanced to the other side. Jiu's beautiful face appeared right before his eyes. A satisfied smile still lingered on her face, and it seemed she wasn't wearing any clothes. Lin Bei, in denial, turned his head away and closed his eyes, trying to continue sleeping. He thought to himself, it seems I'm still dreaming. But reality was reality. Lin Bei abruptly sat up in a panic, pulling the blanket over his naked body, unable to believe what he had done last night. Embarrassment and shyness appeared on his face. And he screamed internally, "Holy shit! What have I done?" While he was screaming internally, Lin Bei suddenly calmed down. He stared blankly at his hand as it fumbled for the blanket. Jiu's sleepy, whiny voice rang in his ear, "So cold blanket." Before Lin Bei could understand what was happening, it seemed Jiu had grabbed where she shouldn't have. His face turned dark, his eyes wide with horror. In just a moment, his eggs were crushed. Lin Bei's scream, filled with pain and despair, echoed throughout the flying boat, even shaking the heavens and earth, as a man's weapon was destroyed. This time, it was truly beyond saving. After several days of traveling at breakneck speed on the flying boat, Lin Bei's group finally arrived at Dan City. But they didn't immediately land the flying boat in the city, instead, they flew towards a high mountain area to descend. Finding a landing platform, the flying boat gradually slowed down and gently landed in an open space. Lin Bei's group disembarked one after another, gathering in a shady spot. Lin Bei also stepped off the boat and exclaimed, "We've finally arrived at Dan City." The red-haired young man, curious, quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes and spoke to the person beside him, I feel like senior brother Lin Bei has become different from before. The blue-haired person beside him agreed, I feel the same way. Although I can't say exactly what it is, it just feels very different. At that moment, Lin Bei appeared with the radiance of 10,000 Buddhas, his eyes clear, as if seeing through the world, no longer attached to anything in this mortal realm. His two junior brothers stared in astonishment, their mouths agape, commenting, so dazzling. Qing Ting, with a playful expression like a prodigal son, jumped out, slung an arm around Lin Bei's shoulders, and excitedly declared, Lin Bei, I know this place. Later, I'll take you out to have some fun. But it seemed Lin Bei had cultivated his mind and avoided worldly affairs at some point. He raised a hand, bowed his head, and spoke gently, thank you, benefactor. But this poor monk no longer has such worldly desires. Qing Ting was shocked by this attitude and cried out in fear, what have you been through these past few days? Ji Yu stood indifferently, watching the comical scene between Lin Bei and Qing Ting. Beside her was their petite master Bai Yun, who had just managed to return from the rift. It seemed Master noticed something about Lin Bei and squinted at his actions. Afterwards, it seemed Bai Yun sensed the truth behind it all and narrowed her eyes, casting a scrutinizing gaze at Ji Yu. Feeling her master's judging gaze, Ji Yu blushed like a ripe tomato and turned away in embarrassment. Master Bai Yun pretended to know nothing and closed her eyes, addressing the matter at hand, the tournament begins in 7 days. Everyone is free to do as they please during this time. The disciples replied in unison, yes. Then Master Tai Bai announced the schedule for the day, also, there's an auction in the city today. You can go and have a look. Ji Yu, come with me somewhere. At this moment, the system issued a new mission, an opportunity for Xiao Miao will appear at the auction. The host is requested to quickly seize it. Failure will result in the host being killed by Xiao Miao. Being in a state of peaceful cultivation, and hearing this bad news made Lin Bei extremely tired. He could only cry out in his mind, Nani. Thus, Lin Bei had to walk alone to the central street. The streets were crowded with people, bustling and incredibly lively. While strolling and observing his surroundings, Lin Bei pondered Ji Yu's situation. He wondered curiously, I wonder what Master called Ji Yu away for these past few days. With the help of dual cultivation, her cultivation level has risen rapidly, almost reaching golden core. Walking a bit further, Lin Bei encountered a young man selling herbs, who called out, come and have a look. Lin Bei was attracted by his stall. He loudly advertised, spiritual herbs and flowers freshly picked from Mount Dan Heng. Indeed, the herbs on his stall looked very fresh and came in various types. Brother, I'll take all these spiritual herbs. Lin Bei approached the stall, and, without hesitation, swept his hand across, taking all the items. The vendor happily praised. Such a generous customer. While Lin Bei was waiting for him to pack the goods, the crowd in the distance suddenly became unusually noisy, as if there was a heated argument. A man's voice rang out angrily, brat. I had my eye on that spiritual herb first. Lin Bei was surprised and quickly turned his head to search for the source of the voice. Guessing in his mind, this familiar voice, Lin Bei quickly slipped into the crowd of onlookers and confirmed, as expected, it's him, Xiao Miao. Then, looking at the young man facing him, he wondered, who is this kid arguing with Xiao Miao? He curiously rubbed his chin and said, System, check this brother out. If he's Xiao Miao's enemy, then great. He could form an alliance with them. The system was quick to deduct points. If not anything else, notifying him of a 1,000 villain value deduction. And then it provided the person's information immediately. Name, Baixing, realm, mid-golden core stage, gender, female, disguised as male, identity, female child of destiny. Niece of the second tower master of Dan Yuan sect. After seeing the information, Lin Bei was utterly astonished. Another girl, and a female child of destiny at that. Outside, Xiao Miao angrily pointed at Bai Xing and argued loudly, I made an appointment with the stall owner yesterday. You brat, you have no martial virtue. Interfering like this. Bai Xing seemed very calm, replying, what do you mean you had your eye on it? I paid for it first. That spiritual herb should belong to me. As for your so-called appointment with the stall owner, it has nothing to do with me. You should go find that runaway stall owner. The system's interpretation panel appeared. The child of destiny encounters the female child of destiny, like dry wood meeting a raging fire. If Xiao Miao and Bai Xing become too entangled, Xiao Miao's luck will increase. As the argument intensified, the situation could easily develop into a romantic entanglement, so the system reminded Lin Bei, please immediately intervene, host. Failure will result in the host being killed by Xiao Miao on the battlefield of the three-sex tournament. Lin Bei fell silent, lost in thought for a moment, then suddenly seemed to understand, muttering, I get it. Then Lin Bei picked up a sizable rock, held it in his palm, and thought resolutely, to continue living, I'll interfere and separate them. In short, I won't let him have an easy life. With the aim of sabotaging all of Xiao Miao's relationships, Lin Bei flicked his wrist, sending the rock flying with powerful force, aiming directly at his target. Preoccupied with arguing like fools, Xiao Miao didn't notice the sneak attack at all. Thus, Lin Bei's rock successfully hit his calf. Xiao Miao, receiving a powerful blow to an acupoint on his leg, lost his balance and knelt down with a cry of despair, ah. He became increasingly furious after the sneak attack. Xiao Miao looked around to find the culprit, which despicable scoundrel dares to play dirty tricks on me. Just then, Lin Bei appeared before him with an extremely provocative expression. He spoke with an unfriendly smile, Yo, Xiao Miao, long time no see. Why are you giving such a grand greeting upon our first meeting? Get up, get up. Resentment, both new and old, flooded Xiao Miao's mind. He gritted his teeth, unable to bear the humiliation, and warned loudly, shameless villain Lin Bei. You dare to appear before me again. Lin Bei chuckled, putting on the airs of a senior, and pointed at himself, retorting, your daddy is right here. What advice do you have? Bai Xing looked at Lin Bei speechlessly, as if he were some childish brat suddenly interrupting. Lin Bei, let's settle our new and old scores today. Xiao Miao stood up straight, shouted angrily, and launched an attack, severing cold palm. A large, blue, hand-shaped energy blast flew quickly towards Lin Bei. Azure Lotus Sword Spirit. Seeing him launch the attack, Lin Bei hurriedly summoned his natal sword. The bright golden sword appeared in his hand swiftly. Lin Bei raised his sword and slashed downwards, blocking the palm attack. Wherever the sharp blade went, Xiao Miao's power was dissipated. The energy hand shattered into pieces. The clash between the two spiritual forces created a large explosion, shattering the road and affecting everyone watching the fight. Amidst the thick smoke and dust from the explosion, Lin Bei stood tall, firmly gripping his natal sword. Lin Bei stood protectively in front of Bai Xing and said with a slight smile, Xiao Miao, if this little brother has already paid for the goods, then don't keep pestering him like a sissy. Inwardly, he thought, as expected of the child of destiny, his cultivation is like a verification code, already at the golden core stage. Lin Bei watched as the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, revealing Xiao Miao at a distance that wasn't too close nor too far. Unable to resist taunting him, he continued to provoke, or are you saying, in broad daylight, you want to rob him? Xiao Miao's face darkened. He said furiously, Lin Bei, you little thief. You've repeatedly provoked me and caused me trouble. He also summoned his natal sword. Xiao Miao leaped into the air and then slashed down towards Lin Bei. He was so enraged that he no longer held back. Today, I will slay you with this sword to vent my anger. Lin Bei also became more serious, holding his sword with both hands, the surrounding golden lightning growing stronger and stronger. His face was stern as he followed Xiao Miao's movements. Anticipating his slash, Lin Bei successfully raised his sword to block the attack. The two swords clashed for a moment, creating a tremendous pressure wave. The strong wind released from the impact knocked them both back. Xiao Miao still didn't stop, determined to cut down Lin Bei. He gathered his strength, his eyes turning bloodshot like a resurrected demon. The sword in his hand turned pitch black, exuding a truly powerful aura. Lin Bei was startled to realize he was putting all his strength into this attack. He watched Xiao Miao carefully, his face surprisingly calm in the face of danger. The black sword slashed down with unmatched power and force. Lin Bei raised his sword to block, but he could no longer withstand it. Xiao Miao's spiritual power seemed to devour his, causing the azure lotus sword spirit to lose ground. The black slash, carrying unstoppable energy, created a deadly path. Lin Bei was struck by the attack, sent flying, and caused another large explosion. Smoke and dust filled the air, obstructing Xiao Miao's vision and making it difficult for him to find Lin Bei. After suffering such a powerful blow, Lin Bei winced in pain, thinking, my current realm is a level lower than Xiao Miao's. Only one escape method remained now. Lin Bei quickly grabbed Bai Xing's wrist. Moreover, overcoming strength with weakness isn't something a villain like me can do. So, of the 36 stratagems, running is the best. Retreat. Lin Bei was quite confident in his ability to escape. Staying and fighting might cost him his life, so he couldn't underestimate the situation. Bai Xing, suddenly grabbed, was a little flustered and looked at her captured hand. Lin Bei used his spiritual power to teleport them both away from this troublesome place. In his mind, he reminded himself, Xiao Miao, your female child of destiny, I'll be taking her away. Xiao Miao could only watch as Lin Bei disappeared. He gripped his black sword tightly and said angrily, damn it. I let that Lin Bei escape. But since he's in Dan City now, he must be a representative of the Qingyun sect participating in the three-sects tournament. Xiao Miao seethed inwardly, his hatred for Lin Bei seemingly reaching his bones. Lin Bei, enjoy your final days. At the three-sects tournament, I will definitely wash away this oppression and humiliation, making your blood splatter everywhere, your head and body scattered. Xiao Miao, as if insane, cruelly imagined the scene of cutting off Lin Bei's head and other gruesome, bloody scenes. His eyes shone fiercely, blood vessels bulging in his crazed eyes. As soon as they landed safely, the young man quickly said, thank you for your righteous assistance just now, brother. Lin Bei replied magnanimously, it was nothing. I'm Lin Bei. Glad to be of help. The young man smiled and introduced himself, I'm Bai Nan. It's a pleasure to meet such a righteous person as yourself. The two of them walked down the street together. Lin Bei enthusiastically suggested, Brother Bai, do you have any plans? I'm about to go to an auction. Lin Bei readily agreed. I happen to be free. Let's go together then. At the grand auction hall, a beautiful woman's cheerful voice rang out, welcome everyone to the Dan City Merchant Association. Although the beauty's ample bosom was covered by a spirit beast, a pure heart understands itself. Her voice continued to flow like honey, I am the auctioneer for this session. The beauty, with a graceful figure and long, flowing, vibrant golden hair, introduced herself as Li Zhen. Lin Bei exclaimed in admiration, such a beautiful auctioneer. You really know your stuff, Bai Nan replied, arms crossed, revealing to Lin Bei, this auctioneer. Li Zhen is the second young miss of the Li family, also known as the most beautiful woman in Dan City. Since I've always been in Dan City, naturally, I've heard a bit about such a figure. The auction hall was crowded with bidders, every seat filled. Xiao Miao and Dan Lao were also present. Xiao Miao asked suspiciously, Dan Lao, are you sure the second to last item at the auction is that strange spiritual herb? Dan Lao affirmed confidently, there's no mistake. With that spiritual herb, you can ascend to the nascent soul stage within a year, Xiao Miao. Li Zhen stepped onto the center of the stage and began, thank you for waiting. The auction will now officially begin. She took out a shining pearl nestled in a wooden box and announced, the first item is a third-grade clarity heart pill. The starting price is 500 spirit stones, with each increment being at least 10 spirit stones. The audience began to murmur, unexpectedly, it's a clarity heart pill that can enhance spiritual sense. Such a treasure right from the start. Bids for the treasure erupted from below the stage. I bid 510 spirit stones. 520. 530. Xiaomiao confidently raised his bidding paddle and shouted, 800 spirit stones. Lin Bei looked towards the voice. As expected, there he is, Xiaomiao. Lin Bei thought excitedly, the good show is officially starting. As soon as he finished his thought, Lin Bei raised his paddle and doubled the bid, 1,600 spirit stones. Xiaomiao was extremely surprised. Xiaomiao turned to look towards the arrogant voice, muttering, this voice. Lin Bei successfully attracted Xiaomiao's attention. He crossed his arms and teased playfully, yo, we meet again, Xiaomiao, the one whose engagement was broken off. Xiaomiao angrily cursed, Lin Bei. You bastard. You're like a lingering ghost. Lin Bei raised his chin, challenging Xiaomiao, Xiaomiao, aren't you going to bid again? If you don't, this will be mine. Li Jun struck the gavel for the first time. 1,600 spirit stones, once. Xiaomiao, eager to win, was about to call out I bid, when Dan Lao quickly stopped him. Xiaomiao, don't be impulsive. This pill is at most worth 1,000 spirit stones. The price is already too high, not worth bidding further. Li Jun struck the gavel a second time and called out, 1,600 spirit stones, going twice. Xiaomiao muttered resentfully, but before he could finish, Dan Lao firmly persuaded him, Xiaomiao, one must endure petty indignities to achieve great things. Finally, Li Jun closed the pill box and concluded, 1,600 spirit stones, going thrice. Sold. The third-grade clarity heart pill goes to number 9999. Xiaomiao dejectedly replied, fine. Li Jun continued the auction with the second item. The next item is a refining ore, strength or starting price, 800 spirit stones. Xiaomiao, holding bidding paddle number 9527, quickly called out, I bid 2,000 spirit stones. Lin Bei refused to be outdone. He boldly bid, I'll pay 50 spirit stones more than whatever number 9,527 bids. Xiaomiao angrily cursed, Lin Bei, you. Dan Lao, worried that Xiaomiao's anger would cloud his judgment, reminded him, Xiaomiao, don't be rash. The price is too high. A true man knows when to advance and when to retreat. Think about the strange spiritual herb. Xiaomiao reluctantly gave up the competition and simply replied, I know. Li Jun presented the next item. The next item is a spiritual herb for alchemy, the purple cloud branch. Starting price, 2,000 spirit stones. Xiaomiao excitedly shouted, 4,000 spirit stones. He thought to himself, this is already the highest price for the purple cloud branch. No one will compete with me now. But that was just his wishful thinking. Lin Bei arrogantly declared, I'll pay 100 spirit stones more than whatever number 9,527 bids. Xiaomiao flew into a rage, Lin Bei, you once again. Dan Lao intervened, Xiaomiao, a gentleman takes his revenge after 10 years. Let's be patient for now. Lin Bei had completely bought up all the items Xiaomiao wanted. He flaunted them and taunted, Xiaomiao, look, look, look. All the things you wanted, including the purple cloud branch just now, are all in my hands. Happy? Dan Lao urged anxiously, Xiaomiao, be patient. Don't let him provoke you. But Xiaomiao's boiling blood wouldn't listen. Ignoring Dan Lao, he angrily shouted, be patient, my ass. Xiaomiao charged towards Lin Bei, who was sitting comfortably on the other side of the audience, and roared, Lin Bei, prepare to die. Li Jin, who had been observing the situation, had a clearly annoyed expression on her face. Xiao Miao, in his aggressive charge, suddenly froze, his expression shocked. It turned out that Li Jin had intervened. She stepped on Xiao Miao's back with her delicate foot, forcing him to the ground. Li Jin said furiously, "You dare to cause trouble at my auction? You've got guts." She threatened sternly, "This is just a warning, kid. If you do this again, I'll punish you severely, no matter which sect you belong to." Xiao Miao stammered obediently, only daring to reply, "I understand." The system displayed a notification. Under the host's influence, Xiao Miao is gradually losing his child of destiny setting. Xiao Miao's luck -1000. Remaining luck, 2250. Lin Bei had achieved his goal. He was delighted when he read the notification. Host's luck +200, villain value +4000. Lin Bei thought excitedly, it seems Xiao Miao will soon lose his child of destiny. Status. Dan Lao earnestly encouraged Xiao Miao, "Xiao Miao, you were too impulsive. Next time, even if you're provoked, you must calm down and then think of a strategy." Dan Lao reproached him worriedly, "But why did you completely lose your usual composure and reason this time?" Xiao Miao dejectedly confessed, "Dan Lao, I don't know either. Deep down, a voice suddenly told me, I don't need to endure anymore. I should unleash my anger." Dan Lao earnestly promised Xiao Miao, "After obtaining the strange spiritual herb, we'll return immediately. At that time, I'll investigate the anomaly in your body." Xiao Miao replied gratefully, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Dan Lao." Observing from afar, Lin Bei thought to himself, "With my interference, everything Xiao Miao sets his eyes on will fall into my hands. But the system hasn't notified me of mission completion yet." He was certain, it seems Xiao Miao's opportunity is the final auction item. Li Jin returned to the stage and continued the auction. She excitedly introduced, "Next up is the final item of this auction." She displayed a herb that resembled ginseng, but with fewer leaves on its branches, and continued her description, "An unknown spiritual herb. The effects and uses of this herb are still unknown. The only thing we can confirm is that it comes from that unfathomable, mysterious sea region, the Dark Sea." The audience was stirred up, chattering non-stop. "What? From the Dark Sea? Then this unknown spiritual herb is the legendary Dark Sea treasure with both opportunity and danger." Lin Bei calmly took out a strange book and flipped through the pages, searching. "Fortunately, I went to the scripture library and got a copy of the comprehensive geography before we set off. Let me see what this Dark Sea is all about." The strange book explained, "The easternmost part of the 9 continents is the otherworld battlefield. The westernmost part is a vast sea region with scattered islands. And the Dark Sea is a mysterious body of water that constantly moves within the sea region. Every time the Dark Sea approaches the 9 continents, it brings unprecedented treasures." The book recorded, "These items, some can grant powerful cultivation, enabling one to ascend to the awe-inspiring great cultivator stage. It further illustrated, others can cause people to lose their minds, becoming puppets of these strange items." Dan Lao, upon seeing the unknown spiritual herb, immediately declared, "That's it. I've read about this spiritual herb in a mural in an ancient ruin. This spiritual herb is called the Golden Jian Blood Herb." A desolate and dilapidated scene appeared. He thoroughly explained the uses of each part of the Golden Jian Blood Herb. The blood herb part can be used to refine pills to increase cultivation. The Golden Jian can be used to cultivate the ethereal divine ability, the wingless flight. Li Jin smiled, stirring up the atmosphere. "Whether this spiritual herb is an opportunity or a danger depends on your luck." She boldly announced the price, "Unknown spiritual herb, starting price, 100,000 spirit stones." The bidders once again eagerly competed, each wanting to possess this rare item. 150,000 spirit stones. 160,000. 180,000. 200,000. 230,000. I bid 300,000. Dan Lao urgently commanded, Xiao Miao, make a buyout offer for the golden Jian blood herb. Xiao Miao immediately responded, I bid 1,000,000 spirit stones. No one dared to compete anymore. Everyone fell silent, whispering amongst themselves. 1,000,000. 1,000,000 to gamble on a spiritual herb with unknown effects. That's too much. I give up. Me too. Me too. Lin Bei pondered, 1,000,000 spirit stones. Xiao Miao is truly hiding his wealth. I don't even have 1,000,000 spirit stones now. How can I snatch this spiritual herb from him? Xiao Miao was excited and smug. 1,000,000 spirit stones isn't my limit. I brought 2,500,000 spirit stones to this auction. Lin Bei snatched so many small treasures before. Let him have them. Only this golden Jian blood herb must be mine. Li Jin smiled and asked the entire audience, 1,000,000 spirit stones. Are there any further bids? A clever idea struck Lin Bei. I've got it. System, exchange all the spirit stones on Xiao Miao for me. The system displayed a notification. Xiao Miao possesses 2,500,000 spirit stones. Exchanging all of them requires 25 million villain points. Does the host wish to proceed? This service can be offered on credit. Lin Bei read the postscript and cursed inwardly, on credit, huh? The system continued to offer Lin Bei a solution. If the host wishes to seize the Child of Destiny's spirit stones, the system can provide another method, the Divine Pilfering Hand. Consuming 5,000 villain points allows for one use of the Divine Pilfering Hand. The system displayed the skill information for the Divine Pilfering Hand. Equipment specifically used to steal a random amount of spirit stones from the Child of Destiny. Usage restrictions: must know the Child of Destiny's name and appearance. The Child of Destiny must be within the host's sight, and the Child of Destiny's luck must be below 3,000. Lin Bei didn't hesitate and immediately confirmed, this isn't bad. Give me one use. After receiving Lin Bei's confirmation, the system quickly processed the transaction. Deducting 5,000 villain points. Remaining uses of the Divine Pilfering Hand, 1. Lin Bei stared intently at Xiao Miao's buttocks. Xiao Miao felt a strange itch on his buttocks. Lin Bei silently recited Xiao Miao's name and used the Divine Pilfering Hand. He secretly made a light picking motion with his treasure. Xiao Miao immediately jumped and cried out in surprise. The system quickly notified Lin Bei, congratulations to the host for striking it rich. Received all spirit stones on Xiao Miao, 2,500,000 spirit stones. Lin Bei beamed with delight. Not bad luck. Bai Nan stared blankly beside him, not understanding what had happened. Dan Lao asked Xiao Miao worriedly, Xiao Miao, what's wrong? Why did your complexion suddenly turn so bad? Xiao Miao blushed and forced a reply, nothing. I might have eaten something wrong last night. Li Jin started to strike the gavel. She called out, 1,000,000, going once. 1,000,000, going twice. 1,000,000, going twice. As she was about to call out the final going thrice, Lin Bei raised his paddle and shouted, I bid 1,010,000 spirit stones. Xiao Miao thought smugly, Lin Bei, I don't believe you spent so many spirit stones buying those other treasures, and still have enough to compete with me for the golden Jian blood herb. He confidently called out, 1,050,000. Lin Bei subtly reminded him, Xiao Miao, before you bid, you should check how many spirit stones you have left in your storage bag. Xiao Miao hurriedly checked his bag, and was shocked to find it empty. My spirit stones are all gone. Xiao Miao furiously accused Lin Bei, you did this. Lin Bei simply replied, baseless accusations. Do you have any proof? Xiao Miao was furious, cursing Lin Bei non-stop. Lin Bei didn't care. He was overjoyed, reveling in his success. Taking the Child of Destiny's spirit stones, snatching the Child of Destiny's opportunity, this feeling is truly wonderful. Li Zhen once again called out, 1,010,000, going once. 1,010,000, going twice. 1,010,000, going thrice. Finally, the gavel fell. She announced with a smile, "Congratulations to number 9999 for winning the Dark Sea treasure, the unknown spiritual herb." After the auction ended, in front of the auction house, an auction house staff member handed Lin Bei the item he had won. "Sir, this is the unknown spiritual herb you won. Please accept it." Lin Bei happily took it and thanked the staff member. Xiao Miao stood in the distance, gnashing his teeth and cursing, "Lin Bei, you got the system displayed a notification. Xiao Miao's excess luck, 1800. Lin Bei quickly noticed Xiao Miao's presence. He pretended to be apologetic and teased, "Oh, Xiao Miao, so sorry. The spiritual herb you wanted is mine now." Lin Bei continued triumphantly, "This time, you've truly drawn water with a bamboo basket. Such a pity." Xiao Miao gritted his teeth and cursed, "Lin Bei, you despicable villain." Lin Bei juggled the spiritual herb in his hand and taunted arrogantly, "Right. Next time you come to buy something, remember to bring enough money. Don't be like today, watching with wide eyes as good things are bought by others, or you'll be laughed at." Xiao Miao was so angry he almost vomited blood, stammering, "You." The system displayed a mission completion notification, successfully snatched Xiao Miao's opportunity. Xiao Miao's luck minus 450, host's luck plus 90, villain value plus 1800. Dan Lao frantically called out to Xiao Miao, who had collapsed on the ground. Bai Xing, waiting outside, saw Lin Bei come out and asked excitedly, "Are you done?" Lin Bei replied cheerfully, "Yep, all done." Bai Xing asked curiously, "You seem to really hate Xiao Miao." "Why?" Lin Bei said without hesitation, "You don't know what he did before. Let me tell you." As they walked, Lin Bei enthusiastically recounted all of Xiao Miao's misdeeds to Bai Xing. After hearing the story, Bai Xing angrily cursed, "I already felt he was selfish when I bumped into him before, but I didn't expect him to be such a shameless, ungrateful, and treacherous person. No wonder you targeted him." Lin Bei was delighted when he saw the system notification, "Successfully made the female child of destiny, Bai Xing, hate Xiao Miao. Xiao Miao's luck minus 100, host's luck plus 20, villain value plus 400. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice it had gotten dark. Bai Xing hurriedly bid farewell to Lin Bei. "Oh, it's dark already. I have to go back." Lin Bei replied, "Farewell." Upon returning, Lin Bei exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He asked with wide eyes. "Jiyu left." Fairy Bai Yun, arms crossed, explained, "Jiyu was taken away by her father. That's why I had to bring her to Dan City." She took out a stone and continued, "Also, this is a message stone her father left for you." The stone played Jiyu's father's voice. He threatened menacingly, "Lin Bei, listen carefully. I absolutely will not allow you to be with my daughter. I order you to stay away from Jiyu from now on." He continued his tirade, "You're truly too weak, so weak that you couldn't even push open the gate of my Jiyu family. A man like you, how can you bring happiness to Jiyu? You must face reality and stop having any thoughts about my daughter." Fairy Bai Yun was slightly angered. "So resolute, huh? Next time we meet, I'll beat him up a bit more." Lin Bei recalled Jiyu's intimacy with him and wondered inwardly, too weak. He frowned, remembering his moments with Jiyu. Fairy Bai Yun immediately defended Lin Bei, "Little Lin Zi, I've already taught that guy a lesson. Don't take his words to heart. Your strength is already considered very strong." She handed Lin Bei a box and instructed, "Also, take this pill." Lin Bei accepted it and asked curiously, "What is this?" Fairy Bean explained to him, "I helped you snatch the mystical purple mansion pill, a 5th grade elixir, from Jiyu's father. Its effect is to expand the Dantian. With this elixir, you should be able to meet the requirements for upgrading the Azure Lotus Sword Cannon, right?" Lin Bei said with joy, "Thank you, master." After returning to his room, Lin Bei closed the door and went into seclusion. Looking at the stone piece, he kept chanting, "Stay away from Jiuyu." Lin Bei had some respect for the threat from Jiuyu's father, but it wasn't significant. With the system here, cultivation wasn't a problem. He threw the stone away and said to himself, "When my cultivation base increases, I will go to the Jiu family's door and take Jiuyu away." Lin Bei carefully calculated his plan step by step. Currently, the threat from Xiaoyang is much more pressing. I must advance to the Golden Core stage before the three-sex grand tournament begins. Remembering a few other things, he continued, "First, deal with the treasures obtained at the auction. Except for the golden silk blood grass and the clear heart pill. The rest are unnecessary. System, exchange these spiritual herbs and minerals for negative value." The system quickly announced, "Void ore and purple cloud herb received. Negative value increased by 200. Lin Bei looked at the next item and asked, "System, what is the use of the golden silk blood grass?" The system explained in detail, "The golden silk blood grass can be used to cultivate the void Zen wings. The void Zen wings are a type of secret movement technique that touches upon the power of space. Exchange requires 50,000 negative value." The system further explained to Lin Bei, "The blood grass can also be used to refine the silkworm infant transformation pill, specifically for the golden core stage. One transformation pill can be used to advance one minor realm within the golden core stage perfectly. 4 transformation pills can directly lead to the peak of the golden core stage. Exchange requires 30,000 negative value per pill." It quickly suggested a conversion, detecting that the host possesses golden silk blood grass, deducting 50,000 negative value to exchange for the void Zen wings secret technique, and 4 silkworm infant transformation pills. Lin Bei happily commented, "Oh ho, I didn't expect you, system, to have a day where you're not being a profiteer." He decisively decided, "All right, exchange them for me. Also, exchange the golden core breakthrough pill for me. Golden core advancement should be steady and reliable." The system quickly confirmed, "Exchange successful, negative value deducted." Lin Bei triumphantly declared, "Xiaoyang, at the three-sex grand tournament, just wash yourself clean and wait for death. Once your luck drops to 150, you can wrap up." At this time, Lin Bei focused on cultivating his golden core. Beautiful streams of light appeared around his body. A golden core quickly appeared, then slowly shrunk. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the golden core. Within the cracked fragments, an extremely beautiful golden core appeared. Finally, Lin Bei successfully broke through to the golden core stage. 5 days later, early in the morning in Dan City, under a clear blue sky and fresh air. In the vast space, everyone was crowding in front of the central hall. Qing Ting was excitedly anticipating, "Finally, the three-sex grand tournament is starting." Unaware that the smell of her food was bothering others. Everyone covered their noses. Complaining, "It stinks." Biyan cheerfully said, "Old man Xuani, old woman Yangling, when are your people arriving? The competition is about to start. Don't tell me you want to forfeit." The girl opposite Biyan retorted, "Little brat Biyan, there's still some time before the competition starts. What's the rush?" A man's voice rang out nearby, "They are here." Xiao Miao suddenly appeared. Green lights emanated from him. Beside Xiao Miao was a strange young man. The system's notification appeared, "New child of destiny detected." At this moment, Lin Bei groaned inwardly, "Another one." Ding, ding. System revealing information. The young man's name is Tan Shan, Golden Core Stage, First Level, Male, Chaotic Evil, Luck 10,000, Characteristic, Child of Destiny from another world. Reborn with extreme dual blades. Assessment, a reincarnator from an unknown martial world, who thinks highly of himself. The host announced, "Since everyone is here, let's begin. The first round of the three-sex grand tournament is an alchemy competition. Ingredients will be provided by the tournament. Each contestant has 2 chances to refine the designated 4th grade. Elixir, the Fortune Spirit Origin Pill. The contestant who refines the highest quality pill within 2 hours will win. The Fortune Spirit Origin Pill can be refined from low grade, mid-grade, high grade, to perfect quality. Ultimately, the contestant who refines the highest quality pill wins. At this moment, various levels of pill quality were displayed: low grade, mid-grade, high grade, and perfect. The winner will receive a bottle of profound spirit gold-breaking pills, containing powerful spiritual energy that can help golden core cultivators accelerate their cultivation and increase their breakthrough rate. Hearing such an attractive reward, Xiao Miao's determination surged. He clenched his fists, thinking, I must obtain the profound spirit gold-breaking pills. After losing the golden silk blood grass, I can only rely on these pills to accelerate my cultivation. Elder Dan, using a concealment technique, walked beside him and carefully instructed, you must remind yourself to stay calm in all situations. After 5 days of careful examination, I haven't detected anything unusual in your body. Don't act irrationally like you did at the auction. Xiao Miao heeded the advice. I understand. Lin Bei was also racking his brains. Another child of destiny, what a headache. But the urgent task now is to completely seize Xiao Miao's luck and then eliminate him. Xiao Miao is indeed a child of destiny. He lost the golden silk blood grass, and in the blink of an eye, he encountered the profound spirit gold-breaking pills. He thought as he saw Xiao Miao walk by. But don't worry, I won't let you have them either, Lin Bei said with a sinister expression. The intense alchemy competition began. On the stage, 3 young men were focused. Representing the Dan Yuan sect was Xiao Miao, representing the Scarlet Refining sect was Lai Wuji, and representing the Azure Cloud sect was Lin Bei. Lai Wuji, while refining, was extremely arrogant, thinking to himself, a mere 4th grade Fortune Spirit Origin pill is a piece of cake for a 4th grade alchemist like me. Xiao Miao was also giving his all, adjusting the pill fire. The dispersion and fusion of the pill liquid became increasingly clear. This alchemy competition not only tested the speed of refining but also the refining technique. Only Lin Bei sat there worried, I'm only a 3rd grade alchemist. Can I refine a 4th grade pill? The system appeared and asked, what does Lin Bei want to do? You are a villain, not a child of destiny. So the system suggested, you can exchange for the 4th grade alchemy technique. Negative value cost, 10,000. Lin Bei disagreed. He wanted something else. Just exchanging for a 4th grade technique. The audience will think I'm out of negative value. I want to exchange for the 5th grade alchemy technique. The system asked in surprise, are you sure? Lin Bei remained firm, absolutely. Ding, ding. Consuming 20,000 negative value to exchange for the 5th grade alchemy technique. Remaining negative value, 0. Hearing this, Lin Bei's heart sank, really? The system reminded, host, please continue to diligently earn negative value, strive to fly together with Jiu soon. Lin Bei was heartbroken, crying without tears. He thought to himself, Xiao Miao, Tan Shan, just you wait. In this 3-sex grand tournament, I want both of you children of destiny to fail. A blue lightning bolt struck down powerfully from the sky. Lai Wuji was overjoyed, brimming with pride. I didn't expect to perform so well. I will definitely win this alchemy competition. The onlookers were stunned and exclaimed, that's pill tribulation. They whispered to each other, pill tribulation. Pill tribulation only appears when refining pills above 5th grade. Seeing this, Yang Ling was extremely smug. Xuani, Biyun, it seems that our Scarlet Refining sect has won this competition. The man beside her reminded, don't celebrate too early. Nothing is certain. Immediately afterward, a red light flashed, interrupting Lin Bei's lightning tribulation. Just as he said, Yenling's smile faded quickly. What's that? A green lightning tribulation, higher level than the red one. Elder Dan proudly praised Xiao Miao, you did well. This time, victory is certain. Xiao Miao replied complacently, it's not a complete victory yet. I still have to use the lightning tribulation to do something. The red lightning bolt continued to strike down elsewhere. Lai Wuji resentfully complained, Xiao Miao, you sabotaged me. An announcement came from the competition, explosion. Lai Wuji is eliminated. Lin Bei extended his hand and quickly used his spiritual power hand. Seeing someone in danger, the hand was ready to assist in this perilous competition. Lai Wuji gratefully exclaimed, brother, thank you for helping me. Seeing Lin Bei seemingly idle, Xiao Miao shouted mockingly, HMPH, Lin Bei, you can barely protect yourself, yet you dare to meddle in other people's business. Suddenly, red lightning bolts descended from the sky, striking Lin Bei's alchemy furnace. Lai Wuji stared blankly at the sky, confused. Everyone around him also curiously looked up at the sky. Bian, upon seeing this, cried out in alarm, little Lin. Whoosh! A cloud of smoke rose, covering half the stage. No one knew what was happening inside the smoke. Now, only Xiao Miao was visible. Suddenly, he revealed his true nature, displaying a never-before-seen sinister smile. He declared, Elder Dan, this is true victory. Only I successfully refined the pill. The profound spirit gold-breaking pill is mine. Now, the spotlight of the villain shone directly on Xiao Miao. Elder Fan, standing next to him, immediately intervened, seeing his disciple's recklessness. He admonished, Xiao Miao, you're too agitated. Calm down. He brushed it off. Thinking, Elder Dan is overthinking. Don't worry, now I feel like I'm floating on cloud 9. Lin Bei has humiliated me time and time again. This is the past of a villain. Xiao Miao looked at his hand, the one he had just used against Lin Bei, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He said joyfully, today, I finally dealt with him. Refreshing, so refreshing. Within the dense white smoke, a dark figure gradually emerged. The person unconsciously called out, Xiao Miao, startling him. It was Lin Bei. He was not only unharmed, but also unscathed. He sat there with his furnace and said arrogantly, what are you babbling about, Tilda? Xiao Miao was so surprised his eyes nearly popped out. He exclaimed in alarm, you're all right. Lai Wuji showered him with praise, his eyes shining brightly, amazing, brother. In the stands, the sect leaders also praised Lin Bei, as expected of little Lin, to have a golden lightning tribulation, stronger than even a black one. The sexy sister Yang Ling also said, a golden lightning tribulation, at least a 5th grade alchemist is needed to activate it, such a young 5th grade alchemist. Old man Xuani also spoke, indeed. The younger generation is formidable. It was Lin Bei's time to shine. He raised his index finger. A golden light, like the light of the party, emanated from it. He provocatively declared, Xiao Miao, now it's my turn to strike you. Being pointed at by Lin Bei's challenging finger, Xiao Miao was startled, momentarily stunned. Boom! A lightning bolt struck down from the sky, shattering the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air again, Xiao Miao seemingly taking the full brunt of the attack. Black smoke rose, obscuring the person within. The black smoke gradually dissipated, revealing both Elder Fan and Xiao Miao heavily injured. He stood there, panting, covered in scratches. Xiao Miao turned to see Elder Fan fading away. He asked in shock, Elder Dan, what's wrong with you? Elder Fan said with difficulty, just now, blocking the lightning tribulation. I exhausted too much power. I must slumber for a while. From now on, it's up to you. Then he gradually vanished into the air, his final words a careful instruction, Xiao Miao, you must remember, no matter what happens, stay calm, don't be impulsive. Hearing this, Xiao Miao tried to respond, his heart aching, Elder Dan, don't worry, I'll remember your words. Seeing Xiao Miao, who was once arrogant, now miserably defeated, Lai Wuji couldn't resist gloating. Ha ha, Xiao Miao, feels good. A despicable villain like you wanted to use the lightning tribulation to attack us, and in the end, you got struck by it. Hearing this, Tan Shan said, Senior brother Wuji, that's wrong, isn't it, little Wu? Behind them, Tan Shan stood with his arms crossed, criticizing. Cultivation is a path against the heavens, requiring thousands of hardships and training. If you criticize others as despicable over a minor mishap, when you encounter an enemy's scheme in the future, are you going to call him great despicable? Right, little Wu. Lai Wuji felt a pang of guilt. Lai Wuji turned and asked him, Tan Shan, why are you siding with outsiders? We are all disciples of the same sect. How can you help outsiders criticize me? Tan Shan shrugged, feigning innocence, I help reason, not people. I'm just speaking my mind, being honest. Right, little Wu. Lai Wuji gritted his teeth in anger, you. Old man Xuani had seen everything. His words seemed light, but carried weight. Yang Ling, your sect's disciples are truly interesting. Yang Ling was furious, the corner of her mouth twitching, wanting to curse. She forced a laugh, ha ha, wanting to scream inwardly, if it weren't for some people having backing in the sect. This kind of sect-destroying person, I would have kicked him out long ago. A golden core slowly flew out of the alchemy furnace, smoke billowing around it. Lin Bei held it in his hand, turned to Xiao Miao as if showing off his achievement, and said arrogantly, Xiao Miao, my pill is done. Where's yours? Xiao Miao froze, his face darkening, and remained silent. Lin Bei pressed his advantage, adding fuel to the fire. Oh Tilda, I forgot, yours exploded. My bad Tilda. This provocative remark was meant to anger him. Xiao Miao frowned at his empty jest, his eyes filled with anger, but no one knew what he was thinking. Lai Wuji watched from the sidelines, the atmosphere tense, and commented, are they about to fight? Suddenly, Xiao Miao raised his hand, his face still dark, as if preparing to unleash an attack. Lin Bei just stood there silently, staring at him. Unexpectedly, Lin Bei raised his hand high and declared loudly, I surrender, amidst the hazy fog. No one expected him to surrender. Lin Bei, this time, you win. He turned and left, leaving behind a parting shot, just you wait. Lin Bei stood there, watching his retreating figure, thinking to himself, Xiao Miao's luck is getting closer and closer to the killing line, but his luck is also becoming harder and harder to reduce. The system added, host successfully snatched Xiao Miao's opportunity and defeated him. Xiao Miao's luck minus 200, host's luck plus 40, negative value plus 1000. The old MC, Xuani, announced, the winner of the alchemy competition is Lin Bei of the Azure Cloud sect. Next is the weapon refining competition. Please have contestants Qing Ting, Tan Shan, and other passerby NPCs prepare. Lin Bei went down and patted his fellow disciple's shoulder, advising, Qing Ting, be careful of Tan Shan in the next competition. He smiled confidently and replied, don't worry. Pointing his thumb at himself with overflowing confidence, he added, next, watch my performance. A moment later, Lin Bei's face was full of shock, his eyes wide. He hadn't expected Qing Ting to be so overconfident. Qing Ting was lying in a heap on the ground, the earth cracked, dust and smoke billowing. Announcement, explosion. Qing Ting is eliminated. Tan Shan stood on the stage, looking down and smiling confidently. He called out, Lin Bei. Lin Bei just watched silently without responding. Tan Shan put on a provoking expression, his nostrils flaring like a pig's, his previous handsome demeanor gone. The disciples of your Azure Cloud sect are truly weak. I hope in the third round, the individual combat competition, you can last a little longer before facing me. That way, you can be eliminated a bit later, right, little Wu? Fairy Bean sneered, Yang Ling, the disciples of your Scarlet Refining sect truly have personality. The fiery sister was speechless with anger. With an indifferent expression, she forced a laugh, ha ha. Fairy Bean sat cross-legged and turned to ask Xuani, Has the Dan Yuan sect really decided to use that as the reward? The elder, hearing her innocent question, replied, "It has been in our hands for over 1,000 years, and we have never been able to open it. Perhaps we truly need to find someone with the right destiny to unveil its secrets." Yenling's tone was somewhat arrogant. She sat with her legs crossed, arms folded, and said smugly with a laugh, "Ha, you say that, but you're still reluctant, aren't you? Otherwise, why would you choose it as the reward for the Three Sects Grand Tournament, and not for the grander Nine Continents Alchemy Conference a few months later?" Her rebuttal left Xuanyi momentarily speechless. He closed his eyes in contemplation. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was looking at the competition bracket. Third individual matchup list, Lin Bei vs Lai Wuji, NPC. Tan Shan vs Bai Qing, Xiaomiao vs NPC. While he was reading intently, he felt a strange weight on his shoulder. A small hand patted him, startling him. It was Bai Qing. The lovely girl waved to him, smiling brightly, her eyes crinkling with joy. She said softly, "Long time no see, Lin Bei." But Lin Bei didn't recognize her. He only vaguely remembered, "You are." "I'm Bai Nan Tilda," she replied playfully. Lin Bei's eyes widened in surprise. He remembered and asked, "Were you cross-dressing before?" "That's right. My real name is Bai Qing." Unexpectedly, she was also kind. Winking, she acted like a knowledgeable and trustworthy person. She pointed and said, "Lin Bei, let me tell you a secret. In this Three Sects Grand Tournament, as long as you reach the top 3, you'll get a mysterious reward. Don't get eliminated before the top 4 and miss out on that opportunity." As soon as she finished speaking, a warning appeared on Lin Bei's system interface: "Host must win the championship. If you fail, you will die after the Three Sects Grand Tournament ends." He could only sigh helplessly, again. Champion. Reading the word champion, he felt no enthusiasm, only a sense of annoyance. Suddenly, a tall and imposing figure appeared behind him. With fiery orange hair, he suddenly slapped Lin Bei on the shoulder. "Yo, brother, you're also interested in the championship? Ambitious," he said with a friendly smile. "Then it's just in time. Let's meet in the finals and see who can laugh last." His tone gradually lowered, and his strong physique surprised Lin Bei. But life is full of surprises. In the very first match, Lai Wuji vs Xiaomiao, he was defeated and lay flat on the stage, unable to resist even slightly. Xiaomiao, on the other hand, was full of fighting spirit, glaring down at him. Just like that, Lin Bei and Bai Qing unexpectedly advanced to the top 4. Both were stunned. Inside the mysterious reward box, the matches were arranged: Lin Bei vs Tan Shan, Xiaomiao vs Bai Qing. The elder smiled happily. "In the top 4, our Dan Yuan sect occupies 2 spots. Truly joyous." Fairy Biyun, on the other hand, sat calmly with a faint smile. "Ha, look at you. I knew you'd be content using the Azure Bamboo Secret Realm as a reward. Also, Yangling, why aren't you happy? What's wrong? Tell me so I can share your joy." Yangling truly seemed unhappy. She crossed her arms and said irritably, "HMPH, if there was an opportunity in front of your sex disciple, and it was snatched away by a rebellious brat, and you couldn't do anything about it, would you be happy?" Old man Xuanyi stroked his chin thoughtfully. "This disciple named Tan Shan, what's his background? How can he be so arrogant?" Yangling replied irritably, "HMPH, behind him are 4 elders of the Scarlet Refining Sect. That's why no one can touch him." Xuanyi was surprised. Isn't that equivalent to more than half of the Scarlet Refining Sect's elders backing Tan Shan? The fiery sister replied, "That's right. I also didn't expect it. What ability does this guy have to make so many elders value him so much?" The MC announced, "Top 4. Round 1, Tan Shan vs Lin Bei, about to begin. The commentator's voice echoed, but Tan Shan hasn't arrived at the arena yet. Where has Tan Shan gone? Could he be forfeiting? Lin Bei chuckled mischievously, Tan Shan won't make it in time. Because I seem to know why. In the forest, Tan Shan was frantically searching for his beloved rabbit, Little Wu. Little Wu. Where are you? A moment later, he heard crying, hoo hoo, from somewhere unknown. It was the rabbit. Tan Shan saw Little Wu hanging from a tree, guessing the culprit was none other than Lin Bei. He shouted, Little Wu. It continued to cry, hoo hoo. He quickly threw a knife, severing the rope, and the rabbit was freed. Tan Shan immediately caught his beloved pet, and then the man and rabbit embraced sweetly like lovers. Little Wu, did he do anything to you? Just wait, I'll untie you now. The red strings knot looked familiar. The rabbit put on a pitiful expression. Tan Shan tried to untie the string, cursing while doing so, damn Lin Bei, I'll make him pay. He held Little Wu in his hands and suddenly noticed something strange. Little Wu, you're glowing. Are you transforming? Although a cultivator, Tan Shan had an indecent thought. His face flushed red like a ripe tomato, and he even had a nosebleed. Wait, you're transforming into this form. Boom. White smoke enveloped its body. Tan Shan must have been anticipating greatly. A tuft of hair appeared. Next, a beautiful maiden's face. A soft and gentle voice rang out, Brother Tan Shan, don't look at me Tilda. A beautiful woman with a strong, muscular physique, like a bodybuilder of that era, yet with a maiden's face. Little Wu said shyly, I'm embarrassed. Tan Shan was so disappointed he foamed at the mouth, as if doused with cold water. He was completely devastated, it not being what he had imagined. On Lin Bei's side, he was gloating over what he had done. I even fed that rabbit a muscular transformation pill. I wonder how happy Tan Shan will be when he sees the transformed rabbit. This guy was truly scheming, a true villain. The MC announced loudly, Tan Shan has not arrived at the arena after the time limit. I declare Lin Bei the winner. Swoosh. A red streak flew by, stunning a bird, which plummeted towards the arena. Boom! Before the eyes of many, Tan Shan landed in the arena, but he was too late. Tan Shan gritted his teeth, as if wanting to devour Lin Bei alive. Lin Bei took the opportunity to provoke him further, adding fuel to the fire. Yo, Tan Shan, you're late Tilda also, a surprise for you. Do you like it? Tan Shan yelled furiously, his voice echoing through the sky, making the bird from earlier spit out water. I will not share the same sky with you. In an instant, Tan Shan flew out of the competition hall. Fairy Biyun was amused and excited. She smiled and said, your sex disciple flew away. Yang Ling pretended not to care. But her displeasure was evident. She put her hands on her hips and said irritably, whatever. Continue the competition, and then quickly disband. At this moment, a notification appeared on Lin Bei's system interface. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking up the lovebirds, separating Little Wu and Tan Shan. Tan Shan's luck minus 2,000, host's luck plus 500, and negative value plus 10,000. Reading this, he wondered, just feeding the rabbit a pill was enough to separate them. And even stranger, how could Tan Shan's luck decrease so much? The system explained in detail. According to the original fate, Little Wu is the most important spiritual pet in Tan Shan's destiny. When Little Wu is with Tan Shan, his luck increases rapidly, and everything goes smoothly. However, conversely, if he loses Little Wu, Tan Shan will definitely lose many opportunities, and his luck will plummet. Furthermore, if the host completely separates Tan Shan and Little Wu, Tan Shan will lose even more luck. At that point, Tan Shan's downfall will be just a matter of time. Lin Bei finally understood. He put his hand on his chin and exclaimed, so that's how it is. Outside in the arena, the referee's firm voice boomed, second top 4 match, Xiao Miao vs Bai Qing, begin. Xiao Miao was ready to fight at any moment. Bai Qing was no less prepared. Standing firmly in the center of the arena, sword in hand. Xiao Miao, observing her like this, suddenly felt a strange, indescribable emotion. He thought, this feeling is so wonderful. Looking at Bai Qing is like seeing Jiu. In his eyes now, there was only Jiu's image. She smiled sweetly at him. Unconsciously, Xiao Miao placed his hand on his chest, feeling his heartbeat and listening to the voice from the bottom of his heart. There was an inexplicable pang of pain. His inner voice seemed to be telling him that Bai Qing belonged to him. She should clearly be by his side, just like when Jiu was beside him in the Shao Manor. His face flushed as he reminisced about the past, feeling a pang of sorrow. Xiao Miao's eyes filled with regret. Jiu. Ever since that damned broken engagement, your figure has disappeared from my side. Every lonely night, I miss you so much. Jiu. Where have you gone? His heart cried out her name, all his longing flooding back the moment he saw Bai Qing. At the same time, on the ship, Jiu suddenly sneezed. Someone must have been thinking about her. Tu Lao, beside her, seeing her sneeze, worried about her health. Miss, be careful of catching a cold. The immortal ship is about to pass through the cold jade snow region. Jiu, receiving Tu Lao's concern, said gratefully, I know. She looked at the distant scenery outside, the snow-covered mountains and the clear blue sky. But a sad person can hardly appreciate a beautiful scene. She gazed at the scenery and the falling snowflakes, her heart aching. I miss you so much. Her eyes were filled with sadness. Now, in her heart, there was only one person, Lin Bei. Back at the match, Lin Bei was shouting encouragement, Bai Qing, go for it. He yelled, teach that despicable Xiao Miao a good lesson. She seemed to gain strength from his encouraging words. Her face became more serious than ever. She gripped her sword firmly, preparing to strike. She replied resolutely, yes. Xiao Miao, seeing this, suddenly flew into a rage. He pointed at Lin Bei and said through gritted teeth, Bai Qing, Lin Bei is a despicable villain who constantly lies. He and I are mortal enemies. You can't believe his words. Moreover, you should leave Lin Bei and come to my side. As long as you join forces with me, you'll break through to a higher realm. Every word he uttered sounded foolish. Bai Qing didn't understand what he was talking about. She tilted her head, her face showing a question mark, thinking, what is this guy babbling about? Every word he said reeked of possessiveness. Disgusted by his actions and words, Lin Bei retorted, Xiao Miao, your words make it sound like Bai Qing is your possession. As if you're nothing without her. The male lead became even more determined to protect her from Xiao Miao. He frowned and declared seriously, Bai Qing is not anyone's possession. Her path, her future, are all in her own hands. With his strong support, Bai Qing became even stronger and more resolute. She raised her sword towards Xiao Miao, showing her readiness to fight. Her voice was firm. Her gaze determined, Lin Bei is right. What realm I break through to is none of your business. My future is my own. Her words seemed to shatter Xiao Miao's pride. Ashamed and enraged, he flew towards her like lightning, his eyes sharp with hatred. Blue lightning crackled around him as he roared threateningly. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll teach you a lesson today. In an instant, he leaped towards her with a powerful surge, his strong hand wielding his sword with incredible speed. He swung at her head, but fortunately, Bai Qing managed to block the fatal blow. She stumbled backward, but her right hand, seizing the moment before Xiao Miao could react, slashed at him. The fierce battle continued without a word, only the clash of swords and the crackle of lightning from their power. Across the vast arena, the two sword fighters moved swiftly, from left to right, neither willing to yield. Finally, they clashed swords directly, their strength equal. The grating sound was ear-piercing, making the spectators tense. However, Bai Qing's strength couldn't match Xiao Miao's. She was pushed back a long distance. She continued to fly backward, showing no signs of stopping. Bai Qing dug her feet into the ground to regain her balance, the friction creating a cloud of dust. As soon as she steadied herself, he unleashed a powerful attack, boasting, "This move was originally meant for that bastard Lin Bei. But I've lost my patience with you." In an instant, 2 red marks appeared on his forehead. His eyes became sharper and more alert. Finally, Xiao Miao's face transformed. He smiled sinisterly, revealing sharp, beast-like teeth. Flames erupted behind him, showing his excitement. Grr! A roar echoed through the heavens. A ferocious tiger, with eagle wings, appeared behind Xiao Miao. He now resembled a monster eager to devour its prey. His eyes glowed brightly. His smile sinister, his hand raised as if savoring this immense power. All beings are but food for the Daotai eagle. In the distance, the audience was buzzing with excitement. Whoa! Is that a golden core phenomenon? Others wondered, golden core phenomenon. What's that? Is it different from golden core divine ability? The atmosphere in the hall became lively. Someone explained, when a foundation establishment cultivator advances to the golden core stage, a silver mark is left within the golden core. This mark contains a technique called the golden core. Divine ability. But some geniuses leave more than one silver mark. The technique possessing multiple silver marks is the golden core phenomenon. It represents talent and power, symbolizing the cultivator's true strength. And unfortunately, the one possessing this powerful technique was that despicable Xiao Miao. He smirked, looking at his golden core with a triumphant air, as if he were the ruler of the world. Mo Yan added, although vision is extremely powerful, and can even destroy enemies over a wide area, it also has very strict requirements for the user's mental strength. Yang Ling continued, take Xiao Miao's vision as an example. If he uses all his strength to manifest it, he might exhaust all his spiritual energy after just a cup of tea. Hearing these words, Xuani could only sweat, not knowing what else to say. At this moment, Xiao Miao sneered, since you stubbornly chose to associate with ordinary people like Lin Bei and refused to walk alongside me, then prepare to endure my endless wrath and contempt. With that, he swung his blade. He slashed down powerfully, and the image of a golden lion appeared, roaring fearsomely. Immediately afterward, a deafening explosion rocked the arena. Bai Qing, hit by the attack, coughed up blood. Her body flew backward as if weightless. Bai Qing. Lin Bei shouted her name, his face filled with worry. An elder watching the match questioned, Xiao Miao, both you and Bai Qing are disciples of the Dan Yuan sect. How could you use such a deadly attack against a fellow disciple in a competition? His voice was filled with displeasure and disapproval of Xiao Miao's arrogance. But his face was as thick as concrete. Using the excuse that he couldn't control the phenomenon yet to justify his viciousness, Xiao Miao bowed his head respectfully. Hands clasped, and said, Elder, please understand. I only recently grasped this phenomenon, and haven't fully mastered its control. My golden core phenomenon suddenly went out of control. Which is why I accidentally gravely injured Bai Qing. Seeing his respectful demeanor, the elder's eyes narrowed suspiciously, but he didn't dare to accuse him directly. After all, not being able to immediately control a phenomenon was reasonable. He pondered for a moment before making a decision. I will leave the judgment of your explanation to the Dan Yuan sect's disciplinary team. Now, continue the competition. The elder gave the most objective ruling for the match. As soon as he was given the go-ahead, Xiao Miao changed his face faster than flipping a pancake. He turned to the male lead and challenged loudly, Lin Bei. Our past grievances will be settled in this match today. Lin Bei was holding Bai Qing in his arms. She was so badly injured that blood flowed from her lips. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Without hesitation, he challenged Xiaomiao back, his face grim, as if wanting to crush him. Just in time, I also want to settle the score for what you did to Bai Qing. By now, it was late afternoon. The setting sun cast a warm pink hue on the scattered clouds in the sky. At the competition hall, Lin Bei was carefully considering how to deal with that scoundrel without being affected himself. To kill Xiaomiao without any unforeseen consequences, I must reduce his luck below 500, completely shattering his Child of Destiny halo. According to the original fate trajectory, Xiaomiao would gain attention at the 3-sex grand tournament, win first place, and receive rich rewards. At this moment, the two stood facing each other. If the arena was filled with smoke and fire, their battle was no less intense. Lin Bei's current luck was 3361. Status, still a villain. He carefully calculated, if I successfully prevent him from taking first place, how much luck will Xiaomiao lose? Xiaomiao's current luck was 1800. Status, Child of Destiny, collapsing state. The referee immediately waved the flag, announcing loudly, the final match of the 3-sex grand tournament begins. Upon hearing the announcement, Xiaomiao jumped up with a powerful fist, his teeth gritted as he snarled, "Vile Lin Bei." He slammed his fist into Lin Bei's chest, shouting, "Take this." But Lin Bei's reflexes were quick. In an instant, he blocked the incoming fist with his arm. The terrifying force of the two men colliding created a tremendous pressure, overwhelming the surrounding air. While Xiaomiao was focused on his attack, Lin Bei channeled his power into his foot, shattering the ground beneath him. He kicked back powerfully, retaliating against Xiaomiao's punch. Neither was willing to yield. Ultimately, Lin Bei's strength prevailed. With a single kick, he sent Xiaomiao flying backward, forcing him to dig his feet into the ground to maintain his balance. Dust and smoke billowed up, obscuring the stands. One of Xiaomiao's knees buckled. He braced himself with his left hand, trying to stay upright. If he fell, even for a moment, it would give Lin Bei an opening to attack. Lin Bei raised his hand, as if challenging him, "Besides using my hands to control flying swords, my feet can do so as well, Xiaomiao. How about this move?" He taunted. Suddenly, Xiaomiao pulled something from his right wrist. Throwing it aside, he angrily refused to acknowledge Lin Bei's move, HMPH. Just some petty tricks. Below the stage, the crowd continued to discuss Lin Bei. To be able to control flying swords with his feet, Lin Bei is truly a genius. Lin Bei's fighting skills are still extraordinary. But against Xiaomiao, it's still not enough. After all, at the same realm, a cultivator with a phenomenon has an overwhelming advantage. Suddenly, Xiaomiao flew into a rage again. He shouted, "I, Xiaomiao, will use the power to break all methods. Your flying swords are just a fleeting illusion. I will use the power of 1,000 thunderbolts to shatter everything you have." He declared boastfully, his body brimming with power. Lin Bei remained strangely calm. He replied indifferently, "The golden core phenomenon is scary," but tilde as he spoke, he summoned his golden sword. "I have won 2 tilde." Lin Bei shouted. Golden lotuses suddenly appeared behind him, shining brightly, illuminating the entire arena. It was the azure lotus sword cannon, Stardust Radiance. The audience was astonished. Whoa! Golden core phenomenon. Lin Bei of the Azure Cloud sect also has a golden core phenomenon. This time, it's hard to say who will win. Still aggressive, Xiaomiao leaped towards Lin Bei with a powerful surge, intending to attack from above. The two resembled two opposing forces, one shining gold and righteous, the other crimson and dark. Fairy Biyun, watching from the side, sensed that both of their spiritual power reserves were abundant, almost comparable to nascent soul cultivators. In the blink of an eye, Xiaomiao unleashed his attack, slashing powerfully towards Lin Bei. Lin Bei, equally quick, blocked the blow with lightning reflexes. The screech of metal against metal rang out, the ground cracking around them. Yang Ling commented, "During the fight, the spiritual power directed by both sides is evenly matched." The two continued to exchange blows fiercely, moving across the arena. But strangely, despite having significantly more luck, Lin Bei's attacks were only a third as strong as Xiao Miao's. He sensed this anomaly, not good. Xiao Miao had gained the upper hand, pressing his attack, forcing Lin Bei backward. He glanced at his own spiritual power. With each clash, although subtle, his spiritual power was inexplicably diminishing. Xiao Miao, seeing his contemplative expression, guessed the reason. He smirked and asked mockingly, "Finally noticed?" Xiao Miao unleashed a powerful blow, overwhelming Lin Bei and sending him flying backward. His spiritual power was now so abundant that red energy filled the arena. Fortunately, Lin Bei still had enough spiritual power to remain standing, pressing his hand against the ground to prevent himself from falling. Xiao Miao became increasingly monstrous and terrifying. He grinned sinisterly, "This is the super-powerful phenomenon I comprehended through the Daotai water. It can imperceptibly devour spiritual power upon contact with the opponent." In his hand, he held a red orb filled with dark energy. In an instant, he shrunk the orb, shouting, "And it can be converted into spiritual power for my use." Xiao Miao swallowed the spiritual power orb. His eyes glowed like a leopard's, his body brimming with vitality. He laughed maniacally, "Lin Bei, today you will die." Lin Bei, seeing his appearance, was startled and realized something. Xiao Miao lifted his chin with an arrogant smirk. He swung his sword, the blade flashing brightly under the sun as it tore through the air towards Lin Bei. The force of the slash was so powerful that Lin Bei couldn't dodge, and could only try to block. The impact sent Lin Bei's sword flying from his hand, and he stumbled backward, falling to the ground. Dust and smoke billowed up, obscuring Lin Bei's vision. He slowly got up, staring at Xiao Miao, his eyes filled with resentment and determination. Xiao Miao still stood there, sword in hand, his arrogant smile widening. He walked towards Lin Bei menacingly, step by step, making Lin Bei grit his teeth in anger. Xiao Miao's stern and cautious face turned upward as he laughed loudly, "He he he." His laughter echoed through the arena. It wasn't a normal laugh, but the laughter of a victor. With arrogance and aggression, he looked down at Lin Bei with contempt and challenge. His laughter seemed to say it all: he had won, he was the strongest, and Lin Bei was just a pathetic loser. It showed Xiao Miao's extreme confidence, his belief that he could subdue anyone he wanted. Xiao Miao, brimming with victorious energy, roared and charged at Lin Bei. He swung his sword relentlessly, the sharp blade tearing through the air, forcing Lin Bei to defend himself constantly. Unable to withstand the barrage of attacks, Lin Bei stumbled and fell to the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Xiao Miao stood triumphantly, his gleaming sword pointed directly at Lin Bei's face. He sneered, his voice filled with disdain, "Last time, you said you wanted to settle the score with me." Yang Ling, in the stands, witnessing everything, said, "Bian, it seems that if your disciple has no more tricks, the final victory will belong to Xiao Miao of the Dan Yuan sect." But Bian maintained her faith in her disciple. She replied, "Don't be so hasty." Bian sat there calmly, with absolute faith in Lin Bei. "Little Lin won't be defeated so easily. He will definitely find a way." Then she smiled and said, "Let's watch." Xiao Miao approached, sneering at Lin Bei, "Both you and I are at the golden core stage, but I broke through earlier than you, and my realm is higher than yours." Looking at the seemingly weak Lin Bei, Xiao Miao gloated, "And I have a phenomenon that devours your spiritual power for my use." Ignoring Xiao Miao's rambling, Lin Bei struggled to his feet. Xiao Miao continued his arrogant rambling, "Lin Bei, you are my enemy, destined to fail." Then he offered a humiliating condition, "But, Xiao Miao, I am merciful. As long as you bow your head to me and submit, I might spare your life." Despite Xiao Miao's arrogant words, Lin Bei didn't waver. He even let out a scornful laugh, "Ha ha." It wasn't a laugh of fear, but a laugh of mockery, ridiculing his pettiness and stupidity. Seeing Lin Bei, on the verge of death, still able to laugh without any fear or submission, Xiao Miao flew into a rage, shouting, "What are you laughing at?" Lin Bei stood up, sword in hand, unyielding and defiant. Seeing Lin Bei preparing to attack, Xiao Miao also readied his sword and sneered, "Still want to fight? Useless." Xiao Miao, in his moment of triumphant excitement, suddenly froze. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Numerous swords suddenly appeared, surrounding him. The swords moved with dizzying speed, making it impossible for Xiao Miao to defend. He could only try to dodge the relentless attacks. Lin Bei stood calmly outside the circle, effortlessly controlling the swords with a flick of his wrist. He smiled, his eyes filled with contempt. Xiao Miao, once arrogant and confident, was now completely flustered and panicked. He didn't understand what was happening, or how to escape the encirclement of swords. The swords plunged into the ground with immense force. Xiao Miao was stunned, that speed. Watching a drop of bright red blood fall onto the cold ground, he exclaimed in astonishment, "That aura." Under the relentless assault of Lin Bei's controlled swords, Xiao Miao couldn't hold on. He was hit by a fatal blow and collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from his wound. Xiao Miao clutched his wound, trying to suppress a groan. He couldn't believe that he, who had just been so victorious, could be defeated so easily. Humiliation and bitterness welled up inside him, making him want to scream, "Your current cultivation is peak golden core. How is that possible?" Lin Bei replied calmly, "I have you to thank for that. You gave me the golden silk blood grass. It was truly useful." Xiao Miao struggled to ask, "You knew the secrets of that spiritual herb?" Even though it was given by the system, Lin Bei replied confidently, "That's right. I refined the blood grass into a pill and consumed it. Moreover, the golden silk also contained a divine ability, which I have also cultivated." Lin Bei looked at Xiao Miao writhing in pain and said, "Xiao Miao, considering the words mercy before you, I've thought of a very good way to deal with you." Lin Bei grinned, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, as he held the smoke pill. The pill exploded, creating a thick fog that obscured everything. The crowd erupted in chatter. "This is the smoke pill. It's all smoke. We can't see anything." Within the dense fog, Xiao Miao's figure could be heard shouting anxiously, "A." After finishing everything he wanted to do, Lin Bei flew away cheerfully, saying, "I'm done." Xiao Miao was stripped naked by Lin Bei, suffering indescribable humiliation. He flew into a rage, yelling, "Lin Bei, you despicable villain." The people in the audience covered their eyes in embarrassment for Xiao Miao. "What is this? Something I can watch for free? Oh my, how vulgar and indecent." The people below continued to chatter. Ding, ding. System notification. Host successfully humiliated Xiao Miao in public. Xiao Miao fainted from anger. Xiao Miao's luck -300. Host successfully prevented Xiao Miao from taking first place in the 3-sex grand tournament. Xiao Miao's luck -900. Host's luck +240. Xiao Miao's remaining luck, 600. Distance to the elimination line, 100. Lin Bei grumbled, "This Xiao Miao is like a cockroach. Even after all this, he hasn't reached the elimination line yet." The judge raised his flag and announced, "Xiao Miao has lost consciousness. Lin Bei of the Azure Cloud sect wins." Bai Qing, who came in third, was sleeping soundly and was rewarded with a bottle of profound gold spirit pills, allowing the weak golden core cultivator to increase her cultivation. Xiao Miao, who was standing in second place in humiliation, was rewarded with a bottle of profound gold spirit pills and a small spirit boat. It consumed much less spirit stones than a normal spirit boat and could carry 3 to 5 people. Lin Bei, in first place, was happy and proud. He was rewarded with a small spirit boat, the dual spirit transformation art, which could divide his divine sense into 2 parts and control divine sense techniques to fight enemies, and a secret technique Xuani added solemnly, in addition to these rewards, the top 3 in this competition also have another reward. He continued, you may enter the legendary Immortals Remnants, the Azure Bamboo Secret Realm token. It was a quiet night, the full moon shining brightly in the sky. From inside a room came Bai Qing's cries, ouch. It hurts. Lin Bei, can you be gentler? Lin Bei patiently complied, all right, Bai Qing, I'll be gentler. Bai Qing clutched Lin Bei's clothes tightly. Her injured foot twitched and trembled in pain. Her face was contorted in agony as she moaned, ouch, ah. Hearing her cries of pain, Lin Bei frowned in annoyance. A moment later, he exclaimed, do you need to be so dramatic? I'm just healing you. Bai Qing closed her eyes, seemingly ignoring his words. She slowly savored the feeling and replied. But it feels so good. Bai Qing's face expressed great satisfaction. I didn't expect your medical skills to be so good. I feel like I'll be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Lin Bei quickly stopped and handed her the token, saying, right. I almost forgot the important matter. This is your reward. Bai Qing forced her eyes open to receive the gift. She didn't seem surprised by the item in her hand, but still asked, the Azure Bamboo Secret Realm token. Lin Bei bid her farewell, the item has been delivered. Seeing that you're all right and not injured anymore, he said, then I'll take my leave. Hearing his farewell, Bai Qing politely replied, safe travels. On his way back, Lin Bei was in a very relaxed and excited mood. He hummed a tune as he walked, looking incredibly carefree and cheerful. As he walked happily, singing his cheerful tune, he encountered 2 people following him closely. Hearing the unusual sound, he became serious again, his eyes glancing around warily. He was a little worried because it was late, and he hadn't seen anyone else on this path. He looked at the figures before him. They were 2 girls in black cloaks that covered half their faces, looking very mysterious. They brandished their swords, targeting him relentlessly. Lin Bei wondered who they were, as he hadn't made any enemies of any girls. But when the 2 fairies removed their cloaks, Lin Bei was stunned into silence. His eyes widened in surprise, it's you too. Du Guyu crossed her arms, looking displeased, junior brother, you're quite something. One trip outside, and you've already hooked up with a beauty. And those loud and sounds in the room. Nan Lan Ziyuan angrily asked, senior brother, were you two in the room, making those sounds? Lin Bei tried to put on an innocent face, using every reason to clear himself. Junior sister, listen to my explanation, my dear, he said. Explain what? She retorted. Hearing his junior sister's words, Lin Bei replied, we didn't do anything inappropriate at all. Of course, Ziyun absolutely wouldn't listen to these cunning excuses. The truth is right in front of my eyes. What else do you want to explain? She said, clenching her fists. You're really good, aren't you? Unable to control her emotions any longer, she lunged at Lin Bei, hitting him repeatedly until her anger subsided. Shut up. Just die, you lecherous senior brother. Lin Bei tried to explain, but it seemed pointless. Junior sister, it's not what you think. Du Jiyu, watching the drama unfold from outside, covered her eyes. Oh dear, there's a bit of bloodshed. Oh dear, don't look. Inside a room filled with magical traps and hidden weapons, 2 figures in mysterious black cloaks appeared. They were surrounded by the stench of evil. They stared intently at the bed. Is that him? One of them whispered, conferring with the other. The one who appeared at the Celestial Chi Profound Heaven Mirror 6 months ago. The target of our trip this time. The son of the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Miao. They were looking at Xiao Miao, lying unconscious on the bed. One of them removed the hood of his cloak and grinned, a sinister glint in his eyes. Moreover, he said, his voice laced with malice, this boy is also my disciple. Jia Yem was surprised. Shi Li, you actually have a fellow disciple of the Elixir Sage. Wasn't he supposed to have only one disciple, you? Shi Li explained, this one is the elixir sage's new disciple, taken in after he escaped from the dungeon. Jia Yem, not wanting to waste any time, waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the chatter. Let's begin. They looked at Xiao Miao, their target. Shi Li smiled and raised his hand. No problem. At this moment, in the universe, stars were twinkling continuously, their colors blending together to create a breathtaking scene. Through the faint, mesmerizing light, Xiao Miao opened his eyes. Suddenly, he felt dizzy. Where is this? He wondered. Finding himself standing alone in a place with no people, no houses, and no natural light made Xiao Miao anxious and uneasy. Where is this, after all? Behind Xiao Miao, an illusion identical to him appeared and said, I'm behind you. Xiao Miao turned around and shouted angrily, Who are you? The copy replied calmly, I am you, and you are also me. I know the greatest desire in your heart, and I also know your deepest fear. Xiao Miao's face stiffened. The thing I fear. The two stood facing each other, staring intently. Xiao Miao asked, My fear? The copy moved closer to Xiao Miao. Countless scenes flashed before his eyes. First, Lin Bei was seen embracing two girls, Na Len Ziyun on his right and Ji Yuyu on his left. The next scene showed Xiao Miao being defeated by Lin Bei. Finally, Lin Bei was seen humiliating Xiao Miao by urinating on his grave. As the copy approached, he said, Although the scenes you see are illusions, if you remain as weak as you are now. He stood beside Xiao Miao and continued to provoke him, then these scenes will become reality. You cannot escape them. Xiao Miao lowered his head, pondering. He spoke to the copy, but I'm just an outer disciple of the Dan Yuan sect. Moreover, Elder Dan has fallen into a deep sleep. The copy gave a cunning smile. A small red flame appeared on his face. He looked at Xiao Miao and suggested, There's another way to increase your cultivation. The reverse flow of the essence water. Hearing this, Xiao Miao glanced at him. The copy then removed his human mask, revealing his true face. His face was like an evil flame, looking incredibly sinister. Having achieved his goal, he smiled with satisfaction. The night was clear, the moon bright, and the sky full of stars. The man with the top knot looked at Xiao Miao lying on the bed, and said to the other man, All right. Hearing this, the man with loose hair smiled with satisfaction and said, Yes, next we just need to observe and wait for him to fall into the demonic path. He turned to his companion. Let's go. They put on their cloak hoods and prepared to leave. The man with the top knot asked curiously, The elixir sage is also here. Haven't you always wanted the essence water? Now's the chance. The man with loose hair replied calmly, No rush. Let Xiao Miao keep the essence water for now. His expression was thoughtful. Let him fully descend into madness. Then I'll take the essence water, it won't be too late. After that, they left, leaving Xiao Miao alone on the bed. A while later, the sky was no longer as bright as before, now it was somewhat gloomy and dim. Someone walked lightly to a certain place. A young man arrived at Xiao Miao's courtyard. He exclaimed in surprise, Why is the door open? The young man eagerly pushed the door open and stepped in. Senior brother Xiao Miao. He said cheerfully. He looked happily at Xiao Miao, who was sitting silently on the bed. You awake? Suddenly, Xiao Miao gave him an annoyed glance. Xiao Miao reached out and squeezed the young man's neck. The incident happened so suddenly that the young man couldn't react. His face contorted in pain. Xiao Miao, with a murderous look on his face, ordered him, divide the essence water into two parts. One part flows along the meridians, and the other flows against them. After the two parts merge, it can devour the spiritual power and soul of others. The young man's voice trembled. Senior brother Xiao Miao. His hands went limp, devoid of any strength. Xiao Miao continued speaking, ignoring the fact that the young man had stopped breathing. It can even devour their memories and claim them as its own. Xiao Miao's face was full of ambition as he declared, the reverse flow of the essence water. This is the true power of the essence water. His name, Wang Dudu. Born in Fando village. Father, Zun Yingjun. Mother, Cao Xiaolei. Has a fiancé betrothed since childhood, Zun Xiaomai. Neighbor next door is Zun Xiaomei's father. Uncle Wang. Xiao Miao suddenly became furious. Damn elixir sage. Sucking away all my spiritual power, making me a cripple for 3 years. And taking all those precautions. Not giving me the true power of the essence water. Causing me to be bullied by Lin Bei all day long. Suddenly, Xiao Miao noticed something strange on the table. This is the essence water. He reached out and took the essence water, his voice filled with resentment. Elixir sage, I always regarded you as my master, respected you, trusted you, but you treated me like this. Your oppression and betrayal have deeply disappointed me. He raised his hand, and the essence water floated into the air. He looked at the essence water and said with a sinister smile, if that's the case, hand over your soul. Xiao Miao began to cast a spell on the essence water, his face becoming distorted. This is the price you have to pay. A red and blue power surrounded him. Elder Fan looked angrily at Xiao Miao and said with displeasure, Xiao Miao, what are you doing? Xiao Miao, with a sinister face, looked at Elder Fan and said, ha ha, what am I doing? Elixir sage, can't you see? I am eating someone. He shouted, reverse flow of the essence water. Scene change. Na Lan Ziyun, with a bright and sweet smile, said, Master. Senior sister and I are here to see you. Fairy Bai Yun looked at her 2 disciples helplessly and said, you're here to see your senior brother, aren't you? I knew you two would sneak along. Fairy Bai Yun sat cross-legged and said seriously, but you've come at the right time. I have something to announce. Her words caused all the disciples present to widen their eyes in surprise and look at each other. You don't need to follow me back to the Qingyun sect anymore. All the disciples said in a daze, huh? Na Lan Ziyun's eyes filled with tears. Her voice choked with sobs. Master, don't you need us anymore? Du Jiyu you looked seriously at Fairy Bai Yun and asked worriedly, Master, has something happened to the Qingyun sect? Lin Bei, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, wriggled and joked, Master, speak plainly. Don't say things that are easily misunderstood. Hearing Lin Bei's words, Fairy Bai Yun praised him. This mummy is still smart. You two are really too naive and innocent. Lin Bei was then pushed to the floor by his junior sister and senior sister, who stepped on him. He said in pain, can you two get your feet off me? NHA, standing beside him, also chimed in, patting Lin Bei with her hand. Seeing this, he reminded NHA, you stop patting too. Fairy Bai Yun closed her eyes, reminiscing about her disciples when they were young. Then she said, but it's inevitable. Ever since you were born, you've been in the sect. Lacking understanding of the outside world. Fairy Bai Yun stepped down and continued, therefore, the 3 of you will go to the Azure Bamboo Secret Realm. Before passing through the Azure Bamboo Secret Realm, you are not allowed to return to the Qingyun sect. Fairy Bai Yun said her final words, bye-bye. Then all 4 of them were thrown out, falling freely through the sky. Their faces were full of confusion, not understanding what had just happened. The bandages wrapped around Lin Bei gradually fell away. Na Lan Ziyun clutched her head in worry. What should we do next? Master's announcement was so sudden. I didn't bring many spirit stones. Du Jiyu looked at the pouch in her hand and replied. Me neither. Lin Bei continued to sit, removing the remaining bandages. Suddenly, Lin Bei grinned slyly. He. Lin Bei played with the pouch in his hand, saying proudly, it's okay. Before I was thrown out, I took Master's storage pouch. Just as he was about to continue, next, something suddenly fell from the sky behind him, startling Lin Bei. His heart and eyes nearly popped out. He approached the fallen object. Seeing it, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh!" Lin Bei recognized it. He pulled Elder Fan's cheek as he spoke. "Isn't this A Piao, who's always beside Xiao Miao?" Na Lan Ziyun looked over curiously and asked. "Senior brother, do you two know each other?" Lin Bei replied casually, "Something like that." Lin Bei pulled at Elder Fan while asking the questions on his mind. "Old man, why have you turned into this?" Elder Fan, who was being pulled around like a badminton racket, said wearily, "Stop it, you little brat." Back to the moment when Xiao Miao was about to devour Elder Fan. He, with a vicious expression, cast a spell on Elder Fan. AAA. Elder Fan thought in confusion. This is the reverse flow of the essence water. Why does Xiao Miao have it? Elder Fan thought unwillingly, damn it. If this continues, my soul will be scattered. Xiao Miao smiled inhumanly at him and said, Elixir Sage, stop struggling. Pay the price for everything you've done. Elder Fan made a silent vow. I can only risk it all. My last bit of power. Elder Fan used all his strength to unleash his move. Spiritual sense shockwave. Xiao Miao was knocked backward. Then, he used all his remaining strength to try and escape. The two men who had harmed Xiao Miao were sitting on the roof, waiting for news, when they saw Elder Fan fly past. The man with the top knot said, he's running away. The man with loose hair said calmly, it doesn't matter. Now the essence water is on him, but he has no use for it anymore. He smiled sinisterly and said, in the illusion just now, I made Xiao Miao think about attacking the Dan Yuan sex treasury and stealing the treasure. He continued, under the icy gaze of his companion, next, we just need to follow him into the treasury and wait for the opportunity to obtain the azure orchid key left by the Green Lotus Sword Immortal. In the 9 continents. Back to the present. Xiao Miao smoked a cigarette coolly and left, saying, Elder Fan, we are not compatible. Elder Fan stayed behind, crying and pleading, Miao. Don't go. It turned out this was just Lin Bei's imagination. He thought to himself, so that means Elder Dan and Xiao Miao have broken up. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Why has Xiao Miao's luck decreased? Before, when dealing with Henzong, reducing his luck to the point of easy killing was as easy as flipping a hand. Just then, the system popped up with an explanation, that's because children of destiny are also ranked. The system began to analyze for Lin Bei. A chibi Xiao Miao appeared, holding a sign that made him look like a prisoner. Henzong belongs to the lowest rank, D, so it was very easy to succeed. The system continued its analysis. But Xiao Miao and Dan Shan are B-ranked children of destiny. To reduce their luck to the point of easy killing, we need to sever all the opportunities they gain from their luck. The chibi Xiao Miao held the sign and turned to the right. Dan Shan smiled and held the sign, turning in the opposite direction. According to the system, Xiao Miao now has the opportunity of the essence water. An image of Xiao Miao appeared, grinning evilly and shouting, essence water. Lin Bei stared intently at the system panel and pondered. The system told him, as long as Xiao Miao loses the essence water, his luck will decrease by 500. At that time, host can kill him at will. Elder Fan, standing behind Lin Bei, also eavesdropped. Elder Fan looked at him wearily and said, Lin Bei, I'm about to have my soul scattered. Could I ask you for a favor before that? Lin Bei turned around and joked, oh, we are enemies. Why should I help you? Elder Fan said disappointedly, that's true. After all, we are enemies. But Lin Bei's next words surprised everyone. But I can save you. Lin Bei's junior sister and senior sister stood in the distance, watching them intently. He pulled out a small bottle and said, this is soul-nourishing treasure liquid. It can nourish the soul, a heavenly and earthly treasure that strengthens the soul. Inwardly, Lin Bei was distressed because this small bottle had cost him several thousand villain points. Elder Fan stared intently at the small bottle. Ah! Lin Bei opened the bottle and said, "As for the favor you asked, take care of it yourself." Elder Fan asked seriously, "So, what's the price, Lin Bei?" Lin Bei smiled inhumanly. "Everything." Elder Fan furrowed his brow in thought. Then he replied, "All right, I agree." After that, he slipped into the small bottle. His head became the bottle's stopper, his tail wagging playfully below, looking incredibly cute. A golden lotus flower appeared in the clear sky, amidst layers of clouds and mountains. Legend has it that when the green lotus sword immortal ascended to the immortal realm, he returned to the 9 continents to leave behind a divine artifact called the Ascension Key. The key, with its simple and unadorned appearance and subtle radiance, seemed to contain the mysteries of heaven and earth. If someone with the right destiny obtained it, they could control divine power and transcend the mundane, instantly becoming an immortal. Footsteps echoed, sounding like 2 people approaching. 2 figures walked along a path illuminated by torches burning as lamps on the wall. Jiyu asked curiously, "The Ascension Key?" Her father, walking beside her, didn't answer immediately but instead asked, "Do you know how long it's been since anyone from the 9 continents ascended?" After walking for a while, they finally arrived at a place marked with a sign, Treasury 101. The door was wide open, the light and mist inside the room making it impossible to see what lay beyond. Her father gently placed a hand behind her back, standing beside Jiyu as they looked into the smoke-filled room. He continued, 5,000 years since the green lotus sword immortal. No one in the 9 continents has broken through the great ascension and ascended to the immortal realm. The person who had been beaten by their master and hadn't yet recovered was her father, standing beside her, his face still visibly swollen. Jiyu stared ahead blankly and stammered. Could it be? Inside the treasury was a lush green forest, scattered feathers, and a pure white bird with black-tipped wings soaring around. There were no other strangers besides the 2 of them. Jiyu looked at the key in front of her, her voice full of surprise. "Is this the Ascension Key?" The bird-shaped key appeared, its entire body shining a beautiful gold. A red gem was embedded in the eye socket of the head, making it clear at a glance that this was an exquisitely carved key. The 2 approached the key. Jiyu's father said instructively, "Although this is also one of the key-shaped artifacts left behind in the 9 continents by the Green Lotus Sword Immortal, it is not the Ascension Key. The Green Lotus Sword Immortal left behind at least 1,000 key-shaped artifacts in the 9 continents, and there are many more that haven't been discovered. No one knows which key artifact is the true Ascension Key." Many different key shapes, such as rhombus, heart-shaped, and even triangular, appeared in Jiyu's father's narration. Jiyu asked her father in confusion, then, "Father, why did you bring me to Treasury 101 to see this key?" With his swollen, injured face and the key in his hand, Jiyu's father explained, "Recently, the clan elders discovered that this golden phoenix key suddenly resonated with the golden dragon king's pill that has been passed down through our bloodline." His voice continued without pause, "After resonating, the key will project a map, and the purer the bloodline, the clearer the map." The image of the golden phoenix key glowing and projecting a map appeared, just as her father had described. Jiyu became even more puzzled after hearing this. She asked, "But why do you want me to return to the clan? Isn't father the one with the purest bloodline in the clan?" Her father calmly closed his eyes, still holding the key, and explained gently, "Currently, I am indeed." Jiyu's father's voice continued steadily, "But if you can pass the Saiyang Dragon Cave trial of the Red Plum Secret Realm, you will be the one with the purest bloodline in our clan. This matter is related to the Ascension Key and the Immortal Realm. This is why I suddenly brought you back to the clan." Jiyu grasped the key point and quickly asked, "Father, where is the Red Plum secret realm? Guu received the answer, in the cold jade snow's cape. It was a place of thick white snow and towering mountains with snow-capped peaks, a place where many had lost their lives. Their white bones buried beneath the white snow. The scene shifted to another location. Warm sunlight shone everywhere, the sky a clear blue with white clouds floating lazily, creating a peaceful scene. Ziyun stretched as she woke up, her eyes still sleepy and hazy. The day's plan starts in the morning. The early bird gets the worm, she murmured. Ziyun stepped outside and looked around. Suddenly, she noticed a large crowd gathered in the streets below, and couldn't help but feel suspicious. What's going on down there? It's so lively. People were coming and going, crowded together, chattering excitedly. Finding it strange, Ziyun pushed her way through the crowd to find out the reason for this unusual early morning gathering. Her face was shocked, her pink eyes wide with surprise. This is... On the wall was Xiaomiao's wanted poster, stamped with a bright red seal, hard to ignore even if one tried. Elsewhere, Du Jiyu rested her chin on her hand, thinking, if we want to find someone, we can ask the Heavenly Secrets sect for help. Inside a tall, ancient bottle, a wisp of blue, watery smoke spoke, refusing. No need. As for Xiaomiao, I might have a way to find him. Ziyun, holding a glass of water, approached the bottle and asked, Elder Dan, is your injury better? Hearing Ziyun's concern, Elder Dan appeared, nodding and saying, Don't worry, Miss Ziyun. Although it's quite serious, I can still go out occasionally. Lin Bei spoke seriously about the matter at hand. Old man, you just said you had a way to find Xiaomiao. Elder Dan seemed tired, but still managed to answer. Although most of my memories and power have been taken by Xiaomiao, the most important parts are still with me. For example, the last trace of the essence water's origin power. A small flickering flame appeared as Elder Dan spoke. As long as Xiaomiao doesn't have this trace of origin power, he can't fully control the essence water. Moreover, when he uses the essence water, I can sense his location through this trace of origin power. After explaining, Elder Dan looked at Lin Bei. And now, I've sensed the essence water. Hearing this, Lin Bei's eyes lit up with excitement. He immediately asked, Where? Elder Dan looked to Du Jiyu's left and said, There. Xiaomiao is accelerating, heading straight ahead. Du Jiyu followed his gaze and quickly recognized the direction. This direction, this is towards the cold jade snow's cape. Lin Bei immediately understood, deducing Xiaomiao's destination. That's right. The azure bamboo secret realm is within the cold jade snow's cape, and Xiaomiao also has a token for the azure bamboo. Secret realm. That means Xiaomiao hasn't given up on the azure bamboo secret realm. He wants the treasure inside. Ziyun turned serious and asked, So, senior brother, we. Lin Bei placed his hands on the table, and under everyone's gaze, he stood up excitedly and declared, Let's set off for the cold jade snow's cape. NHA, nibbling on a pastry. Also cheered enthusiastically. NHA. A tall, majestic city stood amidst towering mountains. The night shrouded the city, making the lights within even more prominent. In the vast mountain range, there was only one path leading behind the mountains, and on that path, a black fortress stood, known as Peerless City. At the end of the road in Peerless City was a building called the Lyrical Pavilion. The Lyrical Pavilion was no ordinary place. It was a cultivation sanctuary specially created for cultivators. It offered beautifully designed cave dwellings for rent, providing a tranquil environment for cultivators to focus on their practice and rest. Each cave dwelling was marked with a number, such as Earth Grade Cave 71, Earth Grade Cave 72, Earth Grade Cave 73. In Earth Grade Cave 72, a cultivator sat upright with his eyes closed, deeply immersed in cultivation. Sensing something amiss, the man couldn't concentrate and opened his eyes to assess the situation. What's going on? Why is there such a commotion coming from the walls? These cave dwellings, the Lee family has set up numerous defensive formations. Small cracks began to appear on the walls. They grew larger, and pieces of rock crumbled and fell. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the large crack, emanating a palpable killing intent. The wall shattered, debris flying everywhere. A figure emerged, filled with obvious aggression, approaching the cultivator, whose face darkened at the savage sounds he made. Consume. The cultivator quickly turned around, his face shocked, his pupils constricting abnormally. Immediately afterward, a scream echoed from within Earth-grade Cave 72. The sky was a clear blue, the sunlight not too harsh, peeking through the pristine white clouds as if signaling a beautiful day. The streets were bustling with people, the lively atmosphere of a busy district and the fine weather lifting everyone's spirits. A figure appeared, dressed in white with a blue sash, and a jade pendant hanging from his chest. The blue sash, meticulously crafted, had 2 buttons that made the outfit stand out. A handsome young man strolled happily down the street, exclaiming, "It's so crowded, senior brother." He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun, which, though not harsh, was bright enough to be dazzling. His cheerful mood was short-lived. His face suddenly turned serious as he looked back at the person behind him and said, "But there have been many strange murders in Peerless City recently. Most of the victims are rogue cultivators. Why do rogue cultivators keep sneaking into Peerless City? Aren't they afraid?" The senior brother wore the same clothes as his junior brother, except for a tag with writing next to the button. He replied calmly, "Junior brother, cultivation is defying the heavens. In a while, it will be the centennial cold jade snow sacrifice." The man called senior brother had lustrous golden hair, and a radiant smile that rivaled the sun. His voice remained steady as he explained to his junior brother, clarifying the doubts in his heart. At that time, the devouring spirit snow deep within the cold jade snowscape will subside, and the true appearance of the hundreds of snowy mountains will be revealed. On those snowy mountains, there's a lotus that can increase lifespan without any side effects. Whether it's for personal use or for exchanging cultivation resources with other powers. It's a rare opportunity. The two continued strolling and discussing their unfinished conversation. The senior brother continued, "And to enter the cold jade snowscape, one must pass through Peerless City. That's why, even with the strange murders happening, more and more rogue cultivators are coming." The junior brother nodded in understanding. "So that's how it is." Suddenly, seeing a crowd gathered ahead, the junior brother said in confusion, He approached and asked a nearby person in green, "This fellow cultivator, what happened at the lyrical pavilion? Why are so many people gathered here?" The person replied without hesitation, "There was a murder in the lyrical pavilion." Then, as if indignant, the person added, "But the murderer is incredibly audacious, daring to commit a crime on the Lee family's territory." The two also walked forward and saw a person lying on the ground. Kong Ching approached to examine the body and saw that the face was shriveled like a dried corpse, the entire body stiff, as if all spiritual power had been drained. Kong Ching froze, the answer already clear in his mind. He simply exclaimed, as expected. A pair of feet clad in golden shoes approached Kong Ching. A voice asked, "Kong Ching, what's the situation?" Kong Ching respectfully bowed and then carefully reported, "Young mistress, the condition of the body is identical to the strange murders that have occurred in the city recently. All spiritual power and the soul have vanished without a trace." Clenching her hand into a fist, showing her restraint, the woman sighed and said, "Someone actually dared to commit such a crime on my territory." The woman had blonde hair with a hairpin swaying behind it. She also wore round glasses over her right eye, indicating she was a fashionable person. But her mood was terrible. She angrily shouted, "This villain has tarnished the reputation of my Lee family. Unforgivable." The Lee family young mistress was extremely upset and immediately ordered her servants, "This matter concerns the face of my Lee family. We must investigate thoroughly." sparing no expense to find the culprit. I want this murderer to know that provoking my Li family will come at a steep price. The servants replied in unison, yes. Young mistress. We will do our best and not fail our mission. The bow of the ship pointed forward, under the sunlight. On the spacious and comfortable deck, Lin Bei and Elder Dan were leisurely basking in the sun at the bow. Elder Dan, now more refreshed, looked into the distance and informed Lin Bei, through the essence water sensing, after 10 days, Xiaomiao's location hasn't changed. Lin Bei calmly replied, it seems Xiaomiao is hiding in Peerless City. Suddenly, a dark shadow zipped through the clear blue sky, accompanied by a greeting from afar. Yo brother Lin Bei recognized the voice immediately. A scantily clad man flew towards them, raising a hand in a seemingly friendly greeting. We meet again. They gathered together. Lin Bei began the introductions. This is my senior sister, Du Jiyu, and my junior sister, Na Lan Ziyun, and also Nha. Du Jiyu clasped her hands in greeting. Na Lan Ziyun smiled cheerfully. Nha also clasped her hands and said, Nha. The other side also greeted them cheerfully. The man with brown hair introduced himself. My senior brother, Lai Feng, and my junior sister, Sai Yang, and also. Suddenly, Dan Shan became enraged, his hand creating a pink flame. He said angrily, Ha! Lin Bei, you dare appear before me. The young man with red hair, seeing Dan Shan lose his composure, quickly approached him, grabbed his hand, and said, Stop, Dan Shan. Don't forget the mission the elder gave us. Although Dan Shan was, he had to obey. HMPH. The young man with brown hair stood next to Lin Bei and said, This guy still has that arrogant attitude. Lin Bei put his hand on his chin, chuckled, and said, I can understand why he hates me. The young man with brown hair asked curiously, the reason. Lin Bei quickly changed the subject. Cough, cough. Let's not talk about that for now. But the mission you mentioned is. Suddenly, something fell from the sky in front of them, causing a rather large explosion. The young man with brown hair, instead of being frightened, said excitedly, My senior brother Lai Feng is here. He's the commander of Peerless City's Profound Guard. Lai Feng, clad in imposing armor, appeared and announced, Everyone has finally arrived. Yesterday, there was a murder in Peerless City. Lin Bei asked curiously, What happened in Peerless City? Lai Feng noticed Lin Bei and asked politely, And this is? The young man with brown hair enthusiastically put his arm around Lin Bei and said, Senior brother Lai Feng, this is my brother, Lin Bei of the Qingyun sect. Lai Feng then explained in response to Lin Bei's question, Recently, rogue cultivators have been dying continuously in Peerless City. Their spiritual power and souls have been completely devoured by a mysterious power. When the bodies are found, they are just dried husks, as if their very life force has been drained. Hearing this, Du Jiyu and Na Lan Ziyun were both surprised and said in unison, Devoured spiritual power and soul. Lin Bei stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, I've seen this kind of death before at the Dan Yuan sect. His words caught the attention of Na Lan Ziyun and Du Jiyu. He recalled and told everyone, Dan Yuan sect disciple Wang Dudu died in the same way, and the murderer, Xiaomiao, betrayed the sect and fled because of this. Lin Bei continued, At the same time, I received intelligence that Xiaomiao arrived in Peerless City 10 days ago. An image of Xiaomiao with a sinister smile arriving in Peerless City flashed. Hearing this, Lai Feng understood. He angrily concluded, From this, it seems that the unrest in Peerless City is inevitably related to Xiaomiao. We must quickly capture him and prevent more innocent people from being harmed. Suddenly, a scream echoed. Ah! The scream attracted everyone's attention. At the entrance to the common district, the area where ordinary people resided in Peerless City. At the Nai residence. A corpse was covered with a cloth, its hands nothing but skin and bones. The victim's family wept bitterly and called for Xiao Qian. The victim's parents leaned on each other, inconsolable in their grief. My Xiao Qian! Hu. At this moment, Li Feng's group also arrived. A soldier saluted Li Feng and reported, Commander Li, the body is completely drained, the soul is gone. Li Feng roared angrily, he actually attacked an ordinary person with no power to fight back. I think Xiao Miao has gone mad, completely fallen into the demonic path. Li Feng raised his hand and commanded, Zhuan Yusai, listen to my order. Even if you have to turn the entire Wushuang city upside down, you must find Xiao Miao for me. The soldiers, hearing the directive, responded in unison, we obey. Li Feng continued, if Xiao Miao resists, you are permitted to kill him. Lin Bei said to Fan Lao, there's something strange, Elder Dan. Holding the small bottle where Fan Lao resided, he voiced his thoughts, on this ordinary person's body, I can't sense the aura of Theoti water. Moreover, using Theoti water to devour an ordinary person has no effect on improving cultivation. At this moment, Du Guyu appeared behind Lin Bei and provided some information, junior brother, I just inquired about some news. I discovered that Nai Xiaoqian was born in the yin hour. On the yin day, of the yin month. She continued, what's even more unsettling is that in the past 3 months, 5 young girls born at the same time as her in Wushuang City have unfortunately passed away. But these matters haven't attracted anyone's attention. Lin Bei turned around and asked, in the past 3 months. Wait, Xiao Miao betrayed and left Dan Yuanzong only a month ago. Moreover, he's only been in Wushuang City for 10 days. Could it be that there's someone else in Wushuang City besides Xiao Miao doing this soul-devouring thing? He curiously asked his senior sister, so, senior sister, how did you get this information? Du Guyu pointed towards Li Jin and said, this senior sister told me. She said she's an acquaintance of yours. Seeing Li Jin, Lin Bei exclaimed in surprise, Senior Li Jin. A cup of hot tea was poured. The 6 people sat together and discussed the matter. After hearing some information, Li Jin understood, so that's how it is. Dan Yuanzong disciple Xiao Miao acted arrogantly in the Dan City auction. Learned evil arts, and sucked the souls of people. Li Jin's expression suddenly turned serious. She continued, he betrayed Dan Yuanzong, then escaped to Wushuang City. Moreover, he has the token for the Green Bamboo Secret Realm. It seems Xiao Miao came to Wushuang City to enter the Green Bamboo Secret Realm. The man standing next to Li Jin spoke up, regardless of his purpose, he's just a traitor, daring to kill people on Li family territory. He truly doesn't know the meaning of life and death. Unable to bear this anger, he looked at Li Jin and said, young mistress, I'll request reinforcements from the patriarch, then turn Wushuang City upside down to find that Xiao Miao and chop him into 100 pieces. Li Jin calmly asked Lin Bei, no rush. Let me ask you a few things first. He looked at her seriously and replied, what does Senior Li Jin want to ask? She asked, did you pursue Xiao Miao from Dan Yuanzong all the way to Wushuang City? Dan City is over 10,000 miles from Wushuang City. I think you must have ingenious methods to know his exact location. Li Jin continued, I'll ask the city lord of Wushuang City to temporarily seal the city for a few days. Entry will be allowed, but no exit. With a serious expression, she continued, if you can help me find Xiao Miao in Wushuang City in the future, if you have any difficulties, as long as the Li family can do it, I will mobilize the Li family's forces to repay you for this favor. Hearing this, the 3 of Lin Bei were stunned. Lin Bei looked at Li Jin and thought, with this promising ability, in my past life on Blue Star, she would at least be a CEO. At this time, the system notification rang, you have a new mission. The system assigned mission was, host, seize the Theoti water and kill Xiao Miao. If you fail, the host and those around the host will face the danger of death. Lin Bei read and pondered, Xiao Miao is using the Theoti water to gain more and more power and knowledge. At this rate, his cultivation will increase many times over soon. And his luck will gradually recover. Lin Bei frowned and asked Li Jin, Senior Li Jin, Xiao Miao and I have a deep hatred. I will do my utmost to help deal with him. Then, Lin Bei approached Li Jin with a servile expression, but I wonder if Senior can provide some practical assistance. Li Jin's face froze for a few seconds after hearing him. Then she replied, all right. I can even open my private treasury for each of you to choose a treasure as a reward. This token will cover all your expenses in Wushuang City. I'll take care of the bill. Lin Bei held the token in his hand, feeling refreshed. Many thanks, Senior. We will definitely not fail your trust. Thus, the group began to move deeper into the number 1 heavenly abode. As the three entered the cave, their eyes widened at the sight before them. Whoa! Looking at the mystical scene, all three couldn't hide their astonishment and exclaimed, such a vast space. It's truly worthy of being the Li family's top heavenly abode. A self-contained Penglai. Fan Lao appeared at this moment and said, moreover, this abode also has a high-level spirit-gathering formation. If I can stay here, the time it takes for my injuries to heal can be reduced by at least half. Du Guyu said to Lin Bei, Junior brother, what's the plan for tomorrow? Lin Bei immediately replied, we'll split into 2 groups. Senior sister and junior sister will take Dan God Fan Lao with you. I'll act alone. It was late at night. Lin Bei reminded everyone, we've been busy all day. Everyone, get some rest. We'll prepare to catch someone tomorrow. In another scene, Xiao Miao's hand was draining the life force of another person, causing the old man's mouth to gape open, his white eyes staring fixedly at him without pupils. Drained of his life force, the old man lost his strength, his hand dropping limply and motionless, leaving him at Xiao Miao's mercy. Xiao Miao, having grown horns from his cruel axe, said, Qianji sect, Chilean sect, Li Jin, and also Na Lanzian, Lin Bei, I didn't expect so many excellent meals gathered in Wushuang City. It's truly wonderful. He laughed triumphantly, if we can devour them, just devour them, ha 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 ha. The next morning at Li Jin's residence, Lin Bei's group split up to take action. Na Lanzian said, Senior brother, be careful going alone. Okay, I know. Everyone, be careful too. Baskets of spirit illusion grass were displayed for sale by a merchant in the market. Outside, merchants were selling spirit illusion grass. This is a type of medicinal herb that can enhance the strength and sensitivity of divine sense. It's an excellent aid for the Hanjade snow sacrifices. Ascent to find the Lian Fei Lian. Buy spirit illusion grass now, buy 10 get 1 free. Hearing the merchant's sales pitches, many people at the market were discussing and exchanging information about the goods. Have you heard? Old Zhao struck it rich. Lin Bei listened to their conversation and thought, what is this Hanjade snow sacrifice program? The merchant also sold Zhuan Frost glassy garments. He cheerfully introduced the magical uses of the garment to everyone. This cloak can perfectly conceal one's true aura. Wearing it can effortlessly ward off 10,000 snow mountain beasts. Not only that, but the old merchant added, it's a must-have item for the Hanjade snow sacrifices ascent. Buy a Zhuan Frost glassy garment now, and get a healing elixir for free. Everyone, come and buy. Hearing the magical effects of the cloak, many people gathered to discuss. I've heard that too. I saw old Zhao a few days ago, at the snowy mountain outside the city. He discovered a hidden immortal boat in the snow, and obtained many things. Lin Bei thought, the entire Wushuang city revolves around this organized program. After walking for a while, a steward scolded his subordinates, in 10 days, it's the Hanjade snow sacrifice. These are all necessary items to enter the Hanjade snow realm. Looking at the people in front of him carrying heavy loads, the steward continued to yell, each of these items can earn a big profit. Cheer up for me. If you damage anything, You won't be able to repay it even if you carry things for 100 years. It turned out that this strong girl was the rabbit tricked by Lin Bei into taking the medicine. As she was carrying goods, she unfortunately didn't notice the banana peel under her feet. She suddenly tripped and fell, causing the steward's face to turn pale in panic. No. But luckily, a hand reached out and caught her, preventing the fall. It was none other than our Lin Bei. He also caringly asked the girl, "Hey, are you all right?" The strong girl gratefully thanked him, "I'm saved." "Thank you, kind sir." The steward standing behind also wiped his sweat and said, "That was so dangerous." But when the strong girl looked up and met Lin Bei's gaze, they both stared at each other, speechless. She furiously threw the crate to the ground, making the steward's face pale again. She shouted angrily, "You wicked person." Then, the angry girl jumped and lunged towards Lin Bei, shouting as she charged, "It's you. You're the one who fed me that strange poison." Watching the girl attack, Lin Bei thought, as expected of a system product, it truly enhances muscles. Lin Bei nimbly dodged the attack, but sweated at the sight of her muscles. "These muscles are too big." The girl yelled, "You made me look ugly, causing Brother Dam to abandon me." Lin Bei's face darkened as he thought, "I'm afraid even a golden core cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand this punch." The muscular girl continued to furiously attack. "Don't run, you villain." The system displayed a message. Xiao Wu still has feelings for Dam Shan. Make Xiao Wu completely break off with Dam Shan. If you fail, Dam Shan's luck will skyrocket, and the host will face the danger of death. Just as Xiao Wu's punch was about to connect with his face, Lin Bei said, "Xiao Wu, don't you want to get rid of this muscular appearance?" Xiao Wu froze and stammered, "Can you make me return to normal?" Lin Bei climbed higher to avoid Xiao Wu's attack and said, "If you say it's poison, then there must be an antidote." "Good. Hurry up and hand over the antidote." At this time, Xiao Miao was watching the situation from above. Lin Bei, still unaware, said, "I can give you the antidote," but Xiao Miao swooped down and attacked Lin Bei from behind with a slash. Blood splattered across the ground. Lin Bei, clutching his wound, angrily shouted, "Xiao Miao." Xiao Miao, now bloodthirsty, laughed sinisterly, "Hee hee." Lin Bei, while holding his wound, said to Xiao Miao, "You finally showed up." Seeing Lin Bei injured by him, Xiao Miao smugly said, "Just a little bit more, and I could have ripped your heart out." Xiao Miao suddenly stomped his foot hard on the ground. Then, he used his movement technique to flee. Lin Bei watched in surprise. Without a word, he immediately chased after him. "Don't even think about running." From afar, a shout rang out, "You bastard." Poor Xiao Wu also had to chase after them in frustration. "Hey, don't run. Give me the antidote." In a secluded corner rarely visited by people, a group of dogs were barking and talking to each other. "Greetings, brothers." The other dogs replied, "Woof." One of the dogs jumped down from a box. "Tang Biao, look here." It ran over and pointed to a small hole in the wall, saying to its companions, "This is the secret passage exclusive to our Woof Woof squad, the mysterious dog hole." Looking at the blank expressions of the other dogs, it continued to explain, "Only the agile bodies of our dog kind can freely go in and out of there. This secret passage is absolutely safe. Humans have no idea about it." Hearing this, the other dogs wagged their tails excitedly. "That's great." As soon as it finished speaking, Xiao Miao landed with a thud in front of this Woof Woof squad. Without saying a word, he quickly ducked into the mysterious dog hole. The entire Woof Woof squad was stunned into silence, unable to utter a single word. At this moment, Lin Bei and Xiao Wu also arrived. They both saw Xiao Miao go through the hole, and looked at each other in speechless astonishment. Seeing this, Lin Bei said to Xiao Wu, "After you. You're not a human but a rabbit, so you're more adept at going through holes. You go first." Xiao Wu retorted. "You're the human, you go first. You're the wicked one, so you go first." Lin Bei, truly a wicked and villainous person, grabbed her head and bluntly forced her, stop dawdling and go through. Xiao Miao has disappeared. Helpless, Xiao Wu had to use her muscular body to squeeze through the mysterious dog hole, cursing Lin Bei as she went, "You hateful person. This is bullying." She squeezed through, causing the hole to crumble and widen, much to the surprise of the Woof Woof squad. The hole got bigger. Then she glared angrily at Lin Bei and said, "I didn't want to catch Xiao Miao. Why did I have to go through a dog hole too?" Lin Bei ignored her, muttering, "Xiao Miao, I can't see him anymore." He looked around, observing the surroundings. After a while, he discovered something suspicious. This torn piece of clothing, it's Xiao Miao's. Lin Bei played another trick, calling out to Xiao Wu, "Come here and smell this." Find Xiao Miao. Although very unwilling, Xiao Wu, wanting to return to her original form, helplessly used her instincts to sniff, sniff, sniff. But after sniffing for a while, she suddenly realized something. Angrily, she threw the torn piece of clothing away and shouted, "I'm a rabbit, not a dog." Xiao Wu angrily yelled, "And why did I have to crawl through a dog hole to catch someone? I just came to get the antidote. Give me the antidote." Lin Bei, out of options, asked the system, "How much villain value is needed for the elixir that can restore Xiao Wu to her original form?" The system responded, "Restoring original beauty elixir. It can perfectly remove the effects of the muscle enhancement transformation elixir, returning the appearance to its original state, even making it more beautiful. It requires 10,000 villain value." Lin Bei was petrified on the spot. He said helplessly, "That's too expensive. I can't afford it." But the system added, "Host, there's also a temporary trial version of the Restoring Original Beauty elixir." Lin Bei's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He looked at the furious Xiao Wu and said, "All right. I can give you the antidote." "Really?" she asked excitedly. But Lin Bei added, "I'll give you a temporary antidote to restore your appearance, but..." Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and asked, "But what's the condition?" Lin Bei said cunningly, "But I want you to test Dam Shan. I want to know if the love between you two can withstand a trial." Xiao Wu froze for a few seconds. Then she nervously said, "The love between brother Dam Shan and me is unbreakable." Lin Bei laughed sinisterly, "Ha ha ha. You've already been abandoned, and you're still saying unbreakable." Xiao Wu angrily shouted, "This is because of your pill. Otherwise, brother Dam Shan would never have abandoned me." Lin Bei replied, "Why so many words? Do you dare to test him?" Xiao Wu said resolutely, "What's there to be afraid of? I'll go right now." Suddenly, a hand reached out from the ground along with a voice, "Going where?" Feeling something gripping her leg, Xiao Wu looked down in surprise. Xiao Miao's hand had grabbed Xiao Wu's leg. He said, "None of you are going anywhere today.